LoveLore Library. Chapter 211. Chapter 211, Dearest. It wasn't always the weekend. Su Ruoro, Hanning, and Qin Huang were still sleeping in while Qin Feng, dressed impeccably, drove his father's commercial Benz, and arrived at the northern door of the West Lake Courtyard District. He stopped the car at the entrance and saw Li Yuqin already waiting there. Qin Feng's eyes brightened. Today, Li Yuqin didn't wear the completely black uniform she wore to work. Instead, she wore her own pretty clothes. A head of blonde, curly hair billowed on her shoulders. She wore a light purple flower-collared shirt that exuded elegance, and striped suspenders with shorts that showed youth. Her long white legs were unrestricted, and were extremely eye-catching in the sunlight. She wore Prada's newest red heels and wasn't lacking in fashionableness. Li Yuqin's outfit today could be described with 3 words: elegant, casual, and fashionable. General Manager Li, here. Qin Feng had a hard time coming back to his senses, and he immediately rolled the windows down and waved at Li Yuqin. Li Yuqin looked at the commercial Benz Qin Feng drove and was slightly stunned. She didn't think this brat would even get Chairman Qin's car. It seemed that he and young Master Qin were pretty tight. Qin Feng, do you have any concept of time? You're half an hour late. Li Yuqin sat next to the driver's seat, looked at her and glared coldly at Qin Feng. Last night, she specifically told young Master Qin the time. She didn't think Qin Feng would still be late. Li Yuqin knew this person wasn't very dependable. Qin Feng clearly disregarded Li Yuqin's complaints. Once Li Yuqin got into the car, he stuck his nose towards Li Yuqin and sniffed harshly. Not bad, Chanel's newest fragrance. It appears that General Manager Li reaped quite a bit of profit in Royal Group. It seems that I have to report this to young Master Qin or Chairman Qin. When she saw Qin Feng's jolly expression, Li Yuqin wanted to back out temporarily. Could she really trick her mother with such an undependable person pretending to be young Master Qin? Were you born in the year of the dog? Hurry and drive, we're half an hour late. I really want to give you a good beating, you brat. Li Yuqin rolled her eyes at Qin Feng and didn't explain the perfume situation. Though she was the general manager of the sales department, she was just, selfless, and uncorrupted from the beginning. She bought this 20,000 yuan perfume through clenched teeth after saving 3 months of pay. How could a rich young master that was blessed from birth with good fortune like Qin Feng understand that feeling? It isn't even 8 o'clock right now, it's still early. We just need to get there at noon. It's not a big deal, I can just drive faster and we can easily get there in half an hour, Qin Feng said casually. With the intermediate racing skills, Qin Feng was pretty confident in his driving skills. Oh. Then take this information and look through it well. Don't get caught before you walk through the door later. Li Yuqin didn't pursue the matter regarding Qin Feng's tardiness and tossed him a file. Qin Feng opened and looked through the file. It had information about Li Yuqin's background. The information was extremely detailed. It went from Li Yuqin's elementary school days to her current job and described her path towards growth. Even information regarding her height and weight, favorite clothing brands, whether or not she had a boyfriend before, and whether or not she ever got a room, were described in detail. Qin Feng's gaze first fell on the information regarding Li Yuqin's figure. After looking at it, he immediately looked towards Li Yuqin's collar. Hey, what are you looking at? Li Yuqin glared fiercely at Qin Feng and found that the first thing he looked up were her 3 measurements. He was too shameless. I'm not looking at anything. Qin Feng's gaze didn't move, and he said with seriousness, Qin, before we go to Auntie's house, I have to talk to you about our current situation. Beginning from now, I'm young Master Qin, and you're young Master Qin's woman. If you want to trick Auntie and stop her from forcing you into marriage in the future, effort from me alone would be inadequate. You also need to work hard to cooperate with me. Since we're a couple, I naturally have to deeply understand your 3 measurements. I also have to address you intimately, and our movements have to express intimacy as well to trick Auntie, no? If you treat me coldly, harshly, or as your subordinate like you do at work, then I think this plan to pretend to be young Master Chin can stop right now. I believe that Auntie is an astute person, so she'll be able to tell from a glance that our relationship is fake. That way, why don't I just go back home and sleep during the weekend? Why would I come all the way here to sow something that will have no results? Chin Feng threw out the general truth, and Li Yuchen's expression changed slightly. She was just in the midst of deliberating what Chin Feng had just said, and found that it was very reasonable. Since she decided to trick her mother and rid herself of marriage entreaty headaches, then she'd have to act properly. If she was unwilling or not proactive from the beginning, why not give up now? Then we'll let you benefit, brat. If you want to look, then look as much as you like. Li Yuchen inhaled deeply. She suddenly moved her hands away, and even intentionally straightened her back and simply let Chin Feng look to his heart's content. The corner of Chin Feng's mouth flashed with the evil smile of someone who got his way. He suddenly extended his hand to touch, but before he could, Li Yuchen's slender jade hand hid it away with one slap. Chin Feng, letting you look is the limit, don't push it, or else we'll cancel the plan right now. Li Yuchen glared at Chin Feng with a huff. If things really progressed this way, Li Yuchen was certain that after 5 minutes, Chin Feng would have removed all of her clothes. Chin Feng smiled awkwardly. Li Yuchen's body was too perfect, and he was almost mesmerized earlier. After regaining his senses, Chin Feng quickly calmed himself. He looked closely at other places. How could Chin Feng let go of the opportunity to admire Li Yuchen from such a close distance? Especially when his gaze fell on Li Yuchen's unrestricted legs, he thought of the prior scene in the office and almost pounced onto them. The Li Yuchen in the office always liked wearing black-rimmed glasses as an accessory to give off a domineering aura and exhibit the air of a managing older sister. However, now that she was coming home to see her mother, Li Yuchen had a different style. She didn't wear glasses, and her body exuded a tender and charming aura. Are you done looking? Are we going or not? Li Yuchen was a bit uncomfortable getting stared at by a man. She feigned anger and said, "Want me to take all my clothes off for you to look to your heart's content?" Li Yuchen was clearly speaking out of anger, yet Chin Feng suddenly said with a smile, "If possible, that would be best. Best your ass, hurry and drive." Li Yuchen punched Chin Feng's shoulder and was so angry she wanted to bite someone. Chin Feng knew his joke couldn't be too overboard. He started the car and asked, "Chen, where is your house?" "Qingshui Town," Li Yuchen said coldly. After speaking, she was a bit apprehensive. Qingshui Town was a small township below Acropolis City. It was backward and remote. Li Yuchen was afraid a rich son like Chin Feng would look down on a small place like this, and even decide not to go because it was too far away and too remote. And Chin Feng was Acropolis City's #1 hedonistic young master. Would he go somewhere small like that? Li Yuchen was worried for nothing. Chin Feng didn't even ask anything about Qingshui Town and changed the topic. "Chen, you're my woman now, you can't speak so harshly. How about this, let me hear you call me dearest." After hearing, "You're my woman now," she felt obedient, but she had no way of retorting. She bit her red lips and hesitated for a good while before saying softly, "Dearest." The sound was too low, and even Li Yuchen almost couldn't hear it. However, she really said it, and it was also Li Yuchen's first time saying this to a man. Once she said it, she was like a frightened little deer. Her heart thumped wildly. Chen, hurry and say it," Chin Feng urged while driving. "I said it." Li Yuchen glared at Chin Feng with a bit of anger. This guy was really annoying. You did. Why didn't I hear it? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and spoke. No, you have to be a little louder, even I couldn't hear you. Uncle and Auntie are older, their ears aren't as good, so they definitely won't be able to hear. There were many kinds of lowly people, but the highest tier belonged to Qin Feng's type. Everything he said made you want to pinch him to death, but everything he said was also filled with reason, making you unable to retort. In the end, you even have to obediently follow his plans. Dearest. Li Yuqin breathed deeply, clenched her teeth, and yelled. This time, not only was the sound really loud, it almost burst Qin Feng's eardrums. Because Li Yuqin strained her throat to yell right next to Qin Feng's ear. This was clearly a blatant form of revenge. Qin, are you trying to kill your husband? Qin Feng barely avoided getting frightened, and almost hit the car into the railing on the side of the road. He looked at Li Yuqin with a bit of dissatisfaction and said, No, if you speak to your man like this, you'll become a tigress. Your voice is loud enough, but it lacks emotion. Here, let me teach you. Qin Feng suddenly said softly, Dearest. Li Yuqin almost threw up after hearing it. If the car wasn't going so fast, she would have opened the car door and jumped out for certain. Say it. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Yuqin. Li Yuqin knew she had to use this nickname, and if she didn't say it now, she wouldn't be able to avoid it later at home. It was better to get it over with than prolong the agony, so she cast her dark eyebrows, stuck her face to her shoulder, and said sweetly. Dearest. She called twice, and each time was greasier than the next. The gentle voice fell into Qin Feng's ears and made him impossibly excited. He even thought that if employees in the sales department saw this, they would all be frightened to death. Was this the usually cold, stern, strong, and tyrannical general manager Li? Not bad. Qin Feng was very satisfied with Li Yuqin's current voice. He said with a smile, but I've suddenly decided that dearest isn't enough to express our intimate relationship. Why don't you just call me husband? Qin, just let me hear you call me husband. Qin Feng hooked Li Yuqin's chin. Qin Feng, you want to die. Li Yuqin smacked Qin Feng's index finger away, and was so angry that she almost bit it. The distance between Acropolis City and Qingshui Town was a total of 200 kilometers. It was originally a boring ride, but due to Qin Feng's appearance, his teasing towards Li Yuqin made it very fun. Li Yuqin felt as though she had just gotten into the car, but the scenery before her eyes changed drastically and was incomparably familiar. They were actually already at the house. Chapter 212. Chapter 212, Real or Fake Young Master Qin. Qingshui Town was a little township in a valley. The population was low and the development was slow. The scenery there was extremely charming, a far cry from Acropolis City's heavy traffic and towering skyscrapers. On the way there, one could see a large, faint green field and fruit trees. The houses were uniform single-storied compounds, the weather was drizzly, and the air contained the fragrance of soil. Qin Feng opened the car windows and had an expression of contentment as he could faintly smell nature. Qin, the scenery by your house is great, I really like it. The whole way there, this was the first normal thing Qin Feng said. Li Yuqin's heart was slightly moved. She originally thought Qin Feng would hate and avoid going to this kind of impoverished valley. After seeing his current expression, a rare feeling of gratitude towards Qin Feng welled up within her. Qin Feng, look there, that compound is my house. And the cornfield on the west side of the compound is the field where I had to help farm after school when I was young. We weren't like you city kids, you were the most afraid of going to school and liked getting off school the most. When I was little, I always thought about going to school, and I was the most afraid of getting off school and coming back to farm the land. But now thinking back, I really miss my lovely childhood years when I frolicked in the fields with my friends. Li Yuchen hadn't come home for over half a year, and now that she was home and saw the familiar scenery, her tyrannical and strong aura completely disappeared. She was like a little girl as she danced about and introduced her hometown to Qin Feng. Her coldness and emotionlessness was only a sturdy front, an aura that she had to have at work. Otherwise, how else would she be able to control tens of employees? Now that she was home, she didn't need to pretend. Li Yuchen became carefree, this was her true self. Qin Feng was very happy that he could see such a natural and intimate side of Li Yuchen. She was very beautiful and cute. We're here, hurry and stop the car, Qin Feng. The car quickly arrived before the entrance of a compound, and Li Yuchen immediately shouted with joy. Qin Feng stopped the car and suddenly grabbed Li Yuchen's hand and said, Chen, we're home, so don't casually call my name, you have to call me husband or young Master Qin. Don't mess up later. Li Yuchen was briefly stunned, and even forgot to fling Qin Feng's hand away. She wondered to herself, shouldn't that be my line? She suddenly had the misperception that she and Qin Feng were going to see his parents. The two exited the car and Li Yuchen rushed towards the inside of her home. Qin Feng coughed urgently, and gave Li Yuchen a look as he extended his arm towards her. Li Yuchen became shy and immediately reacted, straightened out her clothes, and took the initiative to hug Qin Feng's arm. Practically half of each person's body was stuck together, and Qin Feng could feel Li Yuchen's chest pressing onto his arm, sending a softness sweeping over. As the two walked, the softness bounced up and down on its own. This was the soft chest of a D cup. It felt so good that just thinking about it made Qin Feng drunk. Li Yuchen hugged Qin Feng and had just gotten to the entrance when a middle-aged woman carrying a platter of vegetables happened to walk out the door. She froze in shock for a moment, then threw down the platter and rushed over to hug Li Yuchen with happiness. Chen, you're back. Didn't you say you wouldn't be here until 12? It's only 10 and Mom was just about to wash the vegetables and make the food. Ma, Qin Feng drives fast so we got here early, Li Yuchen said happily when she saw her mom. Mother Li's shrewd and ruthless eyes fell on Qin Feng and looked him up and down several times. She asked with a smile, Chen, this is Qin Feng, Acropolis City's young Master Qin. Young Master Qin's name was too resonant in Acropolis City that it even passed over to distant townships. Li Yuchen resentfully rolled her eyes at her mother when she saw her mother's exaggerated expression that looked as if she saw gold ingots. She hugged Qin Feng's arm and introduced him, Ma, this is Qin Feng. The young Master Qin you were talking about. Dearest, this is my mom. Li Yuchen looked at Qin Feng and spoke sweetly. It seems that Qin Feng's teaching along the way paid off. How do you do, Auntie? Qin Feng greeted her politely and even extended a present towards her. This is for Auntie and Uncle. I hope you all can be healthy and that all things go as you wish. Mother Li froze and didn't know what to do as she weighed Acropolis City's richest young master standing before her. She had suddenly received Li Yuchen's call last night saying that she would bring young Master Qin home today. At the time, Mother Li thought her daughter was joking. Who knew it would be true? Old man, hurry and come out, your girl has brought a son-in-law to our door. After coming to her senses, Mother Li strained her throat and suddenly yelled. The sound was so loud that Qin Feng jumped in shock. On the other hand, Li Yuchen stood awkwardly and didn't know what to say to her mother. Not long later, a middle-aged man ran out of the house. He hadn't even come out when his voice drifted out, Boss, don't shout anymore. Are you only going to be happy if your throat shakes my ears so much they become deaf? I just heard your voice and didn't hear what you said. What did you say? Old man, hurry and look, your daughter brought a son-in-law back. When Mother Li saw her husband come out, she immediately ran and pulled him over. Father Li's gaze fell Qin Feng, the man whose arm his daughter was holding. He looked at him earnestly and asked, "Is this Acropolis City's young master Qin?" "Yes, yes, what do you think? This lad is handsome and grand enough, right?" Mother Li was clearly very satisfied with Qin Feng. She smiled so much she couldn't close her mouth. In order to complete the system's quest regarding Li Yuqin being forced into marriage, Qin Feng dressed up in an elegant suit with a white dress shirt and black bow tie. Also, he had been training wildly recently, so his body was tall and straight, and his muscles were well built. Just by standing there, he looked like a handsome and fashionable model. From the outside, he could annihilate all women in a second. "Uncle, Auntie, you can call me Little Qin, don't be formal towards me," Qin Feng said with a smile. Okay, since you and Qin are together, we'll treat you like a son, and we won't be formal with you. Hurry and come into the house, it's sprinkling outside." Mother Li immediately smiled and greeted Qin Feng. She couldn't even attend to her daughter whom she hadn't seen for over half a year. Li Yuqin secretly pinched Qin Feng a couple of times in the waist with anger to express her discontent. "Old man, hurry and tell our fellow villagers that our Qin is back and brought Acropolis City's young master Qin." They drove over in a big Benz. "Hurry and tell them, and don't miss any houses." They had just gotten back into the house when Mother Li pushed Father Li back out and forced him to spread the word to his fellow villagers. A while after seeing Father Li shake his head with a sigh and leave, Li Mu returned beside Qin Feng and Li Yuqin. She smiled at Qin Feng and said, "Little Qin, I almost forgot, you're a rich young master from a large family. It won't affect you if I announce your identity, would it?" "Maybe a little," Qin Feng laughed. Since he came this time with the name Young Master Qin, he wanted to be a little more discreet. What do we do? The old man has left for a bit of time. Should I call him back right now?" Mother Li said she would call on them, but her tone of voice and actions clearly showed that she was not preparing to call upon the old man. "Actually, it's not a big deal." Qin Feng smiled awkwardly. He found yet another superb acting queen among the people. "Alright, since little Qin doesn't care, then I won't call the old man back," Mother Li immediately responded. Li Yuqin sat to the side at a loss. Her expression showed that she knew her mother would act this way. She wondered how she should face Qin Feng at work in the future. That's not right." Mother Li suddenly shouted in shock and immediately stood from the stool. She looked closely at Qin Feng and said, "Are you really young Master Qin?" Mother Li's frightened movements scared Qin Feng and Li Yuqin. They both wondered if they gave something away and were discovered. However, they couldn't immediately think of what went wrong. "Auntie, I am young Master Qin, the real young Master Qin," Qin Feng said earnestly. No, I've looked up pictures of young Master Qin on the internet before, and it clearly wasn't you. That person was a bit uglier." Mother Li's formidable gaze locked tightly onto Qin Feng and Li Yuqin. She asked severely, "Qin, you wouldn't have randomly brought a man home to trick your mother, would you?" Qin Feng hit the table, stood, and said with extreme seriousness, "Auntie, your words are making me unhappy. How could you say the person in the pictures online is a bit uglier than me? Compared to me, he's atrocious." Qin Feng's sudden burst of anger stunned the two women. However, after hearing his main point, Li Yuqin almost rushed into the kitchen to pull out a vegetable knife and chop him up. "Then are you admitting yourself that you're not young Master Qin?" Mother Li stared severely at Qin Feng. Qin Feng suddenly laughed, shook his head, and said, "Auntie, you're definitely mistaken. The pictures of the person online aren't young Master Qin. My father wanted to protect me, so he purposely put up pictures of one of our bodyguards. You couldn't have known that once the pictures were posted on the internet, my family's bodyguard was kidnapped practically every day. It's considered a miracle that he's still alive, Qin Feng explained. Mother Li was stunned. She looked at her daughter. Chin Chin, is this true? Yes, it is, Mom. Li Yuqin immediately tugged her mother back down to sit. She followed along with Qin Feng and said, "What kind of person is young Master Qin?" "He's the son of Acropolis City's richest man. If just anyone could find his picture on the internet, then wouldn't all robbers and murderers rush over and squat outside the doors of the Qin Manor? Thus, the picture is fake, it's to fool people." This explanation was extremely reasonable. Mother Li's mood calmed slightly, but it was evident from her expression that she wasn't as trusting about Qin Feng's identity as she was in the beginning. "I know, I have a way of proving whether or not this is young Master Qin." Mother Li thought hard for a while and suddenly and excitedly stood, "I'm going to go to your Auntie Wang's house and bring that girl Wang Ying over. That girl found a rich man in Acropolis and she's seen all of upper society. She's sure to know the real young Master Qin." "Mom, Wang Ying is back." Once Li Yuqin heard Wang Ying's name, her face paled. Wang Ying was the ostentatious woman Sun Yi brought to Royal Group to buy a house. That house was the Cloud City Hua Manor Villa Qin Feng sold to them. If they really called Wang Ying over, then Qin Feng's identity would be instantly exposed. Wang Ying knew about Qin Feng's status as a sales representative in Royal Group. She came back a couple of days ago, and has been home for half a month. Mother Li tilted her head and looked at her daughter. When she saw Li Yuchen's anxious expression, she suspected Qin Feng's identity even more. "Ma, don't go bother them. This, really is young Master Qin." Li Yuchen had the urge to get run over. How could it be so coincidental that Wang Ying came home as well? She knew that if her mother really brought Wang Ying over, that woman would expose their act in a minute. Then, not only would she lose face, even Dad and Mom would lose all of their face. Li Yuchen thought that at this time, her father probably passed the phrase, "Young Master Qin is here," through the village several times. Chapter 213. Chapter 213, If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Mother Li left when she said she would, and Li Yuqin couldn't prevent her from doing so. She was already long gone. I say, why is Auntie so petty? I've been here for over half a day and she didn't even pour me a cup of tea. Once Mother Li left, Qin Feng treated the place like his own house. He picked up an apple from the coffee table and began biting it. Li Yuchen was about to die of anxiety, yet Qin Feng had an indifferent expression. She was so angry that she glared coldly at him and tugged on his arm to leave. "Qin Feng, let's leave quickly, we can't continue acting anymore." Qin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He angrily tossed the apple he had taken a large bite out of back into the fruit platter and complained, "So it's true that people who don't belong together don't live together. I originally thought Auntie was stingy, but you're actually even stingier than Auntie. I just ate an apple and you're unhappy. Are you satisfied now that I've put it back?" Li Yuchen stared at Qin Feng for over 10 minutes and wanted to run him over. Did this guy hit his head when he was little? Was that why he went crazy every so often? "Qin Feng, my mom is looking for Wang Ying, let's hurry up and leave. Otherwise, if Wang Ying comes and recognizes you, then wait to get smacked out by my mom with a spatula." Li Yuchen knew her mom and Wang Ying's personalities too well. Since they were young, Wang Ying was jealous of Li Yuchen, and always wanted to compete with her. This time, if she knew Li Yuchen brought a lowly employee from work to pass as young Master Qin, it would be weird if she didn't expose her right then and there. Plus, Li Yuchen's mother was the loud and sharp type. If she knew her own daughter teamed up with an outsider to pretend to be young Master Qin to fool her, she would sweep them both out the door. Li Yuchen couldn't afford to throw away this person. Now, the only way was to flee. Chin, who is Wang Ying? If she wants to come, let her come. What does she have to do with us? Qin Feng interacted with too many beautiful women, so he clearly and directly forgot those of Wang Ying's level. Did you forget about selling Cloud City Hua Manor's Building 4 District for Villa a couple of days ago? The man then was called Sun Yi and he brought a woman with him. That woman was Wang Ying. Li Yuqin glared at Qin Feng as she explained, Wang Ying has seen you before and knows you're a sales representative at Royal Group. If she comes, we're finished. Li Yuqin was impossibly anxious. She tugged on Qin Feng to leave, but Qin Feng sat motionlessly on the sofa and wouldn't budge no matter how she tugged him. So it's that professional mistress. Then that's no problem, let's wait for her to come. Qin Feng leaned on the sofa calmly, and even picked up the remote, turned on the television, and waited while minding his own business. He finally remembered Wang Ying. He saw her once when she was buying a house at Royal Group, and when Qin Feng went shopping with Lin Bei, he met Sun Yi and Wang Ying at the Chanel store. At the time, Wang Ying looked for trouble where there was none, and wanted to give Lin Bei a hard time. In the end, Qin Feng's identity was exposed and the news scared Wang Ying silly and Sun Yi into running away. Now that Wang Ying already knew Qin Feng was young Master Qin, what could she do even if she came? Qin Feng, with my role as the general manager of the sales department in Royal Group, I command you to head back immediately. If you don't listen, see how I'll clean you up when we get back to work. Li Yuqin wasn't as calm as Qin Feng. She understood her mother's personality too well. If they didn't leave now, it would be too late later. This time, Qin Feng didn't need to retort. A startled yelp came from outside the door. Old Li, don't trick us. Your girl brought Acropolis City's richest prince back to the countryside. Why don't I believe it? I don't really believe it either. He's a rich young master, how would he come to this kind of remote and desolate place? Not necessarily. I waited that last Chin grow up. She was born bright and vivacious, and was the first flower in our township. Maybe she really did see a wealthy husband. I think there's an 80% chance Chin brought this person home to trick everyone. An uproar arose from all around. Li Yuqin looked at Yang Kong as if her eyes were about to shoot out flames. This stinking brat was clearly bored and came here to cause a ruckus. That couldn't be, our Chin has always been very obedient, she wouldn't trick her parents like that. Father Li trusted Li Yuqin fairly well, and didn't choose to immediately believe Yang Kong. He continued speaking. Plus, if Chin really did bring some random child to fool us, she wouldn't have to make it seem so real. Little Qin drove that Benz by the entrance, and that car is at least millions of yuan. If he didn't have some money at home, how could he drive such a car? Ha, Uncle Li, you've been in Qingshui town for your whole life, so you don't know how it is outside. Yang Kong burst into laughter. There are car rental companies everywhere. The Benz outside is a maximum of 500 yuan for one day. Who doesn't have that kind of money nowadays? Father Li and the older villagers weren't too clear on car rentals, but seeing how serious Yang Kong was, more and more people began to believe him. Uncle Li, in reality, proving whether or not this is young Master Qin is very simple. I bet that he rented this car, and that the vehicle owner information certainly isn't his. If you don't believe it, then have him bring out his vehicle registration. Once we see the name on it, we'll know. Yang Kong stared at Qin Feng menacingly, the villagers looked curiously at Qin Feng, and Li Yuqin squeezed her hands with extreme nervousness and looked at Qin Feng as well. You're certain you've had a meal with young Master Qin? Though so many people stared at him, Qin Feng's gaze remained on the television. He ate grapes while speaking calmly. The entire time, he didn't even spare Yang Kong a glance. Of course I've eaten with young Master Qin. You fake, you even have the guts to pretend to be young Master Qin. Be careful, I'll call him right now and tell him. He'll kill you for sure, brat, Yang Kong said with satisfaction. Where did you eat? Qin Feng asked. Yang Kong originally thought he already scared Qin Feng. This brat should immediately be so scared he'd almost pee himself. Who knew that not only would he be unafraid, he even asked questions in such a detailed manner. When did he ever eat with Qin Feng? At this time, he immediately thought of the most high-end restaurant he went to. He said with insufficient confidence. Shaoyang Hotel. Pfft. Qin Feng immediately spat the grape he was eating. He thought Yang Kong would brag about a big hotel. That Chaoyang Hotel was considered a 4-star hotel at most, and Qin Feng hadn't even been there once. My apologies, I've never been to that hotel, and I don't remember ever eating with you. Stop tarnishing my name and go off to wherever there's fun, Qin Feng said with a wave of his hand. Ha, who doesn't know how to bullshit? If you have the ability, bring out the vehicle registration and everything will be clear. Yang Kong laughed coldly and looked as though he wouldn't leave if Qin Feng didn't bring out the vehicle registration today. Qin Feng had nothing to say to this person. Why the fuck does it matter to you whether or not I'm young Master Qin? His car was Qin Huang's and it was under Qin Huang's name. Qin Feng didn't want to reveal his father's information so he was too lazy to get it. Look everyone, this person is a fake, he rented the Benz. Uncle Li, you've almost been fooled by your own daughter. Why do you have to allow Aunt Li to make Chin Chin look for some rich young master? All of them are dissolute. I think it would be much better for Chin Chin to find a dependable man in Qingshui town to marry, a 5-virtue youth like me. That's a real person that you could spend your days with. Seeing that Qin Feng no longer spoke, Yang Kong became increasingly smug. At this time, he began to promote himself as a son-in-law. After Yang Kang's disruption, the villagers also began to suspect Qin Feng's identity. Right when the atmosphere got awkward and cold, Mother Li's loud voice passed from outside the door. Fellow villagers, you're all here. You've seen the black Benz outside, right? That was driven by our Chin Chin's boyfriend. It's worth over millions of yuan. Chapter 214. Chapter 214, Don't let fertile water flow into another's field. Earlier, everyone was extremely jealous of the Benz parked at the entrance. Now, after hearing Yang Kong say the car was rented and Mother Li's boast, they all clearly looked a bit suspicious. Mother Li's voice drifted over half a minute before she ran energetically into the house. A charming and graceful beauty followed her. She was Qingshui town's second flower, Wang Ying. Wang Ying wore a short red qipao and revealed a large portion of her long, beautiful, and white legs. Her chest was also considerably developed, and she had fairly heavy makeup on her face. In actuality, she could also be considered a beauty. This woman's heart was too evil, and her mouth was too poisonous. Whether it be in Qingshui town or outside, she didn't really have true friends. Aunt Li, don't be in a hurry to blindly boast and say Li Yuqin brought some young Master Qin back. I really want to ask you, who has actually seen young Master Qin? You all think the famous young Master Qin of Acropolis is a joke. He's the only son of the richest man in the city, he doesn't even have enough time to love all of his treasures. You think he would come all the way here to this lousy valley? Every time young Master Qin goes out, he brings 5 bodyguards. Do you think he lives like us normal people? How laughable. Who knows where Li Yuqin got this fake to put on a show? And with just that, she's able to trick you ignorant people. Wait until I use my piercing eye to expose this stinking brat and return him to his original form. Wang Ying was willing to come because she had a clear motive, to ruin Li Yuqin. She had just bumped into the real young Master Qin half a month ago, and because she offended young Master Qin, Sun Yi dumped her and didn't keep her as a mistress. Wang Ying returned home in a bad mood and was prepared to rejuvenate herself for a while and repair her mood. Who knew that she'd come upon Li Yuqin bringing a fake young Master Qin home? This made her gloomy mood instantly better. Wang Ying's right, I said earlier that this young Master Qin is fake, but no one believed me. Good thing you're here now, Wang Ying. I know you've seen the real young Master Qin for certain. Tell everyone, is this person fake? Yang Kong was the happiest to see Wang Ying enter. After all, he knew Wang Ying was certainly here to tear off this man's mask. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Look at you country bumpkins that haven't seen the face of the earth, you don't even know Acropolis City's famous young Master Qin and you need to purposely invite me here to verify it for you, then hurry up and make way. If you're all bunched up here, how am I supposed to get in? These villagers were extremely dissatisfied with Wang Ying's arrogance, but Wang Ying wasn't wrong, she was the only one there that knew young Master Qin. The villagers made a small path and looked at Wang Ying's pretentiousness unhappily, but they were helpless against it. Wang Ying really liked this feeling. She purposely slowed her steps on the short walk from the entrance to the living room's sofa, and took over 20 steps to get there when it usually took only several. After arriving at the living room, Wang Ying first saw Li Yuqin who was standing to the side. When she saw Li Yuqin's anxious expression, she was even more certain Li Yuqin randomly brought someone home to pretend to be young Master Qin. She tilted her head and glanced tauntingly at Li Yuqin. Then, her gaze fell on Qin Feng, who was sitting on the sofa. She was about to open her mouth to mock and criticize this fake, but once she opened her mouth to say some vicious things, she immediately swallowed them back. Her mouth opened and closed for a long time, but she was unable to say anything. Wang Ying's eyes widened and were about to fall out of their sockets. She looked like she saw a ghost, and the villagers couldn't understand why. Wang Ying was shocked into foolishness. The entire time, she thought Li Yuqin brought just anyone home to put on an act, but when she saw Qin Feng leisurely and contentedly leaning on the sofa, eating grapes, and weighing television, she wanted to claw her eyes out. This person really was Qin Feng, Acropolis City's #1 hedonist, young Master Qin. Vixen, haven't seen you in a while. Which wealthy person have you slept with recently? Wang Ying looked at Qin Feng and couldn't speak. On the other hand, Qin Feng looked at her with a jolly expression and took the initiative to speak with her first. Once they heard Vixen, the villagers couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. If this scene happened before, Wang Ying would have burst out in thunderous yelling. However, in this moment, even though Qin Feng called her a vixen, she didn't look angry at all. She even smiled at Qin Feng in a favor-currying manner. In the end, she used a sweet voice, waved her hand, and said, "Young Master Qin, how do you do? I didn't think you'd actually come to Qingshui town. This really is an honor to our Qingshui town." Wang Ying appeared to be greeting Qin Feng, but this greeting stunned all of the people in the house. They all suspected Qin Feng's identity, and most of them didn't believe that the brat sitting on the sofa really was young Master Qin. However, now that even the arrogant and rude Wang Ying forced a smile, greeted Qin Feng, and confirmed his identity as young Master Qin, there was completely no longer any reason to suspect this person's identity. This really fucking was young Master Qin. Wang Ying, what are you saying? Is there something wrong with your brain? How is this young Master Qin? Have you ever even seen the real young Master Qin? After Yang Kong came to his senses, he immediately tugged Wang Ying and yelled angrily at her. The anger within Wang Ying had nowhere to go, so she shoved Yang Kang's hand off her and yelled coldly, "You fucking haven't seen young Master Qin. If you've really seen young Master Qin, would you be unable to recognize him? Don't fucking pretend, you're just a repairman in a car repair shop in Acropolis City. What kind of dog fart young Master Qin could you have seen? Hurry and fuck off." In the village, Yang Kong said he was in upper management in a state enterprise in Acropolis. Now that Wang Ying revealed his identity, a sea of sighs arose. How did he have face to continue staying there? He would have never thought that this person really was young Master Qin. He was so shocked that his legs turned to jelly. He dejectedly ran out. Aunt Lee, there's still a lot of farm work to be done at home. I have to hurry home and help my mom work the land. You all chat, I'll be leaving first. Not long after Yang Kong left, Wang Ying also found an excuse to escape. She originally came to slap Li Yuqin in the face, but in the end, the slap came onto her face. However, her excuse was too terrible. When did the villagers ever see Wang Ying help her family work the land? What they saw was that she didn't learn well and stuck to the hooligans from other villages from day to night, letting them touch and kiss her. At that time, the villagers were extremely angry. They expressed extreme discontent at this kind of behavior. How could she let the hooligans in the other villages casually touch and kiss her? Don't let fertile water flow into another's field. If she wanted to be touched, she should at least let everyone from her home village touch her first. Wang Ying left, and the atmosphere in the house became even more boisterous. After confirming Qin Fang's identity, Mother Li had the urge to hug him and fiercely kiss him several times. She already began taking care of the villagers and boasting again. Older brother Wang, don't stand there like a fool, hurry and sit. Hurry and sit. Aunt Nyo, where are you running off to? I'm going to cook personally this afternoon. I'm cooking fine dishes, and not one thing will be missing. Everyone, eat lunch at my house. Our Chin brought young Master Qin home today, so whoever dares to leave would not be giving me face. Come, don't be courteous, make yourselves at home. There's fruit on the coffee table, if you want to eat, then take whatever you'd like. Mother Li began to pass out the fruits in the platter to the villagers. The villagers were no longer polite, and ate fruit while bullshitting and praising Qin Feng. Aunt Li, why was half of your apple eaten by someone? I only noticed after almost eating the whole thing. Oh. This banana is also weird. I was about to peel it, and noticed that it was already open. Someone ate half of it and put it back. This person is too mischievous. After hearing the villagers' complaints, Mother Li froze for a brief moment. She suddenly looked at Li Yuqin and yelled, Chin, why haven't you changed your bad habits yet, girl? You just eat half of everything and throw it away. If you have to throw it away, toss it in the garbage can. Why would you put half-eaten fruit back in the fruit platter? After Mother Li finished yelling fiercely at Li Yuqin, she smiled at Qin Feng the next second and said gently, Little Qin, I do apologize that you had to see such a joke. If you have time, please walk over Chin and help her fix her bad habit. Auntie, don't worry, I'll be sure to watch Chin and make her change this bad habit, Qin Feng said with seriousness. Li Yuqin had just been lectured by her mother, but she didn't care in the slightest. Her brain was still dizzy. She hadn't regained her senses after seeing and hearing Wang Ying's words and actions just now. She couldn't understand at all. How could a petty woman like Wang Ying help her lie? She clearly knew Qin Feng was just a sales representative, so why would she say he was young Master Qin in front of everyone? Chin, you're still standing there foolishly to be a door god. Ma has to cook, hurry and pour your uncles and aunties some tea. You have to attend to them well. Hurry up. Li Yuqin still didn't understand, but Mother Li dragged her into pouring tea. In the end, she shook her head and simply didn't think about these messy relationships. The lunch was quite boisterous. After everyone discovered Qin Fang's identity, they all rushed to make toasts to him and say good things. The meal was originally a family meal where the son-in-law was presented, but it became Qingshui town's job fair for the parents who were worried about their daughters. The Li house was abnormally boisterous, and Wang Ying's house was stuck in a cold atmosphere. Inger, you didn't see wrong, did you? Li Yuchen really brought back Acropolis City's young Master Qin. After Wang Ying's mother found out that Li Yuchen brought young Master Qin home, she was so angry that she didn't even make lunch. She and Li Yuchen's mother always loved comparing themselves with one another. In the past, Wang Ying was the most famous in the village, and lived a free and easy life having intimate relations with wealthy men. Now, Li Yuchen suddenly brought young Master Qin back, so how could Mother Wang not be angry and jealous? In the future, when she sees Li Yuchen's mother, she'll have to run and hide. That person really is young Master Qin. I've seen him in Acropolis twice. He's even working at his father's company right now, and is working up from a sales representative. Plus, he's Li Yuchen's subordinate. Though Wang Ying couldn't accept this matter, she couldn't help but admit that it was the truth. Inger, you said young Master Qin is Li Yuchen's subordinate at work. Mother Wang yelled in shock. Ma, how is that such a big deal? Most rich young masters like Qin Feng are assigned to work in the company from the lowest position. This is called experiencing life. It's what people in the city love doing. Look at those television dramas, isn't that how the stories usually go? Wang Ying said with curled lips. Mother Wang's eyes suddenly brightened. She took Wang Ying's hand with excitement and said, Inger, tell me, could this be the case? In reality, young Master Qin never took an interest to Li Yuchen, but since they're superior and subordinate in the company, they interact a lot and have a fairly good relationship. Thus, Li Yuchen asked young Master Qin to help her put on a show to show off in front of the villagers. Yes, that must be the case. This girl is pretty treacherous. Mother Li suddenly turned and went back into the room and called Li Yuchen over. Li Yuchen gritted her teeth and glared at Qin Feng. Then, she followed Mother Li into the room. Ma, what is it? Li Yuchen asked carefully. What is it? Didn't you hear what Wang Ying's mother said about you? Is it as she said? Mother Li sat on the bed with a somber expression. Her sharp eyes hooked onto Li Yuchen. It seemed as though she'd see through Li Yuchen if Li Yuchen lied. Li Yuchen squeezed her hands together, and the hollows of her hands began to sweat. She was so nervous, she was about to die. Ma, Qin Feng and I really are superior and subordinate at work. Li Yuchen felt that the truth would come out. Today's hair-raising and complicated headway led to the demise of her sanity. She was prepared to give up. Continuing to fake it was too tiring. What? Mother Wang spoke the truth. You and young Master Qin actually have no relationship and you brought him home to put on an act and trick your mother. Once Mother Li got excited, she stood from the bed and held a spatula in her hand. Li Yuchen was about to nod and come completely clean when she saw her mother suddenly rush forward with the spatula. You brat, I raised you for nothing. You've actually learned to trick your mother. I'll smack you to death with this spatula. I didn't. Li Yuchen suddenly changed her tune. She decided she didn't dare come clean even if she was beaten to death. Ma, Qin Feng and I are superior and subordinate, but we really are lovers in private. Li Yuchen yelled all this in one breath when Mother Li's spatula was almost 5 centimeters away from Li Yuchen's head. The spatula immediately stopped. Mother Li was furious moments before, but a smile suddenly appeared on her face. She hugged Li Yuchen's arm intimately and pulled her to sit at the edge of the bed. She asked softly, Daughter, don't trick Ma. Are you really lovers? Li Yuchen's lips tweed. She could only nod. Yes, why would I lie to you? Then hurry and tell your mother, how far have you two gone? Mother Li asked anxiously. What do you mean, how far we've gone, Ma? I don't know what you're talking about. Li Yuchen lowered her head shyly. Mother Li said with reproach, Chen, don't play dumb with Ma. Ma's asking how far you've gone with young Master Qin. Aya, tell me honestly. Have you and young Master Qin held hands, kissed, or have you already gone to bed? Ma. Can you be more restrained? Liu Chen's neck turned red and she stared accusingly at her mother. What's considered restrained? Teach Ma. Liu Chen looked at her mother several times. In the end, she sighed, forget it, don't be restrained, Ma. Don't scare Dad. Mother Li smiled and lightly swatted her daughter's head. She asked with seriousness, hurry and tell me, have you and young Master Qin gone to bed? Liu Chen was completely subdued by her mother's straightforward and uninhibited personality. She hesitated briefly, then suddenly nodded. She responded softly, aha. Once the sound came out of her mouth, Liu Chen regretted it a bit. She was forced by her mother to the extent of saying these kinds of lies. Aya, that's wonderful, it's too wonderful. Mother Li suddenly began clapping with excitement like a child. How many times? Have you used contraceptives? Don't use contraceptives, just let little Qin go directly in. You have to conceive the Qin family's heir as soon as possible. Ma recently loves weighing dramas with wars between rich families. It all comes down to one line. Whoever acquires Qin acquires everything under the heavens. Liu Chen's mouth was about to become askew. She was truly at her wit's end with this intrepid mother of hers. In order to evade this topic, she could only nod and say yes. Mother Li brainwashed her daughter for over 10 minutes before she smilingly pulled her daughter outside. At this time, Qin Feng was helping Father Li clear the table. When Mother Li saw this, she immediately ran over. Little Qin, you came home as a guest this time, how could you do work? Hurry and sit on the sofa. Chen, accompany little Qin. You have to accommodate little Qin well. Under Mother Li's entreaties, Qin Feng and Liu Chen went to the living room, sat down, and weighed television. Father and Mother Li were busy for a while, then sat as well. Little Qin, I spoke with Chen in the room earlier. Since you've already slept together, then shouldn't you plan the wedding as soon as possible? Once Mother Li sat, she threw out this formidable topic. Qin Feng was in the middle of drinking water, and a mouthful of tea sprayed out of his mouth. Is that so? Qin Feng wasn't able to wipe his mouth and asked his question while looking at Liu Chen in a daze. Liu Chen didn't think her mother would say these things in front of the whole family. Chapter 216. Chapter 216, There are bodyguards following me. Auntie, can you let me finish first? Qin Feng suddenly became serious. He said lightly, marriage isn't the most important thing right now, what's most important is that I brought 5 bodyguards here today, and they're hidden in different places around us. Once I'm in danger, or if I suffer the slightest threat, they will immediately appear and eliminate all threats. You should control your temper, Auntie. Otherwise, my bodyguards will mistakenly believe that you're trying to hurt me. They have guns, and even I can't control them. Mother Li's gloomy expression suddenly became calm again. She immediately tossed the spatula in her hand into her daughter's hands. Chen, hurry, and put the spatula back into the qian. Little Qin, you still have to think hard about this marriage situation. Auntie doesn't want to force you to, but you're both at the age to marry and have children. Is Auntie right or not? Of course Auntie is right. When we get back, Chen and I will consider it in earnest. Without a weapon in Mother Li's hands, Qin Feng felt at ease. Actually, the problem lies mostly with Chen. She seems to not really like doing that with me. Auntie, do you understand what I mean? Qin Feng saw how formidable Mother Li was, so he now pushed all of the responsibility onto Liu Chen. Liu Chen had just put away the spatula and returned to the living room when she heard her mother yelling angrily at her. Chin, come here and sit properly. I'd like to ask what is in your brain, damn girl. Why don't you accommodate little Chin and develop your relationship more? Aren't you ruining your prospects? Ma, what did I do to ruin my prospects? Li Yuchen didn't hear what Chin Feng had just said. Otherwise, she'd rush over and pinch him to death. You still don't know what you did wrong. What kind of attitude is this? Mother Li absolutely could not tolerate this matter. She said to Li Yuchen with extreme severity, Chin, since little Chin truly likes you and wants to develop the relationship to marriage and having children, why don't you like doing that with Chin Feng? Doing what? Li Yuchen pouted and replied unhappily after getting randomly lectured. It's getting into bed. Mother Li was impossibly anxious. If she wasn't worried about Qin Feng's 5 bodyguards lying in wait, she would have rushed into the qian to grab the spatula and hit Li Yuchen in the head several times to knock some sense into her silly daughter. Li Yuchen's face suddenly turned cold, and she glared fiercely at Qin Feng. Qin Feng almost angered her to death. Auntie, look. Every time I want to do it, she'd be like this, she'd have this expression. How could I dare continue? Qin Feng said as he looked at Mother Li with nervousness and fright. Mother Li naturally saw her daughter's sour expression, so she angrily slapped Li Yuchen's shoulder. Chin, you want to anger your mother to death, don't you? Hurry and guarantee to your mom that you'll cooperate with little Qin's requests at all costs in the future. At this time, Li Yuchen regretted bringing Qin Feng home. She should have guessed right from the beginning that this brat didn't have any good intentions. Now, he actually used her mother's strength to get more from her, while Li Yuchen wasn't even able to gain anything on him. Hurry and speak, you really want to anger your mother to death. Mother Li hit Li Yuchen again. Li Yuchen felt so wrong that tears were about to fall from her face. She lowered her head and said quietly, Ma, I guarantee that in the future I'll try my best to satisfy Qin Feng's requests. What do you mean, try? You mean you'll cooperate at all costs, Mother Li said unhappily. Okay, I'll cooperate at all costs. Li Yuchen said through clenched teeth. Mother Li, forget it. If we do it this way, it seems like we're forcing Chin. Relationships are originally out of mutual consent, so if Chin is forced to have a relationship with me this way, I'll always feel very apologetic. Qin Feng shook his head and sighed. Qin Feng, what do you want? Wait and see how I'll deal with you when we get back. Li Yuchen couldn't take it anymore. She suddenly yelled at Qin Feng angrily. After yelling, she felt a sharp pain at her waist and saw her mother's eyes widen so much they looked like they were about to fall out. She immediately smiled and spoke with gentleness. Qin Feng, you're thinking too much. Actually, I'm very willing. If you need anything in the future, just let me know and I'll give my all to cooperate. Okay, since Chin is so enthusiastic, if I'm ever dissatisfied with Chin's willingness, then there'll clearly be something wrong. Auntie, you heard Chin's words just now. When we get back, why don't I call you if Chin goes back on her word? Qin Feng said with a smile. Of course, if that girl dares to not accommodate you, I'll immediately take the bus and race over. Mother Li guaranteed with a grand smack of her chest. This exchange forced out Li Yuchen's internal wounds. Luckily the conversation stopped here, and Mother Li suggested that her daughter and Qin Feng go shopping. Qingshui town had a flourishing commercial street that was over half an hour away from the village. However, Qin Feng drove, and it was much more convenient to drive. On the way, Mother Li was extremely excited to sit in the car. She curiously surveyed the decorations and buttons in the car. She and Li Yuchen's father were farmers in Qingshui town their whole lives, and they suffered their whole lives. Thus, she strongly wished her daughter would marry into a good family. Now that she saw a rich person's mode of transportation, she was even more set in her ideas. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng arrived at the entrance of the pedestrian street. There was no set parking lot here and there were very few cars out, so Qin Feng stopped his car wherever and exited the vehicle with the Li mother and daughter. Right after getting out of the car and walking a couple of steps, a voice yelled from behind them. "Chen, Auntie Li, you're also here to shop." The three of them turned to look. Not too far away, a man stood. This was Yang Kong, who ran over to Li Yuchen's house to dig at Qin Feng in the afternoon. At this time, he had just stepped out of a Porsche 911 and walked towards the three of them with a self-satisfied smile. "Chen, Auntie Li, what a coincidence that we can meet even like this." Yang Kong intentionally waved the Porsche key in his hand and said smugly, "I also drove here to shop. Why don't we go together?" Mother Li's eyes were sharp. She immediately saw the car keys in Yang Kang's hand, and her gaze also swept over the white sports car behind him. Based on its style, it was even cooler than the Benz Qin Feng drove. She couldn't help but ask, "Little Yang, you also drove here?" Yang Kong was waiting for Mother Li to ask this. He immediately held his head high, puffed his chest, and said with much grandeur, "Yes. I have a couple of cars, and I drove an old one out. There's nothing strange about it." "How could that be? Didn't Wang Ying say you work at a repair shop in Acropolis? How could you be so rich?" Mother Li asked with suspicion. "Aunt Li, how could you believe Wang Ying's words? If someone is better off than her in the village, she's eager to make them out to be beggars." Awkwardness swept over Yang Kang's face, and he continued to act pretentious. He said, "Actually, I started my own company in Acropolis City where we do foreign trade. These couple of years, we got a new policy, so we earned a bunch." I was saying that I actually really like Chin, but Mother Li keeps eyeing young Master Qin. According to what I know, young Master Qin is very dissolute in Acropolis. Who knows how many women he's played with. If I were you, Auntie Li, I would find a young promising man in the village, that's the most dependable. Though I don't have as much money as young Master Qin, I made my own money, unlike some people who only know how to spend their old man's money. If this continues, no matter how rich the Qin family is, all the money will eventually get squandered by this wastrel. At that time, it would be too late for Auntie Li to regret it. Yang Kang's words were clearly for Mother Li and Qin Feng to hear. He made things difficult for Qin Feng and lured Mother Li at the same time. It went without saying that after the words were spoken, Mother Li's expression changed slightly. She was quiet for a good while before she suddenly expressed warmth towards Yang Kong. "Yang Kong, you're also shopping?" "Yes, Auntie Li. Why don't we go together? It's more lively with more people," Mother Li said with a smile. "Okay, of course I would be glad to shop with Chin," Yang Kong said calmly and suppressed his excitement. Qin Feng and Li Yuchen exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. It was originally 3 people going for a walk, but now it became 4 people going to shop. Li Yuchen and Qin Feng held hands and walked in front while Yang Kong and Mother Li followed. Yang Kong gritted his teeth as he angrily weighed how intimate Qin Feng and Li Yuchen were. However, he maintained a gentlemanly facade. The whole way, he boasted to Mother Li about how talented he was and how much money he made these past couple of years. Chen, little Qin, let's take a look in that undergarment store." After walking a bit, Mother Li suddenly pulled them into a undergarment store. And it was a women's undergarment store. In actuality, Mother Li suggested going out to shop to confirm whether or not her daughter and Qin Feng actually slept together. She was going to have Qin Feng help Li Yuchen pick out a set of undergarments. Then, she would be able to easily determine the depth of their relationship based on the undergarment size Qin Feng selected. "Ma, I have enough undergarments, I don't need to buy any more." Li Yuchen tugged at her mother with embarrassment. There were two men behind her, so she was too embarrassed to buy underwear. I didn't say we were buying it for you, Ma wants to buy some. With this sentence, Mother Li tricked Li Yuchen into the undergarment store. After entering the store, Mother Li pulled Qin Feng to the side and said to him with a jolly smile, "Little Qin, help Chen Chen choose a set of undergarments, Auntie trusts your taste." Li Yuchen was in the middle of refusing when Yang Kong also came to join in on the fun. He said with a smile, "Auntie Li, my taste is really good too, why don't I choose a set for Chen Chen as well?" You both want to help Chen Chen choose. Then I really can't decide. Why don't we let Chen Chen decide for herself? Mother Li smiled at Li Yuchen. Li Yuchen rolled her eyes. When comparing, she naturally was more able to accept Qin Feng helping her choose, so she still chose Qin Feng. When Qin Feng received such a sacred task, he could only call the female sales representative over. Luckily he saw Li Yuchen's information before and knew Li Yuchen's 3 measurements like the back of his hand. Once the female sales representative came over, Qin Feng asked, "Is there a size 70D bra here?" 70D is the international standard for D cups. The female sales representative shook her head with a bit of bashfulness. "I'm sorry sir, the largest size in our store is a C cup. D cups were more common in Western countries, but weren't as common in China. Qingshui town was also a more remote area, so not a lot of women reached this standard there. Thus, the store also didn't purchase this bra size because not really anyone bought it." When Yang Kong heard Qin Feng mention a D cup, he secretly swallowed a couple mouthfuls of saliva, and his gaze subconsciously fell on Li Yuchen's perky chest. "But, we also have intimate undergarment styles. These styles don't have high requirements in cup size. Do you want to take a look, sir?" The female sales representative spoke lowly. It was her first time seeing 2 men accompanying one woman to buy undergarments. "That's not so good, we're here to choose conventional undergarments. Why don't you take us to look first?" Qin Feng spoke with seriousness. Chapter 217. Chapter 217, This Isn't My Car. Li Yuchen's face darkened, and she was too embarrassed to open her mouth. On the other hand, a satisfied smile appeared on Mother Li's face because Qin Feng was quite familiar with her daughter's body. The female sales representative brought the 4 of them to the intimate undergarment section. Different styles hung in the area: nurse, queen, teacher, catwoman, etc. Everything needed was available. The clothing material was extremely thin, and most of it was made of sheer gauze material. Only a couple of sections were made of actual cloth. Once Li Yuchen saw these items, she lowered her head in embarrassment and wanted to find a hole to hide in. "Auntie Li, these undergarments look pretty good, would definitely like it if Chen Chen wore them for me. I believe they will bring unpredictable results. However, there's too little cloth. Wouldn't Chen Chen get a cold wearing them?" Qin Feng liked all the styles he looked at, and spoke with feigned propriety. Mother Li currently sat between Qin Feng and Yang Kong and began to pick. However, she was a bit more partial towards Qin Feng. After all, the Qin family was too rich. Even if Qin Feng's family went to shambles, he would probably still have enough money to be fine for the rest of his life. When Mother Li saw that Qin Feng seemed to like these things, she immediately smiled. "Aren't clothes that are light, soft, and fitted advocated these days? These styles are very fashionable, I think we should just buy a couple back. Chen Chen, what do you say?" Mother Li covertly pinched Li Yuchen's waist as she asked. "Then let's buy one." Li Yuchen was swept with hopelessness. "Then we'll take that pink one. Chen Chen loves pink." Qin Feng pointed at the outfit with the least material. Li Yuchen clenched her teeth because she hated pink. Qin Feng clearly only said that because that outfit was the most revealing and sexy. The female sales representative turned completely red when she looked at the pink outfit. After taking it down, she said to Qin Feng, "Sir, does it need to be tried on?" "No, no, hurry and wrap it up." Li Yuchen quickly waved her hand without waiting for Qin Feng to open his mouth. She would rather die than try something like this here. When Yang Kong saw what Qin Feng chose for Li Yuchen and her shy expression, he thought she liked those things. He became excited, his face flushed, and his heart beat when he thought of how Li Yuchen would look wearing that pink outfit. "Chen, this black lace one looks good as well. Why don't I buy it for you, and when you have time, you can wear it for M." Yang Kong pointed at a black silk outfit and looked at Li Yuchen with a smile. Before he could finish speaking, Li Yuchen glared fiercely at him. "Scram, who wants you to buy me this kind of stuff?" After exiting the undergarment shop, Li Yuchen was in no mood to continue shopping. They left the pedestrian walkway. They seemed to be here specifically to buy Li Yuchen lingerie, and would just go back after. Li Yuchen suppressed her anger, hugged Qin Feng's arm, and walked in front with a huff. Mother Li and Yang Kong were left far behind. The two returned to where the car was parked and they still had not seen Yang Kong and Mother Li come out. Qin Feng casually leaned on Yang Kang's Porsche and waited for them. He had just leaned on the car when he saw a group of good-for-nothings swagger over. "Hey, stinking brat, who let you stop your car here? Is this not a parking spot?" Qin Feng wasn't too familiar with the area and thought cars really couldn't be parked there. You can park here, but you have to pay a parking protection fee." Of the five, a man with dyed purple hair stepped forward. He could tell from Qin Feng's voice that Qin Feng was an outsider, and this hooligan absolutely would not let go of these kinds of rich outsiders. When he saw that Qin Feng was young and drove a Porsche 911, he was prepared to defraud Qin Feng. "We need a protection fee. Is this land yours?" Qin Feng then understood that he met a native hooligan. "You've guessed correctly, brat. Not only is this land ours, this Qingshui town, and wherever this elder looks is this elder's territory." "What, are you dissatisfied, punk?" Purple Hair glared coldly at Qin Feng. The four younger brothers behind him also had fierce expressions, and wanted to scare Qin Feng with their aura. "So this is your land? Then it really doesn't make sense for me to stop the car here." Qin Feng smiled lightly and suddenly said, "Brothers, then what do you say we should do? Don't fucking call us your brothers. Don't think that if you kiss ass your elder won't ask for the payment." When Purple Hair saw that Qin Feng was shocked, he waved his hands and continued to speak with a fierce expression. "By parking here, you've squashed the little grass I'm growing. The grass is my treasure, and I treat them like my own flesh and blood. Now that you've squashed tens of my flesh and blood, what do you say we should do?" Purple Hair wrangled with Qin Feng with a look of seriousness. The younger brothers behind him all were tickled. This is unacceptable, tens of your king." Qin Feng had a lamenting expression. "If we had to calculate, it would be quite a bit in compensation." Purple Hair didn't bring up money, Qin Feng was the one who brought it up. Purple Hair looked at Qin Feng with appraisal and said, "You have pretty good awareness, brat. Then I won't be too calculating. Take out 100,000 and give it to your elder to placate his shock." Qin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He said with a bit of anger, 100,000. "Brother, that doesn't sound so good." Purple Hair and his four underlings immediately rolled up their sleeves and glared fiercely at Qin Feng. "What the hell? You squashed tens of your elders' kin to death and you still don't want to pay up? Don't be too agitated, brothers, of course the money has to be repaid. I just felt that it was a bit too little. After all, it's tens of your kin," Qin Feng said with a laugh. Now it was time for Purple Hair and his lackeys to be frozen in shock. The 100,000 was meant to be an exorbitant price, they just said casually. They thought that even if Qin Feng refused to pay, it would be fine if they could negotiate a price and get tens of thousands. They would have never guessed this person would raise the price on his own. As they say, there are a lot of people that are crazy and have lots of money. Purple Hair and the other four thought to themselves that they actually bumped into this kind of person today. Oh, of course the situation wouldn't be resolved with just 100,000. After coming back to his senses, Purple Hair immediately pursed his lips and said, "The 100,000 is for placating my shock. You still have to give 200,000 to compensate for these innocent lives. The total is 300,000. Hurry and cough it up. Otherwise your elders will kill you today." Li Yuchen was attracted by the commotion. When she heard Qin Feng talking to the hooligans, she didn't feel good. She knew Qin Feng's family was rich, but she only now discovered that Qin Feng's brain had problems. The guy originally just wanted to take 100,000 from you, yet you keep urging him and helping him raise the price. If he wasn't an idiot, what was he? Qin Feng, ignore them, let's go. Li Yuchen walked up stormily and tugged Qin Feng to leave. Since Qin Feng came to Qingshui town to help her fake a marriage, Li Yuchen didn't want to see him get extorted by her house. "Oh, what a pretty girl. Where do you want to go? It'll be so great if you stay and play with these older brothers." Li Yuchen immediately rushed forward, and the five hooligans' eyes narrowed. How would they let Li Yuchen pull away Qin Feng and escape? The five people formed a circle and surrounded them. "What do you guys want to do?" "I'm a Qingshui townsperson. Don't think about messing around or I'll call the police." Li Yuchen was disgusted when she saw the lascivious gazes in their eyes. She glared coldly at them. Purple Hair and the other four weren't angry at all. When they examined Li Yuchen up close, they found that this girl was of the highest quality. It was their first time seeing such a beautiful woman, and even her angry expression was extremely mesmerizing. "Brother, is this your girl?" Purple Hair looked at Qin Feng with a playful smile. "This is my wife. Isn't she beautiful?" Qin Feng hugged Li Yuchen in passing, and smiled at the five people with arrogance. "Beautiful, beautiful." Purple Hair now wasn't in the mood for extortion. He wanted to first pull Li Yuchen to an empty corner and do her before anything else. He immediately said to Qin Feng, "Brother, how about this? You don't have to give so much money. Give 100,000 for a shock suppression fee, turn your girl over for your older brother to play with, and we'll call it even. Brothers, what do you think?" The smile on Purple Hair's face became stronger. He felt that the brat Qin Feng had some brain problems right from the beginning, so he believed that Qin Feng would definitely agree to the suggestion. "Qin Feng, you dare." The five of them angered Li Yuchen to death, but she was just a weak girl, so she couldn't defeat five people on her own. At this time, she was afraid Qin Feng would leave her here. She immediately and harshly pinched Qin Feng in the waist and looked angrily at him. "No, no, only I can play with my woman. I'll just pay you guys." Qin Feng immediately waved his hand and hugged Li Yuchen tighter. He could clearly feel the softness at Li Yuchen's chest pressing against him. Li Yuchen glared fiercely at Qin Feng, and warmth suddenly surged through her heart. "Fuck, stinking brat, you're refusing a toast for a drink of punishment. You want to pay? Okay, then give your elder 1,000,000 yuan immediately, or this isn't over." Purple Hair got immediately angry and yelled at Qin Feng. Qin Feng tilted his head and looked at the entrance to the pedestrian walkway. He saw Mother Li and Yang Kong walking over and said with a smile, "Okay, then we'll set it at 1,000,000, and nothing less." Fuck, I've truly met a fucking idiot today. It was the first time Purple Hair met such an idiot. Though he saw that he couldn't get on Li Yuchen, he was satisfied to gain 1,000,000 yuan. He yelled at Qin Feng with a vicious expression, "Take out the $1,000,000 yuan. If you dare trick your elder, see if I don't kill you." Purple Hair was in a hurry to get the money when Yang Kong arrived. When he saw his Porsche surrounded by a group of people, he immediately shouted, "Hey, why are you all grouped around my car? Don't screw my car. Do you know what kind of car it is? It's a Porsche 911, and it's worth over 2 million yuan. Can you afford it if you ruin it?" After seeing Yang Kong run over, Qin Feng hugged Li Yuqin and brought her to the side. He smiled at Purple Hair. "Okay, the car owner is here now. Ask him for the price we agreed upon earlier." Fuck. Purple Hair and the other four immediately froze and suddenly understood. It didn't seem like this brat was the Porsche's owner. No wonder he was so arrogant when talking about the price earlier. The five of them felt that their small hearts were deeply insulted by Qin Feng. "What money are you talking about? Did you hear what your elder said, you five stinking brats? Hurry and stand to the side." Yang Kong didn't know what happened here. At this time, he was extremely unhappy to see a group of people surrounding his Porsche. He didn't buy this car, he couldn't even afford a motorcycle. This was a luxury car that had newly arrived at the repair shop in need of lacquer. Yang Kong never drove such a good car. He secretly drove the car back to the village behind his boss's back to show off. If it got screwed, how could he explain this to his boss? Yang Kang's temper was powerful, but the five hooligans were even more angry. They were originally going to look for trouble with Qin Feng, but when they saw Yang Kong yell at them several times, they immediately rushed up to Yang Kong and fiercely surrounded him. Chapter 218. Chapter 218, Rest Earlier. Fuck. Stinking brat, if you dare yell, these older brothers will kill you. Purple Hair and the rest raised their arms, glared harshly at Yang Kong, and looked as if they were ready to fight at a moment's notice. Yang Kang's arrogant and despotic expression immediately fell limp. He didn't dare yell at the five men again, and his gaze hurriedly swept over the Porsche. He found that there weren't any scratches on it, and it was still undamaged, so he was relieved. "Brothers, it's nothing, it's all a misunderstanding. I won't bother you older brothers, and I'll leave first." The car was fine, so why would Yang Kong need to quarrel with Purple Hair and his crew? At this time, he smiled, waved at the five of them, and prepared to leave. "Stinking brat, who fucking let you leave?" Purple Hair rushed up and pulled Yang Kong back. This brat still owed him 1 million yuan. How would Purple Hair and his group let him leave so easily? "Little Chin, who are these people? What happened?" Mother Li asked while looking anxiously at Qin Feng and Li Yuqin when she saw the dispute occurring by Yang Kong. Li Yuqin and Qin Feng didn't really like Yang Kong. Qin Feng smiled and said, "Auntie, let's hurry and leave. It seems that brat Yang Kong owes those older brothers a high-interest loan of a full 1 million yuan, and now they've come knocking. I'm afraid it'll be troublesome for the brat." Mother Li jumped in shock and asked while not really understanding, "How can that be? Little Yang even told me how big the company he started in Acropolis City was. He said his base yearly income was tens of thousands. Plus, the sports car he's driving seems to be at least a couple million, right?" "Ma, you're so silly. Yang Kong didn't start a company, he's just an employee in a car repair shop. There's an 80% chance that this car belongs to someone who brought their car to the repair shop, and he secretly drove it out." Li Yuqin knew that Yang Kong worked in a car repair shop in Acropolis, and she now backed Qin Feng. This little Yang's conscience is terrible. He even tricked an old woman like me. He deserves to be beaten. Let's hurry and leave. I was prepared to call the police, but now that seems unnecessary." Mother Li changed faster than the speed at which one turned the page of a book. At this time, she already got into the car and she didn't care whether Yang Kong lived or died. Qin Feng and Li Yuqin also got into the car. Qin Feng started the car and kicked up dust as he left. Brother Hare, the idiot ran away. One of Purple Hare's lackeys shouted while weighing Qin Feng drive away in his Benz. Purple Hair was so angry when he saw that he would no longer be able to chase after Qin Feng that he slapped the foolish and noisy lackey's face. He lectured, "Why are you fucking yelling? Do you think I'm an idiot? We've all been cheated by that stinking brat, and I became a huge idiot." Flames of anger arose in Purple Hair's heart. He looked at Yang Kong with an icy expression and was prepared to take his anger out on this brat. "Brothers, we don't even know each other, why do you have to block me?" When Yang Kong saw Qin Feng take the Li mother and daughter away and that he was left to face the 5 hooligans alone, he was so scared that his legs felt limp. "Stinking brat, is this car yours?" Purple Hair ignored Yang Kong and countered the question with his own. Yang Kong felt a bit suspicious, but he still nodded. "This is my car, is something wrong?" "Haha, if this is your car, brat, then that works." A sinister smile suddenly appeared on Purple Hair's face. He exuded coldness as he looked at Yang Kang's back. "Hurry and cough up 1,000,000 yuan to compensate for this elder's mental damage, brat." "Fuck, 1,000,000. You're crazy." When Yang Kong heard the number 1,000,000, he was so shocked that he yelled. He even forgot that the 5 standing before him were hooligans. "Damn, you're even fucking yelling." Purple Hair smacked Yang Kang's head and spoke ruthlessly, "Stinking brat, you don't want to pay up? Then we'll break off your arms and legs and throw them into the river to feed the fish." Yang Kong was so frightened that he trembled from head to toe. He asked carefully, "Big brothers, how did I offend you? I can change. Is it not enough to apologize to all of you elders? Actually, you didn't offend us, brat, but you're just out of luck. That stinking Benz driving brat from earlier pretended to be the owner of your Porsche and suggested himself that he would compensate your elder 1,000,000 yuan for the mental damage of squashing our grass. Now that the brat drove away, and this car is actually yours, then you give the money," Purple Hair said with a laugh as he looked at Yang Kong. At this time, Yang Kong wanted to kill himself. He gritted his teeth and mentally cursed Qin Feng and 18 generations of his ancestors. Achoo! Qin Feng already returned to Li Yuchen's house. Once he entered, he sneezed a good number of times. "Little Qin, are you sick? Do you want some cold medicine?" Mother Li asked caringly. Qin Feng waved his hand and said, "There's no need. I think someone was cursing me behind my back, don't worry." "Okay, then go rest and watch TV with Chin Chin in the living room. I'll go prepare dinner. Just stay here tonight and leave tomorrow, little Qin." Under Mother Li's insistence, Li Yuchen and Qin Feng could only stay for the night and return to Acropolis the next morning. Li Yuchen thought that Mother Li only did this because her mother had not seen her for so long and didn't want her to leave so quickly. However, Qin Feng could see Mother Li's true intentions. She wanted him to stay for the night and see whether or not he and Li Yuchen had gotten to the stage where they slept on the same bed. Not long later, it was dinner time. This meal was a banquet with Li Yuchen's family and Qin Feng, so it was much quieter than the village feast at lunch. "Little Qin, we invited too many people for lunch, so you probably didn't eat well. Auntie put a lot of effort into making dinner, so you have to eat more." 4 people sat surrounding a small dinner table. Mother Li was very enthusiastic and kept getting food for Qin Feng. Father Li was much more introverted, so he was silent the entire time and just said a couple of words occasionally when clinking his cup with Qin Feng's and drinking wine with him. "Chin Chin, you brat, how could you eat just caring about yourself? Get some food for little Qin. If you marry into the rich family like this, they'll say you have no manners." Mother Li hit Li Yuqin with her chopsticks. Li Yuqin pursed her lips and threw a large pepper into Qin Feng's bowl. Qin Feng didn't express weakness. He got a large wood ear and gave it to Li Yuqin. Qin, try this wood ear and see if its texture is good. Li Yuqin lived in the city for a while, so she heard of the innuendos. Now, she almost choked on her bite of rice and coughed while drinking water. Look at this brat, she's like a starved ghost that got reincarnated. Can't you eat more slowly? Is little Qin going to compete with you for food? Li Yuqin was extremely angry. She reached under the table and harshly pinched Qin Feng's thigh. She pinched with all of her strength. Ow! Qin Feng was unprepared, and he suddenly yelped in pain. However, the shout was a bit strange. It seemed to have both pain and happiness. Father and Mother Li had expressions of awkwardness after hearing it. Dearest, why are you shouting while eating? After pinching Qin Feng, Li Yuqin looked at him with a smile. Qin Feng suddenly smiled evilly. Nothing much, let's continue eating. After speaking, Li Yuqin felt a large hand suddenly reach under her purple dress and creep upwards. If Li Yuqin didn't react in time and quickly clamp her legs together, Qin Feng would have touched her underwear. This time, Qin Feng also did this without warning, and Li Yuqin couldn't help but shout. Mother Li thought something was strange when Qin Feng made that weird sound earlier, and now that she heard her daughter cry out as well, she suddenly lifted the tablecloth and bent down to look over. After looking, Mother Li was shocked. Then, she laughed meaningfully. Little Qin, you rushed over all the way from Acropolis and you've been busy all day. You must be very tired. I'll take you and Qin to your room. Wash up and rest early. When she saw Qin Feng's hand up her daughter's skirt, how could she not know what he was thinking? Father Li's reaction was slower. He clearly didn't realize what was going on under the table. He glared at Mother Li with a bit of anger and said, "It hasn't been long since little Qin sat down to eat, why are you telling him to sleep? Oh, you old woman, has your head gone bad?" Mother Li slapped Father Li on the shoulder and said fiercely, "You're too slow, old man, I don't even want to explain. I said little Qin is tired, so he is. You just eat your food. You're unable to achieve anything good, but you're good at ruining things." Mother Li expressed a whirlwind of ferociousness. Father Li could only bow his head and drink his wine of sorrows. He didn't speak any more. "Little Qin, I'll bring you to your room. You'll stay in Qin's old room tonight. I've swiped it to a double bed a long time ago and cleaned the room as well. You two can just wash up and sleep. Ma, I'll sleep with you tonight, let Dad sleep with Qin Feng. I haven't seen you for so long and I miss you." After hearing that she had to sleep in the same room and bed as Qin Feng, she immediately became nervous. "How old are you? You still want to sleep with your mom? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if this gets out?" How could Mother Li consent to Li Yuqin's request? She said severely, "Sleep with Qin Feng tonight. It's not like you haven't slept together before, what do you have to be shy about, you silly child?" Li Yuqin finally understood why her mom insisted she and Qin Feng stay for the night. However, by the time she understood, it was too late. The two of them followed Mother Li into the room and arrived at a room that was around 20 square meters. There weren't really any decorations in the room, and the walls were peeling a bit. However, everything was very neat. One could tell from a glance that the large red bedding and bed sheets were freshly changed. "Little Qin, our house definitely cannot compare to the mansion you usually live in, so we'll have to inconvenience you for tonight," Mother Li said to Qin Feng with a happy smile. "You're too severe, Auntie, this house has a good ambience," Qin Feng said with a smile. He suddenly looked at Li Yuqin. "As long as I'm with Qin, I can sleep anywhere." Right, you're such a good person, little Chin, you're not arrogant. Auntie is liking you more and more. Motherly couldn't stop smiling. Hurry and wash up first, I'm going to leave. Motherly brought the two of them into the room, left a knowing smile, immediately closed the door and exited. Only Chin Feng and Li Yuqin were left in the room. Chapter 219. Chapter 219, Can't Give Up Halfway. Chin Feng sat on the large bed, and Li Yuqin stood nervously to the side. The atmosphere instantly became awkward. Chin Feng, it's pretty cold up here on the mountain at night. When you sleep on the ground later, use this blanket behind the bed. Don't see a cold. Li Yuqin suddenly smiled sweetly at Chin Feng. Chin Feng had a look of suspicion. Chin, why would I sleep on the ground? I'm sleeping on the bed tonight. Li Yuqin's smile froze. She and Chin Feng were just pretending to be a couple. How could she possibly sleep on the same bed as Chin Feng? Thus, one person had to sleep on the ground tonight. Li Yuqin thought that as a woman, her body had to be more fragile, so she'd have Chin Feng sleep on the ground. In the end, this guy acted cluelessly and shamelessly. Li Yuqin sat angrily beside Chin Feng and glared at him. Chin Feng, if you don't sleep on the ground, don't tell me you want me to sleep on the ground. Are you not a man? Chin Feng and Li Yuqin were sitting so close together that Chin Feng could clearly smell her fragrant body. Also, since Li Yuqin was nervous, a fair amount of fragrant sweat also poured out of her. Some of her hair stuck to her head, and she was extremely charming. Chin Feng's gaze unconsciously fell onto Li Yuqin's body. Under the yellow light, her refined, beautiful face was soft and emitted an entrancing radiance. Her light purple, form-fitting dress emphasized the full curves of her chest, and her long, beautiful legs were extremely alluring. They seemed to emit a light fragrance that drifted over, making one want to go up and kiss them a couple of times. Previously, Chin Feng never thought that he would have the opportunity to sleep under the same roof as Li Yuqin. Now that they sat so closely together on one large bed, he felt a flame ignite in his abdomen, and the gaze that he used to look at Li Yuqin changed slightly. I'm asking you something, are you a man or not? When she saw that Chin Feng was taking a long time to respond, Li Yuqin asked her question again with a huff. Under such an ambiguous atmosphere, these words incited a different meaning for Chin Feng. He suddenly pressed Li Yuqin onto the bed and looked at her with an evil smile. You'll find out in a bit whether or not this young master is a man or not. He pressed Li Yuqin down, raised the bottom of her dress to the middle of her waist, hugged her waist, and kissed her snow-white neck. Li Yuqin was shocked by Chin Feng's sudden actions. She stared stupidly at Chin Feng with wide-eyed shock, and even forgot to resist. In the moment of distraction, Chin Feng felt up her body. Ah! Chin Feng, what are you doing? Let go of me. After Li Yuqin regained her senses, she suddenly shouted. With a bang, the room door was suddenly shoved open. Motherly ran into the room holding a bag. Chin, what's wrong? After speaking, Motherly felt that her words were superfluous. She saw Chin Feng pressing down her daughter and felt a wave of regret. She was disrupting little Chin and her daughter's proper business. Ma, hurry up and save me. Motherly's sudden entrance made Chin Feng jump in fright. Li Yuqin grabbed the opportunity to slip out and run to her mother's side. She hugged her mother's arm and had a frightened and doubtful expression. "Oh, you're so dramatic, you little brat. Ma was wrong, okay? Ma shouldn't have burst in and disturbed you too." Motherly thought her daughter was pretending because she was shy. She raised the bag in her arms and smiled. "Right, Ma came here to bring this to you guys. Doesn't little Chin like this? You'll be sure to look good wearing this later." "Alright, Ma's leaving. Don't worry, this time no one else will be interrupting you too. Mother Li placed the bag in her hand on the table and smiled meaningfully at her daughter before hurriedly running out of the room. Li Yuchen stood there in a daze, and she wondered if this mother really gave birth to her. Qin Feng was already prepared to force himself on her, yet her mom brought in the newly bought lingerie and encouraged Qin Feng to continue. Qin Feng, don't come over. If you mess around tonight, I swear I'll kill you. Qin Feng already came back to his senses. He suppressed the fire within him and stalked towards Li Yuchen. Li Yuchen immediately picked up a pair of scissors from the desk and stared at Qin Feng with alarm. Qin Feng laughed as he shook his head. He ignored Li Yuchen's movements, arrived at the desk, and took out the pink undergarments from the bag. At the time, because there were a lot of people in the store, Qin Feng didn't look closely at the outfit. Now that he considered it from up close, he found that the outfit was too fiery. If Li Yuchen really wore it, Qin Feng would definitely get a nosebleed. You pervert, put that away. Don't get any ideas, I won't wear that for you even if I died. Li Yuchen was so angry that she gnashed her teeth as she weighed Qin Feng's actions. She knew Qin Feng was a huge pervert. How could she be so muddle-headed and bring this pervert home? General Manager Li, put the scissors down, I was just playing around with you at first. Qin Feng became stern. Li Yuchen didn't immediately forego her alarm. She said coldly, then sleep on the floor tonight. Then hold the scissors and stand by the door the whole night. Qin Feng's lips curled, and he already began removing his clothes. Hey, why are you taking off your clothes? Don't think I'm just trying to scare you, I really will kill you. Li Yuchen blanched at the sight of Qin Feng sitting on the bed leisurely beginning to remove his clothes. Big sister, you're sleeping without removing your clothes. Qin Feng rolled his eyes at Li Yuchen. What did you call me? Big sister. I'm not that old, I'm only 25 this year, okay? Li Yuchen was unbearably angered by Qin Feng calling her big sister, and she forgot about Qin Feng's immoral behavior. So what if you're 25? Nowadays, if girls don't know how to take care of themselves, a 20-year-old can look like a 40-year-old, and if a 40-year-old takes care of herself, she can look as fresh as a 20-year-old. Qin Feng said with curled lips, either way, you look like an old, 35-year-old woman. Forcing oneself on a woman would bring her physical and mental pain. Saying a woman was old would inflict heavy damage on her mind and spirit. After hearing Qin Feng say she looked like an old, 35-year-old woman, she immediately exploded, and even forgot the potential threat Qin Feng posed to her. Qin Feng, you actually said I look like a 35-year-old woman. I'll kill you. Li Yuchen rushed forward with the scissors in hand, and looked like she wanted to kill Qin Feng right then herself. The corner of Qin Feng's lips lifted into a smile that expressed that he had gotten his way. Li Yuchen had just gotten onto the bed when he swept her tightly into his embrace and deftly wrested the scissors out of her hand. General Manager Li, your body smells so good. Qin Feng sniffed from Li Yuchen's lower abdomen to her nose. Li Yuchen only felt a gust of hot air coming from Qin Feng's mouth. Her whole body IED, and she immediately fell limp. Qin Feng, you horrible person, let go of me. Li Yuchen had no strength to struggle, and she could only use words to threaten Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He released Li Yuchen's body and said with seriousness, General Manager Li, I won't force you, but I also don't have the habit of sleeping on the ground, so I hope you don't force me as well. After seeing that Qin Feng released her and had a look of propriety, Li Yuchen also quickly calmed down, but we can't possibly sleep on the same bed. We certainly have to sleep on the same bed, and we have to cause a ruckus as well, Qin Feng suddenly said. Up until now, he still hadn't received the system's notification, so the quest regarding Li Yuchen's marriage and treaty headaches had not been completed. This quest depended on Mother Li's attitude. It was clear that Mother Li still didn't completely believe in the relationship between him and Li Yuqin. What do you mean? Li Yuqin hugged her chest and shrank into the corner as she looked at Qin Feng with alarm. If my guess is correct, Auntie hasn't left. She's currently squatting outside the door and listening to the sounds coming from this room, Qin Feng said with a lowered voice. Li Yuqin's expression changed slightly. At this time, her thoughts returned to the task at hand. She looked at Qin Feng coldly and said, "Then what should we do?" Qin Feng said nothing. He suddenly turned the room's light off and swept Li Yuqin tightly into his embrace. Li Yuqin jumped in shock, and immediately yelped. However, she hadn't yelled twice when she stopped and felt a gust of warmth pass towards her ear. "Manager Li, look at the window. Auntie's shadow is really clear, isn't it?" Li Yuqin immediately looked towards the window. When the lights were on, it wasn't evident, but now that the lights were off, she could clearly see Mother Li's shadow from the moonlight on the window. Is this really my birth mother? I really give up. After realizing why Qin Feng turned off the lights, she calmed down. However, once she thought of her mother hiding by the window and listening to the sounds inside the room, she didn't know what to say. "Qin Feng, hurry and let go of me." Once she realized that Qin Feng was still hugging her, Li Yuqin immediately began to struggle. Qin Feng was in no hurry to let go. He blew another breath of hot air into her ear. "I can't let go yet, Auntie is still monitoring us. She isn't completely convinced of our relationship, so you have to pretend to shout." Li Yuqin turned completely red from the hot air Qin Feng was blowing into her ear. She said lowly, "Shout what?" "Love-making sounds," Qin Feng said helplessly. Li Yuqin's face darkened. She would rather die than make love-making sounds in front of Qin Feng. "That's impossible." Li Yuqin immediately refused and said coldly, "Plus, I don't know how to shout." "No way, you've never had a boyfriend. You've never done it?" Qin Feng asked. Li Yuqin's neck was already red. She said unhappily, "No. And other than my dad, you're the first man who has hugged me, you stinking brat. Hurry up and let go of me. But if you don't shout, Auntie won't believe us. We'd have wasted half a day's effort for nothing." Qin Feng wouldn't just give up. Since he came to Qingshui town this time, he had to complete Li Yuqin's quest before going home. In actuality, Li Yuqin didn't want to give up halfway. Mother Li forcing her to get married was currently her largest headache. "Then what should we do?" Li Yuqin asked helplessly. Though one has never eaten pork, they must have seen a pork run. "Pretend to shout twice." Qin Feng spoke while beginning to use his legs to shake the bed. This bed was an old-styled metal spring bed. Just by moving slightly, squeaks would form. At this time, Qin Feng used his strength to step on the bed, and the metal bed made unceasing squeaking noises. "Qin Feng, what are you doing?" Li Yuqin jumped in shock. "Coordinating with you. If the bed doesn't make noises, how could we express how intense our fighting is?" Qin Feng smiled evilly. Li Yuqin's charming face was about to drip sweat. She was about to go crazy. After hearing the metal bed's noises get louder and louder, she was at her wit's end. She could only clear her throat and yell suddenly. "Ah! That's too soft, you're insulting my abilities," Qin Feng said with dissatisfaction. "Ah!" Li Yuqin glared at Qin Feng. This time, the sound was so loud she even scared herself. Qin Feng's expression darkened and he said coldly, "Are you giving birth? Your shouts have no feeling whatsoever." Chapter 220. Chapter 220, You two have to spend it well. Li Yuqin was about to cry. She harshly pinched Qin Feng's waist. Tonight she thought she might as well throw caution to the wind. Stinking brat, I'll let you off for tonight. After this situation passes, don't mention it to anyone. If you go around talking about it at work, I'll kill you for sure. Li Yuchen first threatened Qin Feng before completely letting go. She then shouted continuously, and she learned quickly. She was filled with feeling and the sounds were great in voice and expression. While listening, Qin Feng couldn't take it. Ding! Congratulations host Qin Feng for completing the quest to help Li Yuchen rid herself of marriage entreaty headaches. The system awards you 2,000 hedonist points. The system's announcement suddenly resounded in Qin Feng's head. He was extremely excited. This quest gained him 2,000 hedonist points, so he could choose more treasures. Since the quest was completed, this meant that Motherly completely believed in the relationship between Qin Feng and Li Yuchen. Qin Feng also guessed that Motherly must have already left. He looked out the window, and the shadow had indeed disappeared. However, Li Yuchen's shouts hadn't stopped. And the more she acted, the more intense it became. Qin Feng thought to himself, and in the end he didn't interrupt Li Yuchen. He lay quietly on the bed and basked in the hot-blooded, passionate, and alluring nighttime song. A long while later. Qin Feng, why aren't you shaking the bed anymore? Li Yuchen suddenly spoke, are you tired? Hang in there for a bit longer, I've been yelling until my throat is hoarse, but I still haven't stopped. Auntie already left. Qin Feng said helplessly. Li Yuchen's shouting immediately ceased. She looked out the window and found that her mother really had left. Qin Feng, when did my mom leave? Li Yuchen asked a bit awkwardly. She left a while ago, it's been at least 10 minutes, Qin Feng's lips curled. Stinking brat, you knew my mom left and you didn't tell me. Did you do it on purpose? Li Yuchen was so angry that her face darkened. She pinched Qin Feng's waist several times. I told you, but you were shouting too loudly, and you looked to be really enjoying it. I thought you found a new hobby, so I didn't interrupt you, Qin Feng said seriously. Li Yuchen felt extremely awkward and thought Qin Feng really did call her. At this time, she immediately pulled up a blanket and covered herself. She didn't remove her clothes and prepared to sleep. If my mom left, that means she completely believes in our relationship. Now we can sleep honestly. Don't talk to me anymore. Li Yuchen had just laid down when she immediately sat up. She picked up a small wooden plank from the desk and placed it in the middle of the bed. Then, she glared coldly at Qin Feng and said, Qin Feng, this is the dividing line tonight. If you pass this line, then you're a beast. As she said this, Li Yuchen lay back down and stuck her body to the edge of the bed, intentionally keeping a distance from Qin Feng. Qin Feng stared blankly at the small wooden plank for a good while and suddenly thought of a story from when he first became dissolute. If you pass this dividing line tonight, you're a beast. These words had a hidden meaning. If you don't pass this dividing line tonight, you're not even comparable to a beast. Qin Feng considered this carefully for a while. He felt that since he wasn't a beast, and wasn't uncomparable to a beast even more, if he had to choose between these two, he'd chose to be a beast. Suddenly, Qin Feng passed the line, pounced at Li Yuchen, and hugged her tightly. He found that her body was soft and pliant. When he hugged her, she was warm and fragrant, so it was very comfortable. Qin Feng, you beast. Let go of me, you brute. Li Yuchen was so shocked that she struggled with her arms and legs. General Manager Li, if I don't touch you, then I won't even be comparable to a beast, so you're making things difficult for me. Qin Feng spoke innocently as he kissed Li Yuchen's neck. Li Yuchen suddenly thought of the joke and was angered by Qin Feng. Are you crazy? Hurry and let go of me. I'll just get rid of the dividing line. Qin Feng only let go after this. He swore he wasn't actually trying to violate Li Yuqin, he just really cared about his reputation. Qin Feng didn't bother Li Yuqin again for the rest of the night. Initially, Li Yuqin was a bit worried, but she slowly fell soundly asleep. The early morning sun shined through the window and right onto Li Yuqin's face. She opened her sleepy eyes. It was a new and beautiful day. The awakened Li Yuqin found that something was pressing down on her. She turned her head to look and jumped in fright. Last night, the two of them each slept with their own blanket, but Qin Feng kicked his blanket to the ground. And maybe because it was too cold at night, he made his way under Li Yuqin's blanket. One of his legs was propped atop Li Yuqin's thigh, and one hand tightly hugged Li Yuqin's neck. Their faces were almost touching, and Li Yuqin was so angry that she was about to explode. But before she could kick Qin Feng away, she heard a feeble voice pass out of Qin Feng's lips. "Mommy, where did you go? Why aren't you coming to look for me?" Li Yuqin froze immediately, and an unnamed forlornness surged through her heart. It was her first time considering Qin Feng so closely. The sun shone on his face, and he was handsome and fair. He was still in a deep sleep and looked like a cute and mischievous child. The Qin Feng Li Yuqin saw was always vulgar, improper, and careless, but the Qin Feng she saw now was weak, pure, and even made one want to pamper him. In the end, she retracted the lily-white hand she was going to use to slap Qin Feng in the face and lightly placed it on his shoulder. She even found a more comfortable position and let Qin Feng continue to sleep peacefully. After who knew how long, Li Yuqin felt something damp tickling her lips. She opened her eyes again to see a handsome and refined face with an evil smile very close to her face. Qin Feng was already awake, and he was secretly kissing the lips of the dreaming Li Yuqin. "Ah! Qin Feng, you're shameless." Li Yuqin pushed Qin Feng away. She woke up once earlier, found that Qin Feng was still sleeping, and kind-heartedly let him continue sleeping while leaning against her. Li Yuqin slowly fell asleep as well, and didn't think that when she woke up again Qin Feng would secretly steal her first kiss. She finally understood a general truth: pitiful people must have hateful traits. "General Manager Li, why are you so excited?" Though Qin Feng was caught secretly kissing her, he maintained a straight face and was unfazed. This clearly wasn't his first time doing something like this. "You're even secretly kissing me while I'm sleeping. Qin Feng, only a vile person like you would take advantage of someone when they are vulnerable." Li Yuqin really regretted not kicking Qin Feng off the bed the first time she woke up. "I didn't kiss you secretly, you said you wanted me to kiss you," Qin Feng said confidently. "You're lying, how could I possibly let you kiss me? Stop dreaming." Li Yuqin clenched her teeth with anger. She never met anyone more shameless than Qin Feng. "If you don't believe me, then forget it. You were talking in your sleep. You wanted me to kiss you, and kiss you strongly. General Manager Li, you weren't having wet dreams in the morning, were you?" Qin Feng grinned evilly. How could Li Yuqin believe Qin Feng's nonsense? She didn't even want to waste any words on someone as impossibly brazen as Qin Feng. She got out of bed to wash up first. After both people finished washing, Mother Li suddenly opened the room door and came in. When she saw Qin Feng and her blushing daughter, she said with a laugh, "You're both awake. Why don't you sleep more? You spent so much energy last night, you have to regain it." Li Yuqin's face was red because Qin Feng made her angry earlier. However, once she heard her mother's words, her face became flushed with embarrassment. "Ma, Qin Feng and I have to go back after breakfast, we still have things to do. We'll take some time to come see you next time." Li Yuqin had enough for this trip, and she was in a hurry to get back and draw a clear boundary line with Qin Feng from here on out. Mother Li looked a bit unwilling to part with them. She nodded and said, Chin, go to the kitchen and help your father serve the food. I'll say a couple things to little Chin. Okay, I'll go first. Li Yuchen responded to her mother's words, and when she left, she glared fiercely at Qin Feng. What she meant was for Qin Feng not to say anything crazy or she'd get him. Little Qin, sit on the bed, don't be polite with Auntie. After Li Yuchen left, Mother Li and Qin Feng sat on the edge of the bed. Mother Li looked around the room and asked, Little Qin, Chin should have been very accommodating last night, right? Accommodating, very accommodating. That's good, that's good. You two didn't use contraceptives, right? Mother Li continued to ask. Qin Feng thought for a bit and said, no. They didn't use contraceptives last night because they didn't even do it. After Mother Li heard this, she felt reassured. She suddenly grabbed Qin Feng's hand and revealed a rare serious expression. She said earnestly, Little Qin, do you think Auntie is loud with a violent temper? Or a snob? Mother Li laughed without waiting for Qin Feng's response. You don't have to say it because I know that's the kind of person I am. Auntie and your uncle have been in Qingshui town our whole lives and farming is our source of livelihood. We gave birth to that girl Chin. She's sensible and obedient. Not a lot of people's children got into college, but that year Chin was the sole girl in the group that got into college. I can see how hardworking and diligent she is, and I know she's different from me. Her personality is more like her father's, she's kind and doesn't pursue money or power. She's a good, simple and hardworking child. But whose parents don't hope their daughter could have a better life? Your uncle and I had difficult lives, so we don't want to see Chin follow in our footsteps. We can't give her an opulent life, but we hope she can marry into a good family and have this kind of life. You can dislike a snob like your auntie, I certainly wouldn't mind, but Chin is a good girl. If you truly love her, take good care of her. Though Auntie wants her to marry into a rich family, I hope she can truly be happy. As she spoke, Mother Li choked with sobs. Qin Feng saw that she no longer had the strong and domineering expression she did previously, she was just a caring mother that worried about her daughter. Everyone has an outer and inner side. The exterior is for everyone, while the interior is only revealed before the select few that one truly trusts. How pitiful is a parent's heart. Little Qin, can you understand Auntie? I love that girl Chin too much. Mother Li cried. She let go and cried until her sobs fell silent. Qin Feng hadn't seen his own mother since he was really young, and he suddenly saw deep motherly love in Mother Li. Auntie, don't worry, Chin will definitely be very happy. A beautiful and capable girl like her is a treasure these days. Qin Feng's eyes were slightly red. He reached out and helped wipe the tears off Mother Li's face. Mother Li cried for a good while before her emotions stabilized. She stood suddenly and said with a smile, I've made a fool of myself. I'm so old and I'm still crying. Alright, your words earlier made Auntie feel reassured. I hope you can live happily and blessedly with Chin. Let's go, breakfast is ready, let's eat. The atmosphere at breakfast was a bit heavy because everyone knew it was time to part. After the meal was over, Li Yuchen hugged her parents with red eyes. After saying parting words, she walked out the door with Qin Feng. Chin, little Qin, you have to live happily, and come home often when you have time. After seeing Qin Feng had already started the car, Mother Li's eyes moistened as she yelled. Father Li was not good at expressing himself, but long after Qin Feng's car disappeared from sight, Father Li continued to sit on the large rock at the entrance. He smoked silently and unconsciously made the subtle motion of someone brushing their tears. Chapter 221. Chapter 221, Do you have a cold? Sky City, Su family mansion. In the middle of the spacious lobby, two groups of people sat separately, filling in the left and right sides. These two groups of people were members of Sky City's Su family and members of the capital's Wei family. Based off their serious expressions and the current cold atmosphere, the conversation between them was not going well. A middle-aged man sat in the uppermost part of a row on the left side. He was large, tall, and facial hair covered his face. From the exterior, he looked a bit like Li Kuei. He was called Wei Fengnian, and he was Wei Xiaolei's father. Miss Su, I personally came all the way from the capital to your home, so this should adequately express our Wei family's sincerity. This time, I came regarding my beloved son Wei Xiaolei's mysterious death. At the time, Miss Su just so happened to be racing at Coiled Snake Mountain, so if something happened, please give this old man any leads you have. If the leads are useful, the Wei family will naturally compensate your Su family. Wei Fengnian came to the Su house for one reason, to find out who killed his son and Williams. The person sitting on the uppermost seat on the right side was a dignified and virtuous woman. She was so beautiful she could topple cities and states, and her refined face didn't have too much makeup. Just natural, simple makeup was enough to make onlookers unable to peel their eyes away from her. Sky City's moniker for her as the #1 noble beauty was extremely apt. Not only was she as beautiful as an angel, her bearing and composure were even more enticing. She looked to be a girl of around 25, yet she had this calmness. When facing the incumbent head of the capital's Wei family, she didn't possess even a sliver of nervousness. A woman with both this kind of beauty and ability was extremely rare. Uncle Wei, I'm really sorry. I did indeed go to Coiled Snake Mountain to race for my own personal reasons that day, but after the race was over, I went straight back to Sky City. I really didn't know a murder occurred that day. Though I really want to help, I have no ability to do so. As Su Qiuyu spoke, a polite smile stayed on her face. Her gaze towards Wei Fengnian was neither servile nor overbearing, and she spoke indifferently. Wei Fengnian's face fell slightly because according to the news the Wei family got from their scout that went to Acropolis City's Coiled Snake Mountain previously, Su Qiuyu left really late that night. She only left after the other racers left. This Su Qiuyu was clearly lying. Miss Su, is there something you can't say? Wei Fengnian's voice became a bit more icy. He looked severely at Su Qiuyu. If I didn't have any leads reported back to me, I wouldn't have come to bother the Su family. Why must you hide something from me? Are you not going to give this old man some face? You should understand my pain from mourning for my son. Su Qiuyu really did lie. The moment she opened her mouth, the image of a man floated in her mind. It was Qin Feng. That night, she saw Qin Feng kill Wei Xiaolei and Williams with her own eyes. After that, she even gave Qin Feng the 100-year blood lotus. She lied because she cared about Qin Feng. Conversely, she already used Qin Feng, and she wasn't done using him, so she couldn't confess and turn him in. Uncle Wei, I'm just a little girl, why would I lie to you? As Su Qiuyu spoke, her expression didn't change. Her pretty eyes calmly weighed Wei Fengnian. She said, I have nothing to hide. I really didn't see anything else that night. Otherwise, why wouldn't I do you this favor that would cost me very little, Uncle Wei? Su Qiuyu's attitude was as clear as before, she knew nothing. However, Wei Fengnian could tell she was hiding something. His gaze immediately turned cold. He tightly squeezed the wooden armrest of the chair, and with a sudden burst of strength, the armrest splintered into dust with a hakacha. The row of people on Su Qiuyu's side stood immediately and looked at the people across from them in alarm. Then, Wei Fengnian's people also stood in succession and glared at the Su family members. In an instant, the atmosphere ignited and seemed as if it would explode with one touch. Wei Fengnian didn't bring the Wei family members to the Su house to incite any discord. Though the Wei family was one of the 5 most influential families in the capital, since they were in Sky City, this was the Su family's territory. Wei Fengnian knew that a powerful dragon could not suppress a native serpent. However, he was this perturbed for a very important reason. His son Wei Xiaolei wasn't the only person that died on Coiled Snake Mountain. There was also Williams, a member of a family with special abilities who came from America as a guest of the Wei family. Williams was a well-known figure of the younger generation of the William family. He was only 24, yet he had special strength abilities. After discovering William's death, the elders of the William family were thunderously angry. They placed all the blame on the capital's Wei family, demanded that the Wei family find the murderer within 3 months, and also that they personally bring his corpse to the William family. Otherwise, the William family would send people to China and declare war against the Wei family until it was completely eradicated. The Wei family and the William family were large families, so if violence really broke out, it wouldn't be good for anyone. This was why Wei Fengnian placed such importance on the matter. Not only did he have to find who killed his son and take revenge, he also had to give the William family an explanation. Uncle Wei, I've already said all I could. Su Qiuyu stood slowly, and her voice was as calm as ever as she said, if you're using this matter as an excuse to provoke our Su family, then I won't just sit and watch. Even if the Su family isn't comparable to the capital's Wei family, if the Wei family wants to oppose us in Sky City, it won't be pleasant for you either. Wei Fengnian expressed his opinion, and Su Qiuyu expressed her opinion as well. Plus, Su Qiuyu's attitude was even stronger. She directly put everything out in the open and claimed Wei Fengnian was intentionally coming to pick a fight. Wei Fengnian was so angry that he clenched his fists so hard they made popping noises. He only had to give the command, and the 2 sides would be swept into a bloodbath. However, Wei Fengnian had to clearly consider what kind of results would ensue. A while later, Wei Fengnian sighed, and his fists suddenly relaxed. He thought of the outcome, and at the moment, he couldn't accept it. Miss Su, you've misunderstood me. This old man only came here today out of love for his son. Because the son I love is suddenly gone, maybe I was too agitated. I hope you won't take offense, Miss Su. Since you really don't know anything about this matter, then I won't linger too long. Wei Fengnian made a compromise. He waved his large hand and took the initiative to walk out the door, back to the capital. Uncle Li, help me send off my guest. Su Qiuyu said. A gray-haired, elderly man walked out and brought the Wei family members out of the Su family mansion. Not long after they left, a maid ran out of the inner room. She looked anxiously at Su Qiuyu and said, Elder Miss Su, bad news, Master is coughing up blood again. How could this be? Didn't we get medicine from the doctor? Su Qiuyu's expression changed completely as she immediately followed the maid into the inner room. Hurry and take me to see. Older brother, I can't help feeling that damn Su girl is hiding something from us. Are we really going to leave just like that? Wei Fengnian and his men had just left the Su family mansion when a man with a long braid yelled coldly. This was Wei Fengnian's second younger brother, Wei Haotang. The Wei elders' main intent in sending the 2 brothers was to uncover the truth. Then what do you want to do, run back and start a bloody battle with the Su family? We only brought a couple of people. If we really fought, could you really get back alive? Wei Fengnian glared at his second brother and spoke with dissatisfaction. Older brother, I'm clear on what you said, but we ran all the way here to Sky City, yet we haven't even been here for 2 hours and we have to hurriedly rush back. I'm not satisfied with the results yet. Wei Haotang furrowed his brows and said, plus, the William family gave us a time limit, so we have to hurry and find the culprit, or we'll have to start a war sooner or later. Wei Fengnian suddenly stopped. He was naturally well aware of all the things second younger brother was saying. After leaving the Su family, he kept thinking about his future plans. He looked at Wei Haoteng and said, "Second younger brother, take a couple of people, stay in Sky City, and secretly monitor the Su family's recent movements. Since the Su family elder didn't show up and let a silly little girl speak with us directly though we came all the way here, I suspect that some problems have arisen within the Su family. This problem probably relates to the culprit. Help me look into it, and once there's any news, tell me." All that Wei Fengnian said was just his conjectures, but one could tell from this that Wei Fengnian was pretty shrewd. He left his second younger brother in Sky City to continue monitoring the Su family situation while he prepared to return to the capital to use the family's power to inquire about the situation through other channels. By approaching the problem from two angles, he believed that the truth would quickly be revealed. "Okay, don't worry, eldest brother, I will unwaveringly glue my eyes to the Su family," Wei Haoteng said calmly. "You four stay and protect Haoteng, you three follow me back to the capital." Wei Fengnian waved his hand and grandly led the three people away. Qin Feng drove Li Yuqin, and they were already back at Acropolis City. Li Yuqin exhaled deeply in relief once she saw the blue skies and the roads of Acropolis. Yesterday night's ambiguous atmosphere and awkward actions occasionally floated through her mind, and her fair face was constantly tinged with red. "Qin Feng, just take me to the West Lake courtyard. I didn't sleep so well last night, and I'll go back first to have a good sleep," Li Yuqin said to Qin Feng. Her voice was a bit hoarse, so Qin Feng asked a bit suspiciously, "General Managerly, what's wrong with your throat? Did you not cover yourself well with the blanket last night and get sick in consequence?" Once he brought up the blanket, Li Yuqin glared at Qin Feng. Last night, Qin Feng kicked his blanket onto the ground and wormed under her blanket. Two people shared one small blanket, so of course she wasn't covered well. However, because Qin Feng's leg was clamped on Li Yuqin's stomach, there was a heat-preserving effect. Li Yuqin didn't see a cold, her throat was hoarse because she yelled too intensely and for too long last night. "Aren't you ashamed for saying that? You kicked off your blanket and stole mine, how could I not get sick?" Since Li Yuqin saw that Qin Feng didn't realize the true reason her throat was hoarse, how would she tell him? That would be deathly embarrassing. "So that's what happened," Qin Feng said with seriousness. "Then you're pretty normal, General Managerly. Funny story. I have a beautiful girlfriend, she once woke up with a hoarse throat as well, but it wasn't because she got sick. She shouted for half the night in bed, and forcefully yelled until her throat turned hoarse." "Ha, isn't she funny?" As Qin Feng said this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Li Yuqin blanched. She knew Qin Feng was talking about her, and she just discovered that she was played by Qin Feng once again. Chapter 222. Chapter 222, Flying Dragon Armor Fusion. When the car stopped outside the West Lake Courtyard District, every part of Qin Feng's body was pinched ruthlessly by Li Yuqin. "You stupid pervert, I don't want to ever see you again." Li Yuqin finally made it home. She gave Qin Feng an angry glare and got out of the car. She swore she would never sit in a car Qin Feng drove ever again because once you sit in his car, you'd feel like jumping out every second. However, Qin Feng drove too quickly, so you wouldn't have the guts to jump out. "General Managerly, see you tomorrow. Hope your cold gets better soon. Otherwise, your hoarse voice will make me think of other things." Qin Feng waved with a jolly laugh, and with a beautiful drift, the car flew out again. Li Yuqin stomped her high heels harshly, and was so angry that she wanted to cry. After taking Li Yuqin home, Qin Feng drove directly back to the Qin Manor. The car had just stopped at the Qin mansion when Qin Feng's phone rang. He took it out to look and found an unfamiliar number. "Who is it?" Qin Feng asked as he got out of the car. Is this Big Brother phone? An uncertain voice passed through the phone. It was sticky and sweet, and very pleasing to the ear. Qin Feng immediately guessed who it was because only Li Xiaojia called him Big Brother Feng. It's Xiaojia, isn't it? I'm Qin Feng, Qin Feng said with a smile. The cute image of Lu Xiaojia wearing her school uniform comprised of a white dress shirt and Scotland-striped skirt floated into his mind. Her long, straight legs clad in black stockings created a look of purity with a slither of sexiness. Big Brother Qin Feng, how could you forget again? You have to call me Little Sister Xiaojia, and you have to address me affectionately. After confirming the phone was Qin Feng's, Lu Xiaojia's intonation suddenly became happy. She wasn't formal with him and treated Qin Feng like he was a big brother from a neighboring household. Little Sister Xiaojia. Qin Feng was dumbfounded and exclaimed before asking, is something the matter? Big Brother Qin Feng, today is my birthday. Can you come out tonight to be my escort? Lu Xiaojia said with a happy smile. Ever since Qin Feng saved her from getting kidnapped that night, Lu Xiaojia trusted Qin Feng a lot. A table was reserved at the Fei Tian bar on the pedestrian walkway for her birthday tonight. It was Lu Xiaojia's first time going to a bar, and she heard bars were kind of messy, but she was very curious to see it. Thus, she thought of Qin Feng. As long as Qin Feng was there, she wouldn't be afraid. Okay, where and what time tonight? Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, then agreed. Since birthdays only happened once a year, he didn't want to disappoint Lu Xiaojia. Big Brother Feng, you're awesome. Then come to my house tonight at 7 and call me when you're here. We'll go together, Lu Xiaojia said happily. Okay, I'll look for you then. After hanging up with Lu Xiaojia, Qin Feng arrived at the 3rd floor of the villa and went into his room. Qin Feng acquired 2,000 hedonist points by going to Qingshui town and completing the quest regarding Li Yuchen getting forced to marry, so he prepared to go into the hedonist sovereign system to see if there were any good things he could use. Qin Feng climbed onto his bed, opened the hedonist sovereign system, and looked into it earnestly. With his current external stage 3 and internal stage 2 abilities, he was considered to be at a cultivation bottleneck. The pills for advancing stages were extremely expensive, and they were all 2,000 hedonist points. Even if he used all his points to buy pills, it wouldn't be prominently useful. Qin Feng had quite a few pieces of equipment and the highest grade was an orange grade equipment. He wanted to save his hedonist points and wait until he had 3,000 hedonist points so he could buy the wind blade technique and wait until he reached internal stage 4 and could use the wind blade technique. At that time, his abilities would have a qualitative breakthrough. Master, I would advise you to spend your 2,000 hedonist points. It'll be a while until you cultivate up to internal stage 4. And it would be really wasteful to buy the wind blade techniques and be unable to use them, Little Pig's voice was heard. Master, you're now a rank 4 hedonist mortal, and you've spent a total of 6,500 hedonist points. If you spend these 2,000 hedonist points, your total spendings would amount to 8,500 hedonist points. Once you've spent 10,000 hedonist points, you can become a rank 5 hedonist mortal and the system will award you 3 free lottery chances. Every time Master uses the chances, you get good items, so I'd advise Master to hurry and spend points to achieve 10,000 in spendings and enter the drawing. Once Little Pig brought this up, Qin Feng remembered that the system had hedonist rankings. With a higher rank, more system features could be unlocked and he'd be able to buy even more godly equipment. If Qin Feng remembered correctly, after reaching rank 5 hedonist mortal, he'd be able to activate the wuxia interface and buy various equipment and medicine used by wuxia characters. Just thinking about it got Qin Feng excited. Okay, I'll spend these 2,000 hedonist points first, then my total spendings would reach 8,500 hedonist points. I just need to complete a couple of quests, gain 1500 Hedonist points, spend them, and I'd be able to raise my Hedonist rank and gain 3 free lottery chances. Qin Feng made his decision, but Little Pig continued to speak. Master, then I'd advise you to look at the fusion interface. When you became a rank 4 Hedonist mortal, the fusion function was opened. In the past, Master fused quite a few pets, but you haven't fused equipment, pills, or anything else. Qin Feng opened the fusion function and entered the fusion interface. Currently, the highest equipment grade Qin Feng possessed was orange. He thought it would be awesome if he could fuse a blue grade equipment. However, once he saw the fusion price of fusing an orange equipment into a blue one, he immediately changed his mind. One fuse was 2000 Hedonist points, and the fusion success rate was only 33%. He had to add various gems of different properties to increase the rate, and each of these gems were pricey. He couldn't fuse a blue equipment, so Qin Feng's gaze fell on the orange equipment fusions once more. Fusing white equipment into orange equipment once costed 1000 Hedonist points, and the success rate was 43%. It also needed some gems to increase the fusion success rate, but other equipment of the same grade could also raise the success rate. Qin Feng hesitated for a while, then placed the Flying Dragon armor and the Green Dragon Crescent Moon Blade into the fusion function. The Flying Dragon armor was the equipment needed to be fused, and the Green Dragon Crescent Moon Blade was the supplementary item used to increase the fusion success rate. System announcement. The current fusion requires 1000 Hedonist points. Fusion success rate, 98%. With the fusion, the Green Dragon Crescent Moon Blade will disappear, additional functions will be added to the Flying Dragon armor, and the Flying Dragon armor will upgrade from a white grade equipment to an orange grade equipment. Would you like to fuse? After adding the Green Dragon Crescent Moon Blade, the fusion success rate rose from 43% to 98%, so Qin Feng was very satisfied. He wanted to use the Green Dragon Crescent Moon Blade to improve the quality of the Flying Dragon armor because the large Crescent Moon Blade wasn't to Qin Feng's taste. Even if he left it in the system, he wouldn't use it, so keeping it was a waste. Now he could use it to upgrade the Flying Dragon armor, so this was the only way to bring out its usefulness. Since the Flying Dragon armor was a godly training equipment, and had protective abilities, if it could be upgraded, it could help speed up Qin Feng's cultivation and protect him. It was quite necessary to strengthen and upgrade this piece of equipment. Fuse. Under Qin Feng's command, a large furnace appeared in the fusion function, and the Flying Dragon armor and the Green Dragon Crescent Moon Blade fell into the furnace. After a minute, a new Flying Dragon armor with orange light slowly rose out. Flying Dragon armor. Equipment grade, orange top grade equipment. When equipped, adds 250 kilograms onto the host's body, helping the host train at all times and quickly break through his body's limits. Once removed, the host will burst out with unfathomable speed. Announcement: the Flying Dragon armor is created with the cartilage of a spirit beast. Its innate capabilities are to protect the body and increase the speed of breaks through bodily limits. When fused, it absorbed the Green Dragon Crescent Moon Blade, which is made of mainly winter iron. With the addition of winter iron, it will feel cool and comfortable and make the wearer clear and invigorated, allowing them to always be in a first-rate battle condition. Qin Feng was very satisfied with the description of the fused Flying Dragon armor. His gaze fell on the new Flying Dragon armor on the bed. It no longer had a faint white light, and currently exuded flashes of a dim orange light. He placed his hand on the Flying Dragon armor and could feel gusts of wintry air, making Qin Feng instantly alert. The altered Flying Dragon armor didn't only have winter iron properties, the most important was that his defense abilities could be increased a lot. Also, the weight also went from 150 kilograms to 250 kilograms. Ever since Qin Feng broke through to External Stage 3 and Internal Stage 2, he thought the Flying Dragon armor was light and didn't make much of an effect on his training. Now that it was 250 kilograms, it made Qin Feng's current strength. Qin Feng picked up the flying dragon armor from his bed and immediately put it on. The sudden additional 250 kilograms was no joke. In the beginning, Qin Feng wasn't quite used to it. However, after performing a set of Thunder Tiger fists, he was mostly used to the new weight of the flying dragon armor. At the same time, he could feel that under the new weight on his body, he was quickly changing and cultivating himself. It was clear that the speed at which Qin Feng was cultivating his body increased once again. Qin Feng was very satisfied with the flying dragon armor's fusion. After calming down again, he looked into the system's fusion interface once again. He still had 1,000 hedonist points, and he needed to find items to spend it all. The fusion function was split into many pages including creature fusion, equipment fusion and forging, medicinal fusion, technique fusion, talisman creation and instrument fusion, etc. Qin Feng had not used a good number of the pages, and his attention was currently on the talisman creation and instrument fusion pages. Qin Feng was quite interested in creating talismans. Usually, he often saw cheats on the street writing various talismanic words on yellow paper saying it could heal hundreds of illnesses, drive away ghosts and subdue demons. In the past, Qin Feng thought these things were just to fool people, but now that the system had these things, he believed in them very much. He opened the talisman creation and instrument fusion pages. There were various pre-made talismans: cleansing talisman, fireball talisman, invisible talisman, see-through talisman, etc. After seeing the see-through talisman, Qin Feng suddenly thought of when he was facing Feng Tianhua in the Royal Hotel. Qin Feng could have used the see-through talisman to see which room he was in. However, he still spent 50 hedonist points to buy the see-through talisman. When Qin Feng saw how cheap these items were, he quickly looked up other talismans and found the others were more expensive. Most of them were 100 hedonist points or more. Master, the prices are lower for these talismans because they are one-time use items, and after they are used, they disappear. You can also look at the instruments. Little Pig said, instruments are different from weapons, they typically use passive attacks. Each instrument has their own specialty, and most are used to protect the body or increase its resistance. The prices are reasonable and the quality is evident. Little Pig said. Chapter 223. Chapter 223, Instruments. The instruments had a great variety of strange capabilities. There were instruments that cleansed the spirit and calmed the heart, those that regulated the qi and blood flow and strengthened health, and those with protective attacks that could autonomously defend the body in times of danger. After comparing the large number of instruments closely, Qin Feng chose two worth 500 hedonist points. One was an instrument to be gifted to Lin Bei Bei called the Blood Flow Bracelet. It was a bracelet made up of ocean blue beads that Qin Feng didn't know the name of which were strung together. Wearing it would regulate qi and blood circulation and prevent blood from getting clotted in the veins. Because he knew Lin Bei Bei's temporary paralysis was due to an obstruction in blood circulation, this instrument would clearly be very helpful to her. After buying the blood flow bracelet, Qin Feng bought a soul-cleansing necklace for Zhao Lingxian. It was a necklace made of light green beads that would refresh the wearer and suppress fright. Qin Feng hadn't seen Zhao Lingxian in a while, and he thought often about the girl. Since he grew up with her and they were childhood sweethearts, one could say that Zhao Lingxian had an irreplaceable spot in his heart. He was prepared to take some time to call on Uncle Zhao and gift this soul-cleansing necklace to Zhao Lingxian. That girl had such a princess syndrome that she was always cold, aloof and easily angered. Qin Feng thought to give her the necklace because he hoped it could stabilize her emotions. According to the system's description, other than their particular special capabilities, these two instruments also had a one-time defense mechanism. If the wearer was in danger, the instrument would produce a light and deflect the danger. However, since they were inexpensive instruments, they only had a one-time protection capability. After they were used, the instruments would automatically disappear. After upgrading the Flying Dragon armor and buying 2 instruments, the 2,000 Hedonist points Qin Feng gained were completely spent. He put away the 2 instruments and practiced his Thunder Tiger fists in the room until his body became completely accustomed to the 250-kilogram Flying Dragon armor. After, he showered, washed away all of his sweat, then slept on his bed. Who knew how long later, Qin Feng's cell phone rang. He looked at the notification and saw that it was Lu Xiaojia. Then, he looked at the clock on the wall and realized it was already 7 o'clock. He agreed to be at her building to pick her up at 7. Big Brother Feng, you huge liar, why aren't you here yet? What? Don't tell me you forgot something as important as your little sister Xiaojia's birthday. Lu Xiaojia's wronged complaints passed through the phone. Qin Feng was swept with awkwardness and immediately wore his clothes. Little sister Xiaojia, I'm on my way. Wait 10 minutes and I'll be there for sure. After going downstairs, Qin Feng drove out his extremely cool black Batmobile. This car was left in the Qin Manor garage for over a month because ever since he got his low-key 28 bicycle, he didn't think it was worth driving. However, tonight was Lu Xiaojia's birthday, so Qin Feng thought he should drive a better car to pick her up and help her keep up appearances. It had been a long time since he drove this black Lamborghini, but when he began driving again, not only was driving it again not unfamiliar, Qin Feng even felt as though he became one with the car. Ever since he got the intermediate racing skills in the lottery, he never drove his own car to perform racing techniques. Now, with his extraordinary driving skills and his awesomely cool supercar, as Qin Feng drove along the busy street, every place he passed he would arouse shock from the surrounding cars. She also wore rainbow cotton socks up to her calves, giving the viewer an unnamed allure. Lu Xiaojia also wore a red Hello Kitty clip on her short, glossy, raven black hair. Her large eyes looked to the ground, and her long and thick eyelashes blinked twice every so often. She had light pink eyeshadow on her eyes that formed a vivacious and mischievous feeling and deep red lipstick on her little lips that made her look a bit like a vampire. A pair of chubby little hands held a twig and drew circles on the ground. She drew while quietly complaining, I curse Big Brother Feng to step on dog poo right when he walks out the door. After hearing Lu Xiaojia's complaints, Qin Feng almost stumbled and fell. He laughed as he shook his head and walked up to her. He lightly touched her beautiful fragrant hair and said, Little sister Xiaojia, you look pure and cute on the outside, but who knew you were so evil internally? You're actually cursing your big brother Feng behind his back. That's not the behavior of a good child. When Lu Xiaojia heard Qin Feng's voice, she first excitedly jumped up to hold his arm. Then, she seemed to suddenly remember something and angrily pushed Qin Feng away as she complained, Big Brother Feng, you were actually late on such an enormously important day? You've really disappointed little sister Xiaojia. My classmates are all waiting there for me, I would feel so embarrassed to be late. After Lu Xiaojia stood, Qin Feng was able to clearly see her face. Qin Feng jumped in shock when he saw how mature and sexy she made herself look. Xiaojia, why did you make yourself look this way? Big Brother Feng, does it look good? Lu Xiaojia suddenly took Qin Feng's arm and looked expectantly at him. Qin Feng looked closely and considered Lu Xiaojia. This originally pure and cute little girl put on makeup to make herself look mature and sexy, but she was still a little girl that had not yet experienced society, so even if she put on even more makeup to hide her age, her clear, lovely eyes would still reveal her purity in an instant. The current Lu Xiaojia was a little sprite that was full of pureness with a hint of sexy charmingness. You look very good. Little sister Xiaojia will definitely be the most beautiful princess tonight. Qin Feng smiled as he tapped Lu Xiaojia's nose. He wasn't opposed to Lu Xiaojia dressing up. He knew that little girls Lu Xiaojia's age would secretly wear adults' high heels and dresses and secretly use their makeup. This was the result of the very normal curiosity of a little girl that looked forward to growing up. It was because she had this curiosity and forward-looking desire in life that she would be so youthful and energetic. It made one feel jealous. Big Brother Feng, you have great taste. After getting complimented by Qin Feng, Lu Xiaojia's anger completely disappeared, and she took the initiative to hug Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng took Lu Xiaojia into his Batmobile and said with a smile, "Little sister Xiaojia, do you like this car?" After sitting in Qin Feng's cool race car, Lu Xiaojia's mouth dropped open in shock. She looked at Qin Feng in a daze and said, "Wow. Big Brother Feng, where did you rent such a cool race car? It has to be thousands of yuan to rent this car for a day." Qin Feng's lips quirked, and he looked at Lu Xiaojia with dissatisfaction as he said, "This car isn't rented." Lu Xiaojia's pleasantly surprised expression turned into one of horror. She looked anxiously at Qin Feng and said, "Big Brother Feng, you didn't steal this car, did you? It's my birthday today, don't get me in trouble." Qin Feng wanted to kick Lu Xiaojia off the car. It was rare that he drove his supercar out to show off, so why was it that no one appreciated it? If he knew earlier, he would have just rode the 28 bicycle over. It seems that that vehicle was to Lu Xiaojia's taste. "Xiaojia, where are we going to celebrate tonight?" Qin Feng was too lazy to explain the car situation, so he swayed the topic to the task at hand. "Big Brother Feng, tonight my friends and I agreed to go to the Fei Tian bar. I'm really excited, it's my first time going to a bar." "Big Brother Qin, have you been to bars before?" Once Qin Feng heard Fei Tian bar, his lips tweed. How could he not have gone before? That bar was his. Qin Feng hadn't gotten the chance to finish his sentence when he heard Lu Xiaojia speak excitedly while waving her arms and legs. "Big Brother Feng, I've heard that those that like going to bars aren't good people, but I'm also really curious about the environment inside, so I looked for Big Brother Feng to accompany me there on my birthday. I also hope that Big Brother Feng can be my escort tonight. Big Brother Feng, the first time I saw you, I thought you were a dependable person. I'm sure you've never been to a bar before either, so this princess will take you to experience it. Big Brother Feng, you'd be basking in some of my spotlight." Yeah, I've never been to a bar, I'm a good person," Qin Feng said with a laugh as he forcibly swallowed what he was about to say. "Big Brother Feng, let's hurry and leave. You have to drive such a cool supercar faster, I want to feel the thrill." Lu Xiaojia lifted her arms and looked impossibly happy. Qin Feng smiled lightly, helped Lu Xiaojia put on her seatbelt, and stepped all the way down on the gas pedal. The black Lamborghini Batmobile shot out. In the dusk yellow lights, it was like a black apparition that came and went without a trace. Wow! It's fast, really fast. Lu Xiaojia was young and really excited by this kind of thrilling racing. She was also extremely trusting of Qin Feng, so she wasn't like the other women that rode in Qin Feng's car who were extremely frightened. Lu Xiaojia had an expression of excitement and enjoyment. "Big Brother Feng, can you drive a little faster? I can feel the car about to fly, and I'm going to become a flying superhuman." "That's easy enough, but you have to sit properly, don't hit your head." Qin Feng smiled and went even faster. The deep rumbling of the car was like a flood beast that shook so much it trembled the ground a bit. It's really going to fly. Big Brother Feng, I'm really happy. Lu Xiaojia was elated the whole way. At this time, she suddenly and excitedly hugged Qin Feng's neck, then kissed his cheek. The little girl's lips were moist and soft, and the touch felt very wonderful. After getting kissed, the still wet saliva lingered on Qin Feng's face. "Xiaojia, what are you doing?" I almost flipped the car. Qin Feng was caught off guard and really almost crashed the car into a tree. At this time, he glared at Lu Xiaojia. Lu Xiaojia stuck out her tongue mischievously. When Qin Feng saw the cute pink tongue and Lu Xiaojia's silly and cute expression, Qin Feng really wanted to stop the car, firmly press down on this little girl's body and wildly kiss her little tongue. However, he suppressed his urges because Lu Xiaojia was too young. Ha! Big brother Qin Feng, your current expression is too fun. Lu Xiaojia clearly wasn't frightened by Qin Feng's fake anger, she even giggled and pointed at Qin Feng's cheek that was just kissed. Qin Feng looked into his rearview mirror and noticed a mark from Lu Xiaojia's little lips. He was about to scold Lu Xiaojia when he felt a pair of exquisitely soft little hands touch his face. Big brother Feng, don't be angry, little sister Xiaojia will help you wipe off the lipstick right now and it'll be okay. Lu Xiaojia's hands were as soft as a baby's skin, and it felt very nice on Qin Feng's face. Evil thoughts arose in Qin Feng's head once again as he thought if the hands were used to. They wildly sped the whole way. Qin Feng only drove for 15 minutes and the car then stopped outside the entrance to the Fei Tian bar. It was already 7:30, which was when the bar's business was slowly burgeoning. One could see quite a few young men and women heading into the bar in groups of 3 or 4. After parking the car, Qin Feng and Lu Xiaojia got out of it. Big brother Feng, I'll call my classmates and see if they've arrived. Once Lu Xiaojia got out of the car, she pulled out her phone and made a call. She spoke into the phone for a while, then hung up and smiled at Qin Feng. Big brother Feng, they're already in the bar, let's go in. Qin Feng couldn't be more familiar with the Fei Tian bar. Once he entered, he acted as casually as if he returned home. On the other hand, it was Lu Xiaojia's first time in a place like this. Once she entered, she was startled by the loud bass-filled music. She covered her ears and looked curiously around her. The bar was too boisterous. Young men and women filled the dance floor and looked like out-of-control wild horses as they crazily twisted their bodies. The kids Lu Xiaojia's age were a bit rebellious and were very curious about new things. She hadn't been in the bar for very long but had already adapted to the atmosphere. To a girl that was outgoing and enjoyed liveliness like Lu Xiaojia, this wild and lively atmosphere was clearly to her taste. Xiaojia, here. The two hadn't stood at the doorway for very long when someone inside called Lu Xiaojia's name. Lu Xiaojia looked over and noticed her classmate sitting there. She immediately and excitedly tugged Qin Feng's hand and ran over. They passed through the dance floor and arrived at a VIP table. Qin Feng saw a group of boys and girls sitting around a crystal table. They were all Lu Xiaojia's classmates. These students in their last year of middle school were not older than 15 or 16, but they dressed like they were in their 20s. The girls all wore bright and beautiful dresses and looked pretty and sexy, while the men wore white dress shirts and slacks and looked handsome and gentlemanly. The scene was as previously described. Chapter 224. Chapter 224, Why is an outsider here? Students nowadays dressed as ladies, and ladies dressed as college students. Xiaojia, you're today's birthday girl and you had the guts to be late. Whatever, you have to drink 3 cups of beer as punishment. Once Lu Xiaojia came over, the students all stood to greet her. Qin Feng's gaze swept over them. There were a total of 4 girls and 5 guys that came to celebrate Lu Xiaojia's birthday. The 4 girls dressed up decently, but were clearly a couple of grades below Lu Xiaojia in quality. Among the 5 boys, one of them was impeccably attired and had an unordinary aura. His gaze fell on Qin Feng. When he saw that Lu Xiaojia was holding Qin Feng's hand, an iciness passed through his eyes. You bad girl, you know I can't drink and once I come, you punish me to drink 3 cups of alcohol. Do you want me to play with all of you later? Lu Xiaojia let go of Qin Feng, joined the 4 girls, and hugged each of them in turn. Then, she pulled Qin Feng into the group. Let me introduce someone. Last time when I was almost kidnapped in the middle of the night, Big Brother Feng saved me. Lu Xiaojia began to introduce everyone. Big Brother Feng, these are my classmates, we usually play well together well. All of the gazes fell on Qin Feng, and he was continuously scrutinized from head to toe. Among the 4 girls, a little beauty named Qin Meihan covered her mouth and began to laugh. Xiaojia, I recognize your Big Brother Feng. Last time you put up a WeChat status with this person, right? When she mentioned the picture he took with Lu Xiaojia that was sent to her friend's circle through WeChat, Qin Feng's mouth tweed. Not bad, he's even handsomer in person. It's just that he's much older than us. Xiaojia, who would have known you were into the uncle type, I didn't notice it before. After being teased by Qin Meihan, Lu Xiaojia blushed. However, she didn't try to explain her relationship with Qin Feng and revealed a shy and moving expression, causing the males who saw it to almost lose their senses. Ahem, little Mei, Big Brother Xiao Bai is still here. Some jokes can't be made so casually. The largest male in the group coughed twice and suddenly stood out to say, Xiaojia, it's your birthday today, and everyone who came is one of us, why did you bring an outsider? That's no fun. After hearing the fatty's words, Lu Xiaojia pouted and said unhappily, Fatty, Big Brother Qin saved me before, so he's one of us now. Xiaojia, I'm saying this for your own good. Fatty glared at Qin Feng then looked at Lu Xiaojia again as he said, we're all classmates of 3 years, and you've only known him for a week. Who knows if he's a bad person or not and whether or not he has any ill intentions towards you. Fatty, if you keep talking about Big Brother Feng like that, I'm going to get mad. Lu Xiaojia's expression became serious. She looked as though she would cut ties with anyone that dared to say bad things about Qin Feng. Her friends seldom saw Lu Xiaojia so serious, and they didn't dare to speak. 4 of the 5 boys looked towards the one with the unordinary aura in unison as though they were waiting for him to speak. This person was named Su Xiaobai, and he was the boss of the 4. He pursued Lu Xiaojia since the first year of middle school. Lu Xiaojia placed her emphasis on school, so she never accepted Su Xiaobai. After countless failed confessions, Su Xiaobai's patience was long worn out. He just so happened to hear it was recently Lu Xiaojia's birthday, so he specifically reserved a small gathering place in the bar to help Lu Xiaojia celebrate. In reality, Su Xiaobai and his 4 underlings made a plan. They were going to get Lu Xiaojia drunk on her birthday tonight. Then, Su Xiaobai would get a room with her and turn raw rice into cooked rice. However, their plan had just begun when it was thrown into a frenzy by Qin Feng. These underlings didn't dare act out blindly, so they could only wait for their boss to speak. Haha, since he's Xiaojia's friend, then he's our friend as well. Su Xiaobai suddenly opened his mouth and shattered the awkward atmosphere with a laugh. He wore a white dress shirt with slacks, and was tall with handsome and refined features. Just by standing there, he was as handsome as the Prince Charming on a white horse in fairy tales. Hello, I'm Su Xiaobai, and I'm extremely grateful that you saved my girlfriend Lu Xiaojia. Nice to meet you. Su Xiaobai suddenly walked towards Qin Feng and spoke with extreme politeness as he extended his hand. Qin Feng suddenly retracted the hand he was about to extend. He laughed as he looked at Su Xiaobai and asked, "You're Lu Xiaojia's boyfriend?" Of course, all of the middle school students know this. Su Xiaobai raised his head arrogantly as he looked at Qin Feng and replied. Qin Feng didn't say anything else. He glanced at Lu Xiaojia and saw her urgently shaking her head. She even looked disgusted. He then knew this Su Xiaobai was delusional. I'll tell you a very hurtful truth, as Xiao Jia's older brother, I don't approve of you being her boyfriend, Qin Feng said indifferently. He was dissolute and hedonistic previously, so he saw people extremely accurately. Men like Su Xiaobai didn't really like Lu Xiaojia, they merely coveted her body. How could Qin Feng hand Lu Xiaojia to someone like this? What did you say? If you have the guts, say it again. Fatty suddenly rushed up and looked like he wanted to come to blows with Qin Feng. He yelled, don't think that because you're a couple of years older than us I wouldn't have the guts to fight you. Then give it a try. In the face of a threat from a rookie like Fatty, Qin Feng's expression didn't change at all. One wanted to hit someone, and the other wasn't afraid at all. The atmosphere immediately became icy and seemed as though it would explode with one touch. Fatty, back down. Su Xiaobai waved his hand and blocked Fatty. He smiled at Qin Feng, you aren't even Xiao Jia's actual older brother, so what use do your words have? I put together this gathering for Xiao Jia, so if you truly came to celebrate Xiao Jia's birthday, I welcome you. However, if you're here to make a fuss, I have the right to send you away at any time. A strong aura suddenly shot out of Su Xiaobai and he glared coldly at Qin Feng. Tonight was his venue, and he had 4 lackeys with him, so how could he be afraid of Qin Feng who was by himself? I almost forgot, this is my present for you, Xiao Jia. Hurry and open it to see if you like it. When Chen Mei Han saw the situation going awry, she immediately stood out to alleviate the situation. She took out a pink box and stuffed it into Lu Xiaojia's hands. The remaining 3 girls also reacted and one by one, they came to give Lu Xiaojia presents. Xiaobai, why are you just standing there? Did you not prepare a present for Xiaojia? Hurry and take it out. After the 4 girls gave their presents, Chen Mei Han also told the boys to begin presenting their gifts. The 5 boys could only suppress their anger towards Qin Feng, take out their gifts, and present them to Lu Xiaojia. Lu Xiaojia's arms were soon filled with presents, and she placed them into a large bag to the side. She smiled at everyone and said, thank you all for the presents. The atmosphere became a bit warmer. That's right, everyone sit down. We're all Xiaojia's friends here to celebrate her birthday, so we have to have fun tonight. Chen Mei Han tugged everyone to go sit down, then she placed 3 cups of beer on the table in front of Lu Xiaojia. She smiled and said, Xiaojia, you were late and I still remember. You can't escape these 3 cups of beer. Little Mei, you really want to get me drunk? I really can't drink. Lu Xiaojia hurriedly waved her hands and pushed the cups of beer back to their original spots. Xiaojia, you're no fun. You're the birthday girl tonight, so if you don't take the lead and drink first, how could we drink happily? You have to drink these 3 cups for being late, otherwise we won't drink any alcohol tonight. Right guys? At this time, Fatty began to make a fuss. He got Su Xiaobai's command right from the beginning regarding tonight's quest to think of ways to get Lu Xiaojia drunk. That's right, if Xiaojia doesn't drink, we won't either. Xiaojia, we came here especially to celebrate your birthday, you can't be such a party pooper. The remaining boys also began to agree, and they all urged Lu Xiaojia to drink the alcohol. Lu Xiaojia couldn't refuse. She opened and closed her mouth and didn't know what to say. Xiaojia is my little sister, and as her older brother, I'll drink for her. At Lu Xiaojia's time of adversity, Qin Feng suddenly stood out. He lifted the 3 cups of beer from the table in succession and drank them all in 3 gulps without the slightest pause in the middle. This powerful drinking aroused startled gasps in the 3 girls. Wow, Xiaojia, how did you get this gem of an uncle? How come I haven't found one? Drinking like that is too manly, I'm so jealous that you have such a thoughtful uncle to drink for you. Qin Feng had just put the cup down when little Mei hugged Lu Xiaojia's arm and shouted excitedly and continuously. The 5 boys sitting across from them had extremely ugly expressions. Xiaojia, if you're like this then I'll be unhappy. How could you let someone else drink for you? We're here tonight for you Xiaojia, so if you don't even drink with us, why are we even here? Fatty grumbled again. Lu Xiaojia was a bit embarrassed. She picked up a cup of beer and smiled at everyone. Thank you everyone for coming here to celebrate my birthday with me, cheers. Lu Xiaojia lifted her head, scrunched her eyebrows and swallowed the repulsive beer. In the middle of drinking, she choked and stopped a fair amount of times. When the whole cup was ingested, tears sprang from her eyes. Okay, nice, Xiaojia. After Lu Xiaojia finished drinking 1 cup of beer, the 4 lackeys began to applaud. Fatty took this opportunity to stand and bring another cup of beer in front of Lu Xiaojia. Xiaojia, come, big brother will drink a cup with you. If you respect your big brother Fatty, then let's have a drink. After Fatty finished speaking, he didn't give Lu Xiaojia the opportunity to refuse and already lifted his head and completely downed the cup of beer in his hand. Then, he looked at Lu Xiaojia with a smile and said, Xiaojia, hurry and drink. Don't tell me you look down on your big brother Fatty. Lu Xiaojia was in a difficult situation. She thought the beer was absolutely repulsive, but she worried that Fatty would be sad if she rejected him, so she looked helplessly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng sat beside Lu Xiaojia, and at this time he shot a slight smile towards her. He suddenly stood, lifted the cup of beer, lifted his head, and swallowed it. After the empty cup landed on the table, he looked calmly at the others, smiled, and said, for all those that want to toast little sister Xiaojia today, I'll drink for her. After you all inebriate me, then you're free to get Xiaojia as drunk as you wish. Chapter 225. Chapter 225, I don't know how to play. The expressions of Su Xiaobai and his 4 lackeys darkened. They all exchanged glances and all reached the same conclusion. Since this brat Qin Feng was so cocky, they would first get Qin Feng drunk. Once he was trashed, they would clean him up however they liked. Seems that you can really drink. Then these brothers will drink with you until you're satisfied. Come, let's drink from the bottles. Fatty was the most dissatisfied with Qin Feng. He took the lead, picked up a bottle of beer, and guzzled it. He drank first, then Qin Feng did. However, Qin Feng finished drinking his bottle a while before Fatty finished drinking his. From the grandeur and speed at which the two drank, Fatty already lost to Qin Feng. Wow, Xiaojia, your uncle can really drink. Qin Feng drank in a confident and easy manner, and he drank beer like plain water. After drinking 1 bottle, he took the initiative to bring over 4 more. Don't toast me one by one, you 4. It's a hassle, so I'll drink 4 bottles at once and you can each drink 1. After speaking, Qin Feng drank bottle after bottle. He was a bit thirsty after going from the Qin Manor to Cloud City Hua Manor to pick up Lu Xiaojia and then to the Fei Tian bar. At this time, he drank 5 bottles in a row and felt a lot better. Gasp! The scene caused all those present to gasp. They weighed Qin Feng drink 5 bottles of beer in a row with their own eyes, and they were ingested one right after the other without any breathing room in between. Also, after finishing 5 bottles of beer so fiercely, Qin Feng's face remained unchanged. He stood there casually and was even joking with Lu Xiaojia. Big brother Feng, will you be okay drinking so quickly? Though Qin Feng looked fine, Lu Xiaojia was still a bit worried. Qin Feng had just sat down when Lu Xiaojia pulled out a couple of napkins and wiped beer from the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. This action was too loving, and Lu Xiaojia leaned over, so the milky smell from her body filled Qin Feng's nose. He covertly lowered his head and could look past the collar of Lu Xiaojia's dress and see the yellow camisole within. Though this girl was still young, her chest was still very underripe. "Brat, we aren't done drinking, do you have the guts to continue?" After seeing this scene, Su Xiaobai was so angry he wanted to die. He directly stood and gave Qin Feng an icy glare. Qin Feng lightly grabbed Lu Xiaojia's little hand that was wiping his mouth, moved it to the side, sat on the chair, and looked indifferently at Su Xiaobai. He said, "Of course I have the guts. I'll drink however many bottles you want to drink." Qin Feng's voice was calm, but everyone had just seen his alcohol tolerance, so after hearing him say those words, they all thought Qin Feng was bragging. Even Su Xiaobai and his 4 lackeys didn't have the guts to directly drink with Qin Feng. They were afraid that even the 5 of them together wouldn't be able to beat Qin Feng on his own. "It's kind of boring to just pick up the bottles and drink, so why don't we drink while playing games?" A playfulness flashed through Su Xiaobai's eyes as he spoke while smiling. The 5 of them saw that Qin Feng could really drink, so they were prepared to use the advantage of the game to make Qin Feng lose continuously and make him drink continuously. They didn't believe they couldn't get the brat drunk that way. After hearing Su Xiaobai's words, Qin Feng internally thought the situation was a bit comical. Of course he knew what this stinking brat was thinking. However, Qin Feng was lauded as Acropolis City's #1 nightclub Little Prince in middle school, and no one could beat Qin Feng in any game relating to betting with alcohol. Games? I don't really know how to play. Qin Feng had an expression of seriousness as he looked at Su Xiaobai and his 4 lackeys. "Why don't we forget about it? If I don't play well later, I'll spoil your fun." Once the 5 of them heard that Qin Feng didn't know how to play games, they immediately became excited. How could they let Qin Feng go? "Brother, it's okay if you don't know how to play, we can teach you. It's very simple, so you'll be sure to learn it right away." Fatty smiled joyfully as he looked at Qin Feng. "Is it really simple?" "I'm kind of dumb," Qin Feng said. "If you're dumb, that's perfect." Fatty was so excited he almost made a slip of the tongue. He immediately checked himself and said, "With these games, the more truthful you are, the more advantageous it'll be for you. It's called coping with many changes by being unchanging." Right. Every time these games are played, it's those who don't know how to play that win the most spectacularly, and those that play often like us can't even win. After seeing that Qin Feng was about to get caught hook, line, and sinker, the other boys also joined in. "Alright, let's hurry and begin. Games are just for fun, winning or losing isn't important. Then let's start playing. Either way, I don't know how to play, so I'll just play blindly," Qin Feng said with a smile. "Brother, you really are refreshing. Come, let's play the number guessing game." Fatty cleared off a small part of the table, rolled up his sleeves, and couldn't wait to start playing with Qin Feng. "This number guessing game is really simple. We'll randomly shout numbers from 1 to 10, and whenever you yell a number, you have to say an auspicious saying relating to the number and stick out the same number of fingers." "Alright, let's begin." Fatty knew Qin Feng didn't know how to play, so when he explained the rules of the game, he intentionally said them quickly and a bit confusingly. After stating the rules, he didn't ask if Qin Feng understood them and was in a hurry to start competing with Qin Feng instead. He clearly wanted to bully Qin Feng, and even Lu Xiaojia noticed. "Big brother Feng, did you understand?" Lu Xiaojia hugged Qin Feng's arm and looked at Qin Feng with wide eyes. Qin Feng shook his head. "I don't really get it. But it's a game, so I'll get it after a couple of rounds, right Fatty?" Everyone's nickname is a source of pain to them. Though Fatty was a nickname Su Xiaobai and his other brothers called him, he actually rejected it initially. Thus, when Qin Feng suddenly called him Fatty, he was so angry that his face darkened. Okay, let's start. I'll go first. Fatty glared coldly at Chin Fong and didn't continue to speak nonsense with him. He wanted Chin Fong to lose completely and drink until he died. Then, he'd throw him into the dumpster outside. May the two of us both be well. Cool. Fatty and Chin Fong each shouted a phrase one after the other. After seeing that a game was going on, other people surrounded them to join in on the excitement. Su Xiaobai and his lackeys originally thought Chin Fong didn't know how to play, so they were sure that he'd lose after 2 sayings. However, the two of them shouted over 10 sayings, yet Chin Fong still hadn't made a mistake. 7 fairies. 8 horses. 1 dragon. May the 3 stars shine over you. Chin Fong suddenly stopped. He looked at Fatty, who looked like he saw a ghost, and asked with suspicion, "Fatty, you seem to have shouted incorrectly at first. I don't really know how to play this game, so if I'm wrong, you have to remind me. If you're wrong, you can't just trick me and get away with it." Fatty was stunned, and so were the 4 males behind him. Fatty was the best at playing the guessing game between the 5 of them. Very few people among classmates his age were worthy opponents of his. Thus, Su Xiaobai had Fatty come out first. He wanted to quickly annihilate Chin Fong immediately and gain face. However, Fatty actually lost. Even the girls had trouble believing the scene before them. They all thought it was Chin Feng's first time playing the number guessing game. They couldn't really accept the fact that someone who hadn't even completely understood the rules could directly win over the number guessing game expert Fatty. I really did lose. I'll drink. Fatty regained his senses with great difficulty. He picked up a cup of beer from the table and drank it down. Once Fatty put down the cup of beer, he lifted both fists and said to Chin Fong, "Come on, let's continue." Chin Fong had just won, but Fatty clearly couldn't accept this. He was certain Chin Fong won due to good luck or a fluke. He immediately restarted the ma and was set on ruthlessly slapping Chin Fong in the face. Cool. 8 horses. Fatty, you're letting me win on purpose, aren't you? How could you make a mistake right after we started? Fatty made a mistake right from the beginning in the second phrase. Fatty's entire face already turned cold. He wordlessly picked up a cup of beer, drank it, and wanted to continue with the game. 1 dragon. May the 3 stars shine over you. Drink, Fatty, you have to drink again. Ever since the first time Fatty lost, everything spiraled out of control and he kept losing. The more he lost, the more unstable his mood became. In the end, once he made a move, he made a mistake, and once he made a mistake, he had to drink. This was repeated 20-something times and Fatty couldn't drink anymore. He made an excuse to get up and go to the restroom. In reality, he secretly ran to the restroom to cry because he made a complete fool of himself. Once Fatty left, the remaining 4 people didn't know what to say. They suggested the number guessing game, and now that Fatty left, the remaining 4 were sure to be next to go against Chin Fong. However, Chin Fong even won against the guessing game expert Fatty, so how could the other 4 have the guts to play with Chin Fong? Even if they were stupider than they currently were, they'd understand that there was no way Chin Fong didn't know how to play the game. This brat was just faking it and was now blatantly showing off. That Fatty left for so long, why isn't he back yet? Why don't one of you continue playing? I suddenly feel that this guessing game is pretty fun. The 4 across from him said nothing, and Chin Fong took the initiative to speak with a laugh. These 4 immediately scooted away and expressed that they had no interest in playing the number guessing with Chin Fong. What are you afraid of? This is my first time playing, I really don't even know how to play, Chin Fong said while his gaze swept over the 4 people. Though the 4 said nothing, they internally cursed Chin Fong several times. They suddenly realized that in front of Qin Feng, any shamelessness they learned previously was superficial. We've already played the guessing game at first, and it's kind of pointless. Why don't we play a more interesting game called the dice rolling game? Su Xiaobai suddenly spoke and prepared to switch to another game. Su Xiaobai was very skilled at throwing dice, and he learned it from the professionals at the casino. Currently, he could roll 9 big numbers every 10 rolls. What that meant was that in 10 rolls, he could roll a number over 9 times. Dice rolling. I also don't know this game. How do you play? Qin Feng said with a smile. Now, every time Qin Feng said he didn't know how to play, Su Xiaobai and his men didn't directly believe him. Their gazes preserved a slightly guarded look towards Qin Feng. However, Su Xiaobai was very confident in his dice-throwing skills. Even if Qin Feng played this before, Su Xiaobai wouldn't be afraid. At this time, he already took out the die and tossed it. I'll go first. You can just want to see how I play and follow. While speaking, the die in Su Xiaobai's hands was already thrown out. It fell onto the glass table and spun quickly. Slowly, the die stopped. After turning a good number of times, it stopped at 5. 5. Big Brother Xiaobai really is amazing, he could just casually roll and it's a large number. Awesome, awesome, Big Brother Xiaobai is the best. This time, I don't believe this brat can still win, unless he stepped on dog shit right when he walked out the door. Su Xiaobai's 3 lackeys shouted excitedly. They had expressions that said Qin Feng didn't need to throw the dice and already lost. Chapter 226. Chapter 226, All Sixes. The die's largest number was a 6. 5 was considered a large number, and when Su Xiaobai rolled, it was a 5. No wonder they were all so excited. However, after Qin Feng saw the 5, he smiled and shook his head. There was no nervousness or fear on his face. He picked up the die, looked at Su Xiaobai, and said, "Pretty boy, if I roll a 6, then I beat you?" Qin Feng gave Fatty a nickname, so to be fair, he also gave Su Xiaobai a nickname. However, these two clearly didn't like Qin Feng making up names for them. Su Xiaobai's originally fair and clear face darkened. You think it's that easy to roll a 6? How laughable. Su Xiaobai glared at Qin Feng disdainfully. The way Qin Feng spoke earlier made it seem as though it was easy to roll a 6, and this made Su Xiaobai and his lackeys unhappy. I think it's really easy. Qin Feng said with a smile. I've seen some arrogant people, but I haven't seen someone as ignorant and arrogant as you. Since you're so cocky, do you have the guts to play with me and see who can roll the highest number? Su Xiaobai asked Qin Feng while looking at him with disdain. What's there to be afraid of? Qin Feng countered with a smile. Okay, then let's play big. If you roll a 6 this time, I'll drink 6 cups of beer. If you don't get a 6, then you drink 6 cups. Su Xiaobai was thoroughly angered by Qin Feng. He thought he was the saint of acting grand, but today he found someone who surpassed him in acting skills. To protect his name, Su Xiaobai was prepared to stake everything against Qin Feng. Do we really have to do this? I feel like it's a bit unfair, Qin Feng said a bit apprehensively. If you think it's unfair to you, then don't lie. And if you don't have the guts, don't be cocky. You'll only be a joke in the end. Su Xiaobai glared disdainfully at Qin Feng. It wasn't only Su Xiaobai who felt this way, everyone sitting there thought this game was unfair to Qin Feng. It was Qin Feng's first time playing this game, so how could he roll a 6 right away? That would be completely based on luck. The odds of Qin Feng rolling a 6 was 1 in 6, and the odds of rolling anything else was 5 in 6. Calculated this way, Qin Feng only had 1/6 of a chance at winning, while Su Xiaobai had 5/6 of a chance. This was 5 times Qin Feng's probability of winning. This game was clearly unfair to Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng didn't think this way. He already opened his mouth indifferently. "Pretty boy, I think you're mistaken. I think this game is a bit unfair to you." Crack. Once Qin Feng said this, everyone gaped. They really didn't know where Qin Feng got his confidence. Even Lu Xiaojia looked at him with doubt and amazement. Regarding the number-guessing game earlier, as long as your brain was agile and your reaction speed was fast, you could take hold of a win. However, this die-rolling game seemed to be based on luck. No matter how good Qin Feng's luck was, could he roll a 6 so easily? "Big Brother Feng, do you want to consider this a bit more?" Lu Xiaojia couldn't really continue weighing. She tugged on Qin Feng's arm and warned him quietly. This subtle movement was captured by Su Xiaobai, and he was so angry that he slammed his hand on the table and yelled, "Your elder doesn't think this game is unfair to me. Let's cut the talk. Hurry up and begin rolling the die." "Alright, then I won't go easy on you." Qin Feng looked at Su Xiaobai with a happy smile and extended the die in his hand towards Lu Xiaojia. He said to her, "Xiaojia, you're my goddess of luck tonight. Blow some fairy breath here and this die will roll out a 6. Big Brother Feng, I'm afraid blowing on it won't help." Lu Xiaojia looked shyly at Qin Feng. "Just blow and we'll find out whether or not it's useful." Qin Feng continued to speak. Lu Xiaojia hesitated, then pursed her lips and blew into Qin Feng's hand. Qin Feng immediately grasped the die in his hand and said earnestly, "Next is the time to witness a miracle." As he spoke, he tossed the die in his hand. The die fell onto the table and began to spin rapidly. However, it continuously spun on the table on one point, and didn't move in any other direction. This was because Qin Feng also specifically learned this die game, so his control was extremely meticulous. One could tell just from the way the die balanced, moved, and spun after it fell on the table that Qin Feng's technique was superior. Clang! The die spun for close to half a minute before it came to a stable stop. 6 blinding red dots fell into their gazes. It was not any more or less, it was exactly 6. Everyone gasped as they were once again startled by Qin Feng's mysterious abilities. On the other hand, Su Xiaobai was pitifully pale. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. "Wow! It really is a 6. Big Brother Feng, it really is a 6. Lu Xiaojia was the most excited because this was the die on which she blew her fairy breath. And her fairy breath seemed effective because Qin Feng really did roll a 6. Of course, a die that little sister Xiaojia blew her fairy breath on has to roll a 6. Qin Feng patted Lu Xiaojia's lovely raven hair and smiled as he spoke. "Pretty boy, 6 cups of beer. If you can't drink it all, I'll help you." No one had yet come back to their senses from their shock when Qin Feng already began telling Su Xiaobai to drink. "No need." Su Xiaobai glared coldly at Qin Feng. Even if his stomach bled, he wouldn't let Qin Feng help him. This was a matter of face. Under the surveillance of the audience, Su Xiaobai downed 6 cups of beer in a row and drank them gulp by gulp. Su Xiaobai's alcohol tolerance was much worse than Qin Feng's. After he ingested 6 cups of beer, his face became slightly flushed and his words slurred a bit. "Brat, do you have the guts to try again?" Still rolling die, still a 6, and still the same rules. Su Xiaobai was infuriated by Qin Feng. He didn't believe that Qin Feng could really control the die, and believed that Lu Xiaojia's breath caused the 6 even less. He felt that the 6 was merely due to Qin Fang's luck. AI. As an upstanding and kind person, I won't play this unfair game too much. However, seeing how much fun you're having and that you're crying, making a fuss, and begging for me to play with you, then I'll reluctantly accept, Qin Feng said with seriousness. Su Xiaobai's lips tweed, and he said unhappily, when did I cry, make a fuss, or beg you? Qin Feng's expression was one of suspicion. You didn't. Then forget it, I won't play anymore. Su Xiaobai immediately felt a stab of pain, and he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. He clenched his teeth, was quiet for a bit, then spoke, I did. Hurry and roll the die. Qin Feng thought Su Xiaobai's stormy expression was funny. He picked up the die on the table again and said to Lu Xiaojia, my goddess of luck, give me another puff of fairy breath. Lu Xiaojia was a little shy to be called a goddess of luck by Qin Feng in front of so many people. She blushed and nodded, then blew a fairy breath into Qin Feng's hand. However, even Lu Xiaojia didn't believe the 6 was related to her breath, she only felt that Qin Feng had good luck. After blowing, she smiled and said, Big brother Feng, this time it won't be certain that you'll roll a 6, so don't expect too much. How could that be? Little sister Xiaojia is the goddess of luck, so whenever you blow, it's useful. Qin Feng laughed, waved his hand, and the die fell onto the table and spun. When everyone's gazes were focused on the spinning die and waiting for it to stop, Qin Feng had a lascivious smile and peeked covertly at the provocatively dressed beauties on the dance floor. He didn't even care about the die because 5 years ago, he could already roll a 6 with every roll. This game was child's play to Qin Feng. 6, it's 6 again, someone suddenly shouted in shock. The die already stopped and fell with 6 dots on top without suspense. Everyone's expressions changed. They were much more startled than the first time Qin Feng rolled a 6. If one were to say that Qin Feng's prior result was due to luck, then how would they explain this result? Their gazes fell on Lu Xiaojia's face in unison and began to wonder if Lu Xiaojia really was the goddess of luck. The goddess of luck Lu Xiaojia couldn't help but shout, how mysterious. It's too mysterious. She excitedly hugged Qin Feng's arm, and her body shook uncontrollably. Qin Feng felt a softness brush his arm several times, and it felt really great. Impossible. How is that possible? This is too fucking strange. After seeing the 6 blinding red dots, Su Xiaobai roared internally. He couldn't accept this reality. After all, he had prepared to slap Qin Feng's face with his 4 lackeys tonight. As a result, he was getting slapped resoundingly by Qin Feng right now. How could a 6 come up on top again? I'm a little embarrassed to win again. I was originally thinking how good it would be if I lost a round. AI. One's strength doesn't mar one's ambitions. Qin Feng saw the 6 dots on the table and smiled casually. That's right. Pretty boy, it seems that you lost again, so you have to drink 6 more cups of beer. Forget it, forget it. Don't drink this time. It seems that you're reaching your alcohol limit, so if you drink any more, you'll get drunk. What men hate the most is being told they can't drink. This is particularly true of students still in school like Su Xiaobai. Who said I can't drink? Your elder is going to drink right now. Su Xiaobai endured the uncomfortable churning in his stomach, lifted 6 cups of beer from the table, and began to drink wildly. After the 6 cups were ingested, he felt his whole body become light and airy. However, he still maintained consciousness and glared at Qin Feng. Brat, would you dare go another round? Still dice, still a 6. Su Xiaobai completely gave his all against Qin Feng. He still didn't believe in this demon. Qin Feng was shocked by Su Xiaobai's behavior. He thought to himself, so there are still these kinds of idiots in the world. However, if I lose this time, my friends will drink 6 cups of beer for me, Su Xiaobai suddenly added. The expressions of his 3 lackeys darkened. They thought to themselves, bro, if you're going to be crazy, can you not drag us into it? Though they endlessly complained internally, they didn't dare disobey their boss's words, so they could only stand up one by one. I don't mind, Qin Feng said casually. We don't mind either. Su Xiaobai's 3 lackeys gritted their teeth and responded. Thus, Qin Feng picked up the die again, had Lu Xiaojia blow a fairy breath onto it, tossed it, and said, don't be in a hurry. I'm going to roll 3 times at once. If it's a 6 all 3 times, each of you 3 will drink 6 cups. You'll each have companions, and it'll be more flavorful to drink. Once they heard Qin Feng's words, these 3 lackeys protested inwardly. They looked as though they were doomed to drink 6 cups of beer, and their expressions were as ugly as if they had eaten shit. 6. Still 6. Fuck, how is it 6 again? Lu Xiaojia blew on the die for all 3 rolls, and each time, a 6 ended up on top. When the 4 girls saw this, they were so shocked, they were speechless. Lu Xiaojia was so excited that her face flushed. If no one else was there, she would have pounced on Qin Feng, pushed him over, and harshly kissed his face once to express her joy. At this time, Su Xiaobai was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. He even picked up the die and examined it in detail. The die couldn't have a 6 on all sides, right? However, after earnestly looking it over once, Su Xiaobai realized that there was absolutely nothing wrong with the die. This Qin Feng was clearly a freak. I'm really sorry, I originally really didn't want to toss a 6, but even when I rolled casually, it was a 6. I'm a little apologetic. When Qin Feng saw that Shi Xiaobai and all his men looked like they had eaten shit, Qin Feng laughed and said, forget it, forget it. Don't drink the beer. We came here to have fun and celebrate Xiao Jia's birthday. We're all friends, so there's no need to care about face like usual. Plus, even if it's embarrassing, no outsider would see it. Qin Feng said Xiaobai's 3 lackeys shouldn't drink. But once these words were spoken, the 3 lackeys felt that they had to finish the 6 cups of draft beer, even if they drank themselves to death. The 3 clinked their glasses and drank down cup after cup. After each drank 6 cups of beer, the 3 of them felt the need to vomit, so they covered their mouths and ran away. Hey, where are you 3 going? Why are you running away once I come back? At this time, Fatty had just returned from the restroom. He didn't know about the die rolling and shouted when he saw the 3 people rush away. Fatty, bring everyone to sit in the room we reserved. I have to go to the restroom as well, and I'll look for you in the room later. At this time, Su Xiaobai was in no mood to stay, so he found an excuse to leave. He left the VIP table and walked toward the large dance floor because he saw a familiar face there. This person was older brother Buckteeth, a big hooligan who played in the streets. When Su Xiaobai saw big brother Buckteeth, the dark expression he had all night finally relaxed. He was prepared to get big brother Buckteeth to help him take care of Qin Feng. Chapter 227. Chapter 227, Heartbeat. Big brother Buckteeth, you're here to have fun tonight as well. Su Xiaobai walked onto the dance floor, twisted his body to the rhythm of the music, arrived beside Buckteeth, and greeted him with a smile. So it's Xiaobai. You students have quite a nightlife nowadays. Did you bring schoolgirls to play with again? When Buckteeth saw Su Xiaobai, he grinned vulgarly. The two had met while clubbing at the Fei Tian bar. Su Xiaobai's family had some money, and he met Brother Buckteeth often and bought him and his brothers drinks. Gradually, the two of them became friends at a mercenary level. I'm here to celebrate a classmate's birthday tonight. Su Xiaobai first made some small talk with Buckteeth, then got to the real business. Big Brother Buckteeth, want to bring your brothers to sit in our room? Are there a lot of schoolgirls there? Buckteeth smiled wreedly, revealing a mouth full of rotten yellow teeth. 5 female students came tonight. One of them is a girl I have my sights on, but the other 4 you are free to play with, Big Brother Buckteeth. Su Xiaobai tossed some bait and continued to speak. However, the girl I have my sights on brought a man, and he isn't easy to deal with. Can you help step in for me and ruthlessly clean up the stinking brat, Big Brother Buckteeth? It would be best if you could beat him up and send him running. Once Buckteeth heard that there were schoolgirls to hit on, that he could drink all he wanted for free in Su Xiaobai's reserved room, and that he only needed to take care of one person, of course he was happy. He immediately agreed. Cleaning up people is your Big Brother Buckteeth's specialty. Let's go. Your big brother will stand up for you and kill this blind, stinking brat. Okay, then sorry to trouble you, Big Brother Buckteeth. After Big Brother Buckteeth agreed, Su Xiaobai's face was immediately filled with smiles. When he had seen Big Brother Buckteeth fight at the Fei Tian bar before, Big Brother Buckteeth seemed so fierce. Big Brother Buckteeth had been alone, holding an empty beer bottle, smashing the heads of 3 strong men, and making them bleed. Also, Big Brother Buckteeth seemed to know Fei Tian bar's boss. Su Xiaobai was sure that if Big Brother Buckteeth stood up for him, even 10 Qin Fengs would be inadequate. Why are you so polite with your Big Brother Buckteeth? Buckteeth sent a couple of glances around the dance floor, took Su Xiaobai's arm, and walked off the dance floor. Xiaobai, are the girls you brought tonight decent looking? Once Buckteeth walked off, 4 lackeys immediately followed behind him. Don't worry, Big Brother Buckteeth, they're all middle school girls, and they're each fresher than the next. Su Xiaobai said with a smile. Good man. Then let's hurry and go to the private room. We don't want to keep those little girls waiting. Fei Tian Bar, a grand private room. At this time, Fatty brought Qin Feng and the rest inside. Qin Feng and the 5 girls sat in a row, talking and laughing. Fatty sat alone on another sofa. He was so angry that his face was ferocious and trembled continuously. Xiao Jia, do you really need to stick by your precious uncle for 24 hours? I just say a couple of things to him and you glare at me. Xiao Jia, you value your lover more than your friends. Chen Meihan laughed and teased Lu Xiao Jia when she saw her tightly cluing Qin Feng's arm. Tonight Qin Feng showed a startling alcohol tolerance and mysterious number guessing and die rolling abilities. These 4 girls were fickle when it came to love and their hearts rippled. Plus, Qin Feng was handsome to begin with and his aura was unordinary, so the 4 girls chatted him up unconsciously or otherwise. Originally, no one knew Qin Feng, and tonight he suddenly became the focal point. This situation worried Lu Xiaojia a little. She was worried Qin Feng's resistance to their enticement would be too low and he'd be tricked away by those sisters of hers. When did I value a lover more than my friends? Don't keep talking to Big Brother Feng. Isn't Fatty sitting there? You all usually love sticking with Fatty. Lu Xiaojia pouted and purposely leaned into Qin Feng's embrace as she spoke without showing weakness. The 4 girls instinctively looked toward Fatty. Fatty immediately sat up straight and shot a sweet smile at the 4 girls. Fatty is our good sister, and we can only talk to him and pass him off as a man when there aren't men around. Tonight, there's a handsome uncle, so who'd want to continue listening to him boast blindly? Chen Meihan also pouted and acted cute. The other 3 girls immediately nodded and approved of Chen Meihan's words. One after the other, they also made their cutest expressions at Qin Feng. Fatty had just sat up, but he instantly fell limp. The forced smile on his face suddenly froze. He felt as though he was suddenly shot in the chest with an arrow. Qin Feng was surrounded by all kinds of flowers, and every flower was budding and underripe. He lifted his hand, then put it back down as he struggled to decide whether or not he wanted to touch the bodies of these middle schoolers and concern himself with their health and their physical development. Ah! Xiao Jia, where is your relationship with that uncle of yours at? Chen Meihan sat beside Qin Feng. Her gaze inadvertently fell on Qin Feng's hand and she shouted in surprise. Due to the sound, the other three girls and Fatty looked over, and their expressions instantly changed drastically. They discovered that Qin Feng's hand was on Lu Xiaojia's long and fair leg beneath her skirt. It's a habit, it's a habit. Qin Feng reacted, immediately pulling his hand away and smiling awkwardly at the spectators. He was used to touching Su Ruoro's thigh at work, so he couldn't help but touch Lu Xiaojia's leg. In retrospect, the little girl's skin was soft and tender, and felt like water. Habit. When Chen Meihan and the rest heard Qin Feng's explanation, their mouths suddenly tweed. They had weird looks on their faces and reconsidered Qin Feng and Lu Xiaojia. They clearly misunderstood them. At this time, they made guesses. The two of them couldn't have slept together already, could they? I'm going to sing. Lu Xiaojia didn't understand how the word habit could have come out of Qin Feng's mouth. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole and hide in it. However, Lu Xiaojia didn't explain. She shyly stood and ran to the song selection machine to choose a song. Lu Xiaojia was publicly acknowledged as the school's goddess of song. Her voice was clear and sweet, and there usually were very few opportunities to hear her sing. Now that Lu Xiaojia took the initiative and offered to sing a song, the four other girls in the room fell quiet and waited to listen carefully to Lu Xiaojia's moving singing voice. The upcoming song, Heartbeat, is for the unordinary you on this unordinary night. Lu Xiaojia quickly chose a song and glanced a bit shyly toward Qin Feng, then glued her eyes to the lyric prompter in preparation for singing earnestly. Her words were originally meant to thank Qin Feng for suddenly appearing and saving her the night she was kidnapped, but the four girls and Fatty clearly misinterpreted her words. You want to argue with me, but I'm not that bored. You don't know how to apologize, and I'm not that smart. I really want to return to our starting point. But in spite of myself, it has appeared in my chest. How many question marks can we fit into two hearts? How many tears does love make us cry? Your eyes are filled with beauty, it takes away my heartbeat. Your gentleness is so close, it takes away my heartbeat. Reverse time to the beginning, can I get 1 second? The graceful melody and clear and sweet sound made the audience in the private room fall quiet. The noisy music outside and the wild, out-of-control crowd seemed disconnected from them. Time stopped and only heartbeats remained. The dusk-yellow lights fell on Lu Xiaojia's delicate and charming face, and she brimmed with youth. Qin Feng could clearly see Lu Xiaojia's features, her eyebrows, eyelashes, and even every little hair on her face. When Lu Xiaojia took breaths in between lines, every time her chest rose and fell, her breaths produced fragrant air. The soft pink tongue revealed when she opened her mouth. There were still a lot of underripe and enchanting parts and feelings that were brought over by the song, Heartbeat. They passed into Qin Feng's body like the sounds of nature and slowly melted him. Qin Feng's gaze was glued to Lu Xiaojia. He had the urge to rush onto the stage and hug her tightly, then kiss her passionately under the soft light and beautiful melody. This feeling was extremely intriguing. It made Qin Feng relive the taste of youth and his first love. Bang! The door to the private room was suddenly kicked open, and the lovely atmosphere was similarly shattered. Su Xiaobai walked in first, and 5 young hooligans around 24 or 25 years old followed behind him. Your eyes are filled with beauty, it takes away my heartbeat. Your gentleness is so close, it takes away my heartbeat. Reverse time to the beginning, can I get 1 second? Lu Xiaojia's singing was too enchanting. She ignored the sudden intrusion and remained standing on the stage with her eyes closed as she sang softly. Buckteeth and his 4 lackeys that had just entered stopped abruptly. Their gazes turned to the stage in unison and onto the body of Lu Xiaojia, who stood under the light. The eyes of the 5 men instantly gleamed. She wore a white dress shirt, short flowery skirt, thin and slender legs with rainbow socks. Her body was slender, straight, and full. A yellow camisole could be seen faintly beneath the white shirt, forming a youthful and attractive form. Lu Xiaojia's raven black, supple, and evenly cut short hair fit her cute and lively personality very well. Her high nose bridge made her look multiracial, and her long and thick black eyelashes fluttered in the light. And her every blink tugged on Buckteeth's and his men's heartbeats. At their first glance of Lu Xiaojia, the 5 men only had one urge, to get on her, ruthlessly get on her. Brother Xiaobai, you're back. Fatty immediately stood in greeting when he saw Su Xiaobai return bringing other people. At this time, not only were Buckteeth and his men entranced by Lu Xiaojia's singing, Su Xiaobai was also in a daze. Su Xiaobai only came to when he heard Fatty shout. He laughed awkwardly. I bumped into a familiar face on the dance floor. Let me introduce him to everyone. This is Big Brother Buckteeth. He's a big brother with power in Acropolis. These are my classmates. We're here to celebrate Lu Xiaojia's birthday, and she's the one singing on stage. Su Xiaobai first introduced Lu Xiaojia, the girl he had his sights on, to Buckteeth. What he meant was, other than this girl, you can play with the rest however you like. A coldness flashed across his face. He pointed at Qin Feng and said, Big Brother Buckteeth, this is the friend Lu Xiaojia brought. In a bit, play with him well. Su Xiaobai had a playful smile as he spoke. Buckteeth's gaze had already fallen on Qin Feng. He noticed that Qin Feng was tall, skinny, fair, and soft, and looked like a pushover that couldn't fight, so he didn't care about Qin Feng. His gaze returned to the singing Lu Xiaojia on stage. Xiaobai, this is the girl you've set your sights on tonight. She's awesome. Buckteeth rubbed his chin, and a slight and unconcealed vulgar gaze arose in his eyes. When he saw Lu Xiaojia singing and dancing on stage, he wanted to rush up, press her onto the stage, and play with her harshly. Big Brother Buckteeth, this girl is our school's #1 beauty, and I've waiting 3 years to take her. I have to get her tonight, no matter what. Su Xiaobai didn't notice yet that Big Brother Buckteeth had taken a liking to Lu Xiaojia. At this time, he covertly pointed at the 4 girls sitting on the sofa and smiled. Big Brother Buckteeth, those 4 schoolgirls are also pretty good. You can choose. Chapter 228. Chapter 228, Older Brother is an Islander. After Su Xiaobai introduced everyone, Big Brother Buckteeth and his men sat on the sofa in succession. At this time, Su Xiaobai's lackeys, who had gone to the restroom to vomit, came back as well. The private room was instantly filled, and it was clearly much more boisterous. Lu Xiaojia finished singing Heartbeat, and she had sung so earnestly that she hadn't noticed Buckteeth and his men. After getting off the stage and noticing 5 additional people in the private room, she was a bit shy. She lowered her head and walked to Qin Feng's side. She neared him and quietly sat down. Bravo, bravo. Your singing is too good. Lu Xiaojia had just sat down when Buckteeth clapped and gave a toothy grin. He said to Lu Xiaojia, Beauty, you have a heavenly voice. You've wronged your talent by not becoming a singer. My name is Wang He. The people in the streets call me Brother Buckteeth. It's an honor to meet a beauty like you. Come, let's have a drink. Buckteeth raised 2 cups of beer and extended one toward Lu Xiaojia as if he was prepared to begin picking her up. This scene stunned Su Xiaobai. He purposely told Big Brother Buckteeth about Lu Xiaojia earlier. Could Big Brother Buckteeth have mistaken her for someone else? My apologies, I don't drink. Lu Xiaojia didn't know Buckteeth, so how would she drink with him? She waved her hands in rejection. Buckteeth's expression dropped slightly, and he said with some unhappiness, "Little beauty, what do you mean by this? Are you looking down on me, Big Brother Buckteeth? I'll have you know that this big brother isn't just boasting in front of you. My name is famous far and wide in the streets, and my power can cover the sky. I'm a big deal." Lu Xiaojia couldn't take it when she saw Big Brother Buckteeth's mouth full of yellow teeth and smelled the stench of his breath as he spoke. She didn't know how to refuse Buckteeth. Just then, she felt a pair of large hands lightly tug her behind a body to shield her. Afterward, she heard Qin Fang's calm voice. "Brother Big Yellow Teeth, we don't see many islanders in society anymore. Could you tell me which island you live on?" "Fuck, what did you call your elder, stinking brat?" Buckteeth didn't care if Qin Feng asked about some island or street. Once he heard Qin Feng call him Big Yellow Teeth, Buckteeth was so angry that he jumped up. "You're saying that your elder has big yellow teeth? Look here, are my teeth yellow?" Wang He opened his mouth and stared at Qin Feng with extreme seriousness. Since he had a mouth full of buck teeth, he was nicknamed Big Brother Buckteeth. Wang He didn't really accept the nickname, but after his brothers called him this so many times, he could only quietly accept it. Now, once Qin Feng stepped in, he directly shouted the ruthless nickname, Big Yellow Teeth, so how could Buckteeth not be angry? At this time, he wanted to smash a beer bottle on Qin Feng's head. Chinese people are all creatures with a strong sense of curiosity. When Buckteeth opened his mouth to exhibit his teeth, all the people in the private room looked over. They all didn't know what to say when they saw Buckteeth's extremely crooked and rotten teeth that were turning a bit black. Qin Feng also looked earnestly at Buckteeth's teeth, then shook his head and said seriously, "I'm really sorry. Looks like I really did see wrongly at first. Big Black Teeth, you still haven't responded to my question. Which island do you live on? Big Black Teeth." Pfft. After hearing Qin Feng's new nickname for Big Brother Buckteeth, the spectators suppressed their laughter with all their might until their faces turned completely red. Even Buckteeth's 4 lackeys were tickled by Qin Feng. Qin Feng's nickname described their boss's teeth too accurately. "Stinking brat, I'm warning you, you better not speak so carelessly. When this elder gets mad, even I get afraid." Buckteeth glared coldly at Qin Feng. Then, he suddenly thought of Su Xiaobai's assignment. Other than coming to pick up girls, it just so happened that he also had to harshly teach this brat Qin Feng a lesson. At this time, Buckteeth already put on a fierce expression. He looked disdainfully at Qin Feng and asked, "Stinking brat, which street do you hang out on?" "I don't live on the island, but I know 2 friends that hang out on the island," Qin Feng said with a light smile. Buckteeth was trying to figure out Qin Feng's background, so when he heard that Qin Feng knew people on the streets, his expression changed slightly. He feigned nonchalance and said, "So you also have friends on the streets, brat? Why don't you tell me who? Maybe I've hung around with your friends before." "I don't think so." Qin Feng shook his head and said, "My 2 friends are long-term inhabitants of the island and live reclusive lives. Even if I told you, you might not know them. One is called Guojing, and the other is called Huang Rong." "That's right. I'm not sure if you've heard of the island they live on, Brother Big Black Teeth. It's called Peach Blossom Island," Qin Feng said while looking at Buckteeth with seriousness. All the people in the room suddenly forgot to breathe. They stared stupidly at Chin Fong and thought about what he said. Very soon, someone understood. Chin Fong was intentionally teasing Buck Teeth. He swayed hanging out on the streets into hanging out on the island. A couple of seconds later, laughter arose in the private room. They couldn't hold it in any longer. What are you laughing at? What the fuck is so funny? Buck Teeth was the last one to regain his senses, and once he did, he burst out yelling. When the private room fell quiet again, Buck Teeth glared fiercely at Chin Fong and shouted, "Stinking brat, you have the fucking guts to mess with your elder? Let me show you the consequences of messing with your elder." Buck Teeth was extremely angry about actually being played by a 20-year-old brat. He picked up an empty beer bottle and aimed at Chin Feng's head. "Aw! Big brother Fong, be careful." Lu Xiaojia was sitting beside Chin Fong and was so frightened that she covered her mouth and shrieked. Bang! The empty bottle fell, producing a large crunch. However, it didn't fall on Chin Feng's head, it smashed directly into Buck Teeth's forehead. The beer bottle shards covered the ground. Some small pieces of glass stuck to the top of Buck Teeth's head, and streaks of blood already began flowing down his forehead. "Stinking brat, now do you know how amazing your elder is? If you dare provoke your elder again, I'll kill you." Buck Teeth didn't realize what happened because he was certain he'd smashed the bottle toward Chin Fong. He didn't know the bottle ended up falling on his own head, so he was there hooting at Chin Fong. This scene shocked all of the people in the private room. In particular, Lu Xiaojia's classmates who saw Buck Teeth for the first time got to expand their horizons today. So the bosses on the streets used self-damaging methods to scare other people. "Oh. Why does my head hurt a bit? Fuck, whose fucking blood is this?" Over 10 seconds after the bottle's impact, Buck Teeth finally felt that something wasn't right. The gash on his forehead was quite severe, and he noticed the blood streaming down by his eyes. "Fuck, Tiger Cub, Little 3, did you see who the fuck hit your elder at first? He smashed and damaged this elder's head, so I'm going to kill him." After confirming his head had been hit by someone, Buck Teeth immediately pulled out a tissue and wiped his wound while shouting. His 4 lackeys looked at Buck Teeth with strange expressions. They hesitated and wondered if they should tell their boss the truth. "Fuck your mom, it was you, wasn't it? You did it, you brat." Buck Teeth quickly directed his anger back toward Chin Fong. The bottle was supposed to whack Chin Feng's head earlier, but Chin Fong was fine. On the other hand, his own head was split open. He finally understood what happened. "I didn't do anything. I was standing here the whole time," Chin Fong said and shrugged while looking at the malevolent Buck Teeth. Buck Teeth was also dubious because he hadn't seen Chin Fong move, yet his head was already broken. This was a huge embarrassment. Buck Teeth couldn't care too much. He picked up another empty beer bottle and aimed at Chin Feng's head again. "Fuck your grandfather, your elder said you moved, so you fucking moved. If you dare make a move on your elder, I'll let you know why flowers." Bang! Buck Teeth hadn't finished shouting his insults when the sound of an empty beer bottle shattering was heard. Then, Buck Teeth's howl of pain echoed in the room. The empty bottle in his hand smashed into his head once again. The audience gasped. This time, everyone paid attention to Big Brother Buck Teeth's movements. They were certain that Chin Fong really didn't do anything. All they saw was that Buck Teeth initially aimed at Chin Feng's head, but when he was not even 5 centimeters from Chin Feng's head, he suddenly swayed directions and fiercely whacked his own head. This frightening skill was truly an artistic achievement. The people present couldn't help but think that if they were the person standing across from Buck Teeth, the instant they saw the empty beer bottle flying at them, they'd be sure to fall to their knees and beg for mercy. "Brother Big Black Teeth, have you practiced acrobatics on the island? Your bottle smashing skill is a real eye-opener." Chin Feng weighed the stunned buck teeth and couldn't help but mock him. Of course he'd moved earlier, but he'd acted as quick as lightning, so normal people couldn't see it clearly. Ha! I did indeed learn some acrobatics in the past, and since I knew it was this little beauty's birthday tonight, I just showed a bit to everyone for some fun and to enliven the atmosphere, but this skill is something I practiced hard for 5-6 years to obtain this result, so don't try and copy me. You all haven't gone through professional training, so if you hit your head directly, it'll break. Big Brother Buckteeth suddenly burst into laughter. He wasn't a fool. After getting attacked twice, he already noticed something was fishy. He knew Chin Feng must have done something in the middle, otherwise, there was no way he could have attacked Chin Feng yet have the beer bottle end up hitting his own head. After these two instances, Buckteeth had a preliminary taste of Chin Feng's skills. This was clearly a very formidable opponent. Buckteeth had already decided to switch tactics. He couldn't face Chin Feng head-on, so he was prepared to use other methods to attack him and ruthlessly clean him up. Big Brother Buckteeth really is humorous. Don't be afraid everyone, Big Brother Buckteeth was just joking with us. Come, let's give Big Brother Buckteeth a toast. He used his life to joke, so he's worth our respect. Su Xiaobai couldn't understand what Buckteeth was doing, but at this time, he took the initiative to form a compromise. The others slowly recovered from their astonishment. They all raised their glasses and drank a cup of beer together. After ingesting the alcohol, Buckteeth wiped his head clean of blood with a napkin. It was just a flesh wound, and it wasn't that serious. Little beauty, did you like Big Brother's performance at first? After fixing up himself, Buckteeth returned his attentions to Lu Xiaojia. Having put on makeup tonight, Lu Xiaojia looked young and inexperienced with a hint of charm and allure. Any male who saw her would want to harshly love her. A vulgar and lascivious man like Buckteeth couldn't resist this kind of allure. It was okay. Lu Xiaojia replied faintly out of politeness. Buckteeth immediately smiled and leaned a bit closer to Lu Xiaojia after seeing that he was able to start a conversation with her. He raised a beer glass to her and said, "Little beauty, you're really beautiful. Why don't you go for a walk with Big Brother and I'll take you out for a spin later? What do you think? Did you see that black Lamborghini Batmobile parked at the door? That's the ride Big Brother drove here tonight. Do you know why the rich like driving this kind of convertible sports car?" Big Brother Buckteeth smiled vulgarly at Lu Xiaojia and said, "Because you can lie in the car for a joyride and shake the car as well. Doesn't it seem exciting just thinking about it?" Chapter 229. Chapter 229, You Cheated. Pfft. Lu Xiaojia was just in the middle of drinking orange juice. After she heard Buckteeth's words, she sprayed the mouthful of juice onto his face. The yellow liquid also contained plump pieces of fruit. The image was too beautiful, they all couldn't bear to keep weighing. Lu Xiaojia couldn't take it because Buckteeth's bullshitting technique was so skillful that he could forcibly lie about owning Chin Feng's car. The most crucial thing was that when he was bullshitting, he had a proper, serious, and earnest expression. Lu Xiaojia felt that Buckteeth thought his own words were the truth, so what other people thought didn't matter to him. It's okay, it's okay. You must have been startled after hearing that I drove a Lamborghini Batmobile worth over 10 million here tonight. Big Brother Buckteeth wasn't angry, even though his face was sprayed completely with juice, because Lu Xiaojia drank the juice, so it carried a fragrant smell. After discovering Buckteeth's shamelessness, Lu Xiaojia pursed her lips and didn't want to speak with him. It was clearly Big Brother Feng who drove the car over, yet this person had to say it was his. He was really brazen. Wow, Big Brother Buckteeth really is amazing, driving a Lamborghini supercar. That's a car only a rich person could afford. Buckteeth's 4 lackeys all stood up and praised him. These four followed Buckteeth around all day, so how could they not know Buckteeth's background? How would he have the money to buy a Lamborghini? The van he drove here tonight was something he'd bought through clenched teeth a couple of days ago. Because the vehicle's quality was so low, he was too embarrassed to drive it in broad daylight. He only took it out for a spin in the dead of the night, when there weren't a lot of people around. You four brats just need to follow with me well in the future, and sooner or later there'll be a time when you'll be able to buy a sports car too. Buckteeth was very satisfied with the quick-wittedness of his four lackeys. They played along and acted quite convincingly. Lu Xiaojia's four female classmates began looking at Buckteeth with stars in their eyes. Big brother Buckteeth, you really are young and promising. Can you take us to see this Lamborghini supercar later? I've only seen it in pictures on the internet, but I've really never seen one in person. Me too, me too. In a bit, I want to sit in the Lamborghini, take pictures of myself, and send it to my friends. The four girls shouted and danced for joy. Buckteeth really enjoyed the feeling of this kind of bullshitting. He thumped his chest and promised solemnly, "That's simple enough. When we go outside later, you can all take turns taking pictures in the car. You can take them however you want. Don't be polite with your big brother Buckteeth. Right now, we're here to celebrate this little beauty's birthday, so let's drink to our heart's content. What do you all say?" Buckteeth had good control of the atmosphere. He boasted randomly and was able to win over four of the schoolgirls in the room. When Su Xiaobai and his lackeys saw this unique technique for picking up girls, they worshipped him to no end. "Little beauty, come, let's have a drink. This time, don't reject your big brother." Buckteeth took advantage of the heightened atmosphere and extended another cup of beer toward Lu Xiaojia. Lu Xiaojia saw that the others drank, so she couldn't find a reason to refuse. She was in the midst of hesitating and wondering what to do when Qin Feng took the cup of beer. "Brother Big Black Teeth, so you like drinking, huh? Then I'll drink with you. It just so happens that these little students can't drink. I'm really glad that someone that can drink is now here." Qin Feng held Lu Xiaojia's cup of beer and spoke while looking happily at Buckteeth. When Buckteeth saw Qin Feng interfere again, he really wanted to smash another bottle toward Qin Feng, but once he thought about the still-present dull ache on his head, the intent was instantly dismissed. He had second thoughts about the situation, then a good idea suddenly occurred to him. He had just been worrying about how to deal with Qin Feng, and now Qin Feng himself suggested they should drink, so Buckteeth was elated. He was a regular at the large bars in Acropolis every night, so he had acquired quite the alcohol tolerance long ago. He was also an experienced player of number guessing, rolling dice, poker, and other games. With his abilities, how could Buckteeth be afraid of Qin Feng? This truly made him want to laugh until his crooked and rotten teeth fell out. "Brat, you really want to have a drink-off with me?" Buckteeth looked at Qin Feng with an expression of rumination. Qin Feng laughed lightly, "We could try it out." "Okay, then I'll drink with you until the end." Buckteeth smiled mysteriously. "But let's not just drink from the bottle, that's too boring. How about this, let's play games while drinking. Whoever loses will have to drink as punishment. Number guessing, rolling dice, playing poker, arm wrestling, you name it." Buckteeth had just finished speaking when the mouths of Lu Xiaojia and her classmates chweed and they suddenly had the urge to smash themselves into a wall. They had just seen Qin Feng's prowess in number guessing and rolling dice. Now that Buckteeth took it upon himself to challenge Qin Feng, the scene was too comical. "Brother Big Black Teeth, you really want to play these games?" "I don't really know how to play." Qin Feng looked at Buckteeth with a smile. "You don't know how to play? Then we really have to play. I'll teach you. It's really simple, and I guarantee that you'll get it right away," Buckteeth said excitedly. He wanted to play even more because Qin Feng didn't know how to play. However, this scene was all too familiar. In particular, when Su Xiaobai and his 4 lackeys saw it, they felt as though they were suddenly and brutally stabbed in the heart. They weighed the scene and seemed to see themselves in the extremely dumb buck teeth. At this time, they knew how deeply Qin Feng had tricked them. Ah! Big brother buck teeth, why don't we not play games and just drink? Su Xiaobai couldn't continue weighing and stepped in to suggest this to buck teeth. Not play. Buck teeth clearly misunderstood Su Xiaobai's meaning. He awkwardly shook his head and said, then let's not play, since even brother Xiaobai deems the games too unfair. And I also would feel bad bullying this guy. Pfft. After hearing buck teeth's words, Su Xiaobai and his lackeys couldn't help but spit out whatever was in their mouths. They once again saw in buck teeth how stupid and idiotic they were earlier. Let's forget about number guessing, rolling dice, and playing poker. They seem a bit complicated and I'm afraid I won't understand them. Why don't we arm wrestle? This is simple and I know how to play, Qin Feng said with a smile. He had just played the number guessing and dice rolling games with Xiaobai and his lackeys, so he didn't want to use those 2 games to teach buck teeth a lesson. Even when it came to boasting and face slapping, Qin Feng still had to be choosy. Buck teeth's gaze swept over Qin Feng. He saw that Qin Feng was tall and thin, and his skin was fair and soft. He clearly wasn't the kind of brat that was very strong, so buck teeth immediately agreed. Okay, then let's arm wrestle. They decided to arm wrestle. Everyone emptied a table and had Qin Feng and buck teeth sit face to face. Lu Xiaojia was a bit worried about Qin Feng. She followed Qin Feng and stayed by his side. In the end, she hugged his free arm and sat down. Qin Feng and buck teeth clasped hands and each sat on separate sides of the table. They were ready to start at any time. Qin Feng glanced at Lu Xiaojia and suddenly said, Xiaojia, sit a little farther away. Hey, Roosterhead. Sit beside me and be the judge. Otherwise, if I win later, you'll say I cheated. Qin Feng selected a guy with a coxcomb hairstyle. The tuft of hair atop his head was dyed red. At this time, after suddenly getting called upon by Qin Feng, the guy walked over with a dark expression. If he could, he would have used his tuft of red hair to skewer Qin Feng to death. Stinking brat, are you ready? Can we start? Coxcomb sat beside Qin Feng and glared coldly as he spoke. Yup. Qin Feng's expression chilled, and he suddenly became serious. Alright, then let's begin. With Coxcomb's command, Buckteeth turned earnest and was about to use all his strength to defeat Qin Feng instantly when he heard Qin Feng's sudden shout. Wait! What now? Coxcomb asked unhappily. Brother Big Black Teeth, don't we need to trash talk each other before we begin? Qin Feng said while looking seriously at Buckteeth. Buckteeth's expression darkened. He wanted to rush up and use his crooked teeth to bite Qin Feng to death. He glanced coldly at Qin Feng and said, No. Okay, I don't really know the rules, so I thought it would be better to clarify. Qin Feng nodded. When Coxcomb saw Qin Feng and Buckteeth ready again, he continued, Okay, the competition begins. He had just finished speaking when Qin Feng suddenly raised his hand and shouted, Wait. Fuck, are you going to do this or not, brat? What is it now? Coxcomb was helpless. Brother Big Black Teeth, don't we need to use the restroom before the competition? Qin Feng asked while looking seriously at Buckteeth. Buckteeth's cheeks tweed and he spoke with a steady expression, No. Okay, it's my first time arm wrestling, and I don't really know the rules, don't take offense. The competition began anew, and Coxcomb's voice already became listless. Are you both ready? Start. After he finished speaking, Bucktooth wasn't in a hurry to use his strength. Though he looked down on people that were slight such as Qin Feng, Buckteeth had been very serious when the competition was about to start the previous 2 times. Once Coxcomb shouted to begin, Buckteeth had begun to use this strength to try and directly defeat Qin Feng right away. However, after Qin Feng's 2 disruptions, Buckteeth was no longer enthusiastic about defeating Qin Feng. He even suspected Qin Feng was sure to find another excuse to stop the competition. Bam! A bang was suddenly heard. Buckteeth was still waiting unhappily for Qin Feng to yell, "Stop," when he suddenly felt an enormous force pass from Qin Feng's arm. In the next second, his wrist was pressed unyieldingly onto the table. The instant kill scenario that he desired really occurred. However, the one who was instantly killed wasn't Qin Feng but him. Brother Big Black Teeth, you were very clearly yielding to me, weren't you? I didn't even use any strength. How was it that you fell over? Qin Feng didn't forget to sprinkle salt into Buckteeth's wound after defeating him. Buckteeth was so angry that he was about to spit blood. He glared coldly at Qin Feng and yelled, "Stinking brat, why didn't you yell, 'Stop' this time? You were cheating." All of the people present knew clearly whether or not Qin Feng cheated. Qin Feng's strategy was clearly disruption. Twice before, he used disruption to divert his opponent's attention, and the 3rd time, he suddenly used his strength, caught Buckteeth unprepared, and won the arm wrestle effortlessly. This tactic was absolutely dirty, and impossible to defend against. However, one couldn't point out Qin Feng's faults. Even if he had disturbed Buckteeth, all one could say was that Buckteeth's willpower wasn't firm enough. At least Qin Feng still used his arm strength to defeat Buckteeth in the end. I cheated. I didn't. Qin Feng looked innocently at Buckteeth and said, "Oh. I know. Brother Big Black Teeth, you just don't want to drink after you lost, so you're finding an excuse to say I cheated?" Qin Feng spoke with a look of sudden realization. All right, then even if I did cheat, isn't it just 1 bottle of beer? How about I drink it for Brother Big Black Teeth? Would that be fine? After seeing Qin Feng's convincing act, Buckteeth wanted to kill someone. As someone who hung around the streets, face was the most important to him, so how could he let Qin Feng drink for him? That was undisguised face slapping. Chapter 230. Chapter 230, does this count as winning? It's just a bottle of beer. I, Big Brother Buckteeth, would need you to help me drink it. What a joke. Buckteeth glared harshly at Qin Feng. He picked up a bottle of beer beside him and drank it down. As expected, his alcohol tolerance was much better than that of students like Su Xiaobai. He drank quickly and fiercely, and after drinking 1 bottle of beer, he felt nothing at all. Bang! After drinking 1 bottle, Buckteeth grimly slammed the beer bottle on the table. He glared fiercely at Qin Feng and said coldly, "Stinking brat, you cheated during the contest at first and your elder is dissatisfied. Would you dare go another round with your elder? Go again. Why don't we forget about it?" "I really don't know how to arm wrestle," Qin Feng said while looking hesitantly at Buckteeth. "You're a man, why are you so bashful? It's just arm wrestling. Look at how you're frightened like a woman." After seeing Qin Feng shrink back a bit, Buckteeth began to provoke Qin Feng. "Then, let's go another round." Qin Feng suddenly smiled. "Let's go. We must go another round. We can go another round, but we have to change the punishment." Qin Feng looked nonchalantly at Buckteeth and said, "Drinking a bottle of beer if you lose is too weak. Why don't we add more?" Buckteeth was certain that he lost the last round only because Qin Feng distracted him. Buckteeth was extremely self-confident about this next round. When he was on the streets those years ago, he had been pretty strong. At the very least, he could take care of a soft-skinned pretty boy like Qin Feng. Thus, once Qin Feng suggested strengthening the punishment, Buckteeth almost couldn't help but laugh aloud. He said immediately, okay, if you lose this time, we'll make it 3 bottles. 3 bottles. Isn't that too little? Qin Feng said, shaking his head. It really is too little. How about this? Let's just make it 10 bottles. I'm only worried you wouldn't dare to do it. At this time, Buckteeth began questioning Qin Feng's intelligence. This brat was simply talking himself into trouble. Qin Feng glanced at the 5 packs of beer on the table. He pointed at them and said, how about this, whoever loses the arm wrestling match this time must drink all 5 packs of beer. When Qin Feng said this, the spectators in the private room all gasped. They really couldn't guess what Qin Feng's intentions were. They wondered where this person got his confidence and what he really wanted to do. Su Xiaobai and his group, in particular, were people who had fallen at Qin Feng's hands, and they were definitely more vigilant against him. When they saw how calm and composed Qin Feng was, they were a bit worried for Buckteeth. Big brother Buckteeth, we're all gathered here for some fun. I think we should forget about this punishment of 5 packs of beer. Su Xiaobai suddenly stepped in and urged Buckteeth. Although he also thought, based on appearances, that big brother Buckteeth had a better chance of winning the arm wrestling match, there was a kind of nameless worry within him. Qin Feng was too strange. How could we forget about it? Buckteeth glared at Su Xiaobai unhappily. He wondered if this brat's head got smashed in a door and messed up. You clearly brought over your elder to clean up Qin Feng, but you've been helping Qin Feng the whole night. Isn't this crazy? A promise from a man of character cannot be retracted. We absolutely can't just forget about it. Whoever loses this match will drink 5 packs of beer. Whoever doesn't dare to do it is a coward, and whoever doesn't drink the beer is a bastard. Buckteeth had just lost to Qin Feng, so how could he let him off so easily? He was already prepared to fiercely slap Qin Feng in the face. With a wave of his large hand and boundless loftiness, he looked as though 14 horses couldn't deter him. Okay, then that's the plan. Qin Feng replied very happily. The two held hands again and sat properly face to face. Coxcomb sat beside Qin Feng and continued to serve as a judge. Stinking brat, if you have something to say, say it all now. When I yell start later, the competition will begin officially. If you yell stop again, it won't count. Coxcomb was smarter this time after last time's lesson. He directly cut off Qin Feng's escape route for cheating. These words made Buckteeth beam with joy. He liked these 4 lackeys of his more and more. They were each cleverer than the last. Qin Feng didn't say anything, and Lu Xiaojia looked over worriedly. Big brother Feng, why don't we forget about it? Let's not compete anymore. After hearing the loser would have to drink 5 packs of beer, she was so shocked that her expression changed. If Qin Feng really lost, then wouldn't he drink himself to death? Xiaojia, don't worry. Just stand to the side and wah. Qin Feng finished speaking, and then he added, it would be best if you could stand farther away. This was Qin Feng's second time reminding Lu Xiaojia to stand farther away. No one understood his meaning, not even Lu Xiaojia. Wasn't it just arm wrestling? Why should she stand far away? We can start now, right? Coxcomb asked coldly after waiting for the people in the room to quiet down. Wait. Qin Feng suddenly waved his hand, looked at Buckteeth and said earnestly, Brother Big Black Teeth, before this competition, do we want to set life or death conditions? The strength Buckteeth had just mustered dissipated instantly. He said forcibly through clenched teeth, no. He wanted to stab this brat Qin Feng blade by blade. Weren't they just arm wrestling? Was there a need to be so dramatic and set life or death conditions? Really? Qin Feng looked very serious. Then should we first buy some insurance for your hand? No need. Buckteeth glared coldly at Qin Feng and then smiled thoughtfully. Brat, if you still want to use this move to deceive your elder, I'd urge you to save it. This time, I absolutely will not fall into your trap. Qin Feng originally wanted to make these proposals to Buckteeth out of the goodness of his heart. When he saw how ungrateful Buckteeth was, he could only shake his head. He had external stage 3 abilities at the moment, and even if he didn't use his intermediate Thunder Tiger fists, his strength was 250 kilograms, 5 times a normal person's. He only had to use some strength, and he could instantly pinch Buckteeth's arm into powder. This brat still didn't want to buy insurance, so he was clearly treating his life like child's play. Okay, then we can start. Qin Feng suddenly said. Buckteeth and Coxcomb let out a long breath. This Qin Feng was finally ready to begin. Coxcomb exchanged glances with Buckteeth. When he saw Buckteeth nod at him, he suddenly yelled, "Start!" Once he spoke, Buckteeth used all the strength in his body to try and instantly defeat Qin Feng. However, when he used all the strength he had from drinking milk, he found that Qin Feng's arm was a towering mountain that would not budge, no matter how much strength he used. At this time, Buckteeth's face turned completely scarlet, his veins popped out of his forehead, and beads of sweat as large as beans dripped down. Then, he saw Qin Feng looking completely at ease. Qin Feng raised his crossed legs and smiled evilly at Buckteeth. The two of them had polar opposite reactions. One was fighting for his life in deep distress while the other looked like he was relaxing in a hot spring while being massaged by beautiful women. This difference stunned the audience, and they even began to wonder whether or not this was a battle of acting skills as opposed to an arm wrestling match. Based on Buckteeth's acting, he was a shoo-in for Best Actor at the Oscars. Just as the audience was astonished and trying to make sense of the situation, Qin Feng suddenly spoke, "Brother Big Black Teeth, has the competition begun?" Once he did, the audience was thunderstruck, and the corners of their mouths quirked upward. They felt that Buckteeth's acting was a bit too exaggerated because Qin Feng didn't look like a really strong person. As a result, they found out that Qin Feng hadn't even started. So if he really used his strength, wouldn't he break Buckteeth's arm? If the competition has begun, you have to tell me. I don't really know how to arm wrestle, and I don't know the rules. Don't defraud me. Qin Feng said with utter seriousness when he noticed that Buckteeth said nothing. It's already started. Buckteeth used all his strength and squeezed the words out through clenched teeth. It's already started. Then why aren't you using any strength, Brother Big Black Teeth? You can't let me win again, I'd feel very apologetic, Qin Feng said with a laugh. Big Black Teeth didn't even have the strength to get angry. He finally saw how strong Qin Feng was. Though this guy looked soft-skinned, he possessed extraordinary strength. No matter how much strength Buckteeth used, it was useless against Qin Feng. Since the competition has begun, then I'll begin to use strength. Qin Feng's expression suddenly dropped, and he laughed coldly while looking at Buckteeth. Brother Big Black Teeth, get ready. Qin Feng's smile was sinister and icy. It suddenly gave Buckteeth an ominous feeling. Qin Feng had just finished speaking when he suddenly exerted his strength and burst out with 250 kilograms of power. Pop! Since 250 kilograms of strength was enormous, how could Buckteeth's little elbow withstand it? The anger pent up in his chest suddenly sank, and a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed Coxcomb's face, making Coxcomb extremely disgusted. As expected, Brother Big Black Teeth really was hiding a secret weapon. Good thing I dodged quickly, otherwise, I would have been hit. Qin Feng laughed as he dodged this mouthful of black blood. He applied strength again. With a crisp kacha, the spectators were met with an extremely strange sight. They only saw Chin Fong snap Buckteeth's wrist. His arm was still upright on the table, while his wrist and fist were pressed onto the table by Chin Fong. Ha! Brother Big Black Teeth, I don't really know how to play this arm wrestling game and I don't know the rules. In this case, did I win? Chin Fong gave Buckteeth's deformed wrist an indifferent look and asked doubtfully. Big Black Teeth looked at his broken arm and his eyes were filled with shock and terror. He even forgot about the pain. Brother Big Black Teeth, why aren't you saying anything? Chin Fong suddenly and ruthlessly slapped Buckteeth's broken arm. Buckteeth immediately came back to his senses and pitifully wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. Ow! It hurts, it fucking hurts like hell. You actually dared to break this elder's wrist, brat. Brothers, hurry and cripple this brat. This elder wants to personally see his arms get broken. Since Chin Fong broke Buckteeth's wrist, Buckteeth shed all pretense and shouted at his 4 lackeys. These 4 people came back to their senses from the shock, hurriedly picked up empty beer bottles from the table, and pounced on Chin Fong. Stinking brat, you had the guts to hurt our big brother Buckteeth. You must not want to be able to hang around in Acropolis anymore. Coxcomb was the closest to Chin Fong, and he was the first to raise an empty beer bottle and smash it toward Chin Fong. He had just been sprayed in the face with black blood, so he looked pretty frightening. Chin Fong curled his lips. Not waiting for Coxcomb to get closer, he delivered a flying kick that landed accurately on Coxcomb's stomach. An enormous force instantly passed through the lackey's abdomen, and in the next second, Coxcomb's whole body was sent flying. He crashed into the wall of the private room. The tremor knocked the clock off the wall. Chapter 231. Chapter 231, This is Boss Fong. Stinking brat, I'd advise you to hurry and tie your hands and prepare to be captured. When we 3 brothers get angry, even beasts are afraid of us. Once the remaining 3 lackeys saw Chin Fong kick Coxcomb, they suddenly stopped. They began to tremble internally but still put up a strong and unperturbed front. By beasts, do you mean domestic birds? Chin Fong smiled at the 3 of them. Even if this older brother doesn't burst out in anger, common domestic fowl like chicken, ducks, and geese are afraid when they see me. A scholar prefers death over humiliation. These 3 lackeys could get beaten up by Chin Fong, but they couldn't tolerate Chin Feng's insults because there were a good number of little beauties in the private room weighing. Stinking brat, you want to get hit. The 3 of them held up empty beer bottles again and pounced at Chin Fong together. This time, Chin Fong took the initiative to meet the attack head-on. He lightly tapped his foot and arrived in front of one of them in the blink of an eye. He waved his hand and sent the man and his empty bottle flying. Bang! Chin Fong caught the flying empty bottle, turned his hand over, and ruthlessly smashed it on a second person's head. That lackey swayed a couple of times, then fell over. A fist and a bottle toppled 2 lackeys. The movements were quick, violent, and smooth. The 3rd lackey didn't even see what happened clearly, and his 2 comrades fell. Now he was left to face Chin Fong alone. Chin Fong didn't need to do anything, yet the lackey's legs already turned to jelly. He directly sank to his knees in front of Chin Fong. Boss, why you can shame me, but please don't hit me, okay? After kneeling down, he began to beg for mercy. At this time, the door to the private room was suddenly smashed open. 5 or 6 strong men rushed in quickly. Once they entered, they stood in 2 lines. Then, a tall and sturdy man with long hair walked leisurely into the room. He faintly exuded the aggressiveness of a leader. Once Longhair entered the room, his gaze swept indifferently within it. He opened his mouth to say, "What happened here? Why are you fighting on this elder's territory?" The man who entered was Longhair, who managed the phone group. He was in the middle of monitoring the private room section when he heard intense fighting sounds coming from the room. Thus, he brought his men and they rushed in. When Buckteeth and his 4 lackeys saw Longhair, they were so frightened that they wanted to die. They were all from the streets, so of course they had heard of the infamous Longhair and his 2 brothers. Especially since these 3 became the top-ranked subject of the news in the Acropolis underground recently, rumors about the 3 of them were everywhere. These 3 spent a month to form the phone group, a new power, and even took over the Wild Wolf Gang's territory in the Northern District. They were truly brave and scheming. The 3 brothers' positions developed, and they were now equals with the boss of the Wild Wolf Gang. This Fei Tian bar was opened by the 3 brothers, and no one dared to cause trouble in their territory. Now that Longhair personally came here to inquire about the situation, Buckteeth's teeth began to chatter. Big brother Longhair, and my brothers, and I came here to buy things. That brat drank too much and wanted to take advantage of these little beauties, and I couldn't just stand there and wah, so I stood up to convince the brat not to do so. In the end, not only did he not listen, he even took to fighting. He's really too arrogant. Since Buckteeth and his men were in the streets often, how could they not get cut? If they didn't want to get cut, their reaction speeds had to be really fast. Buckteeth had been in the streets for so long and he didn't really learn anything other than training his reaction speed into becoming extremely fast. A second ago, he was worried he would die, but now he rushed up in front of Longhair and began presenting his charges against Qin Feng. Right, that brat had too many drinks and wanted to disrespect my female classmates. In the end, he began to fight. This person is too shameless. Su Xiaobai also reacted. He immediately went along with Big Brother Buckteeth's words and began to frame Qin Feng. After hearing the 2 men's stories, Longhair's face fell. If someone dared cause a ruckus on his land, they were clearly looking to die. He looked in the direction that the 2 pointed. Once his gaze fell on Qin Feng's face, his expression changed dramatically. He looked as terrified as someone who saw a ghost. He never would have thought that the shameless beast these people were talking about was actually boss young Master Qin. Qin Feng saw Longhair coming, and he smiled happily as he walked up to him. Buckteeth and Su Xiaobai pointed at Qin Feng with icy expressions and yelled, "Big brother Longhair, it's this brat. Look at how arrogant he is, he's even smiling. He clearly isn't taking you seriously. Big brother Longhair. You have to teach this brat a good lesson and let him know who exactly Acropolis's Northern District belongs to." The 2 people directed the blame at Qin Feng in unison. At this time, Longhair was stunned. Him clean up young Master Qin. He wouldn't have the guts to do that if someone lent him 10 guts. The girls were badly frightened by Longhair's group who had suddenly burst in. These people were clearly very powerful. Their bodies exuded light gusts of evil, making the little girls who hadn't seen much of society shudder. Among them, the most nervous was Lu Xiaojia. She was worried that these people would bully Qin Feng when she saw the expression of the stalwart man with the long hair suddenly become fierce. He swung his thick arms and slapped ruthlessly. Slap! This slap employed all his strength, and it fell with an enormous sound. However, the slap fell on a surprising location. It didn't fall on Qin Feng's face, it fell accurately on Big Brother Buckteeth's head. After the slap fell, Longhair roared, "Fuck, you dare to yell at Boss Feng and frame him? See how this elder will beat you to death." Then, he lifted his arm and slapped Su Xiaobai in the face. Slap! Su Xiaobai was tall, thin, and weak. After getting slapped once by Longhair, he spun 3 times and stars filled his vision. "Big brother Longhair, did you hit the wrong people? The troublemaking brat is there." Buckteeth covered his head with an astonished expression. He still hadn't made sense of the situation. Longhair gave him another big slap in the face and yelled ferociously, wrong your ass. That is your boss Fong. How dare you call him a brat? Longhair was angered to death by Buck Teeth and Su Xiaobai. He was deeply frightened that these two would say more irreverent things about Qin Fong. At this time, he used both hands to slap simultaneously and didn't give them a sliver of a chance to open their mouths. Everyone else stared at the scene with so much shock that their eyeballs almost fell out. Even if they were dumber than they currently were, they'd still understand that this Qin Fong evidently had a powerful role. Fuck, two little tramps. Since you came to the Fei Tian bar and looked for trouble with Boss Fong, it seems that you are tired of living. You four, come here, drag these two outside, break their arms and legs, and throw them into the dumpsters out back. Longhair slapped Su Xiaobai in buck teeth tens of times. He hit them until his own hands began to hurt. Four of Longhair's men immediately ran over and dragged the two unconscious people outside. Su Xiaobai's four lackeys and Buck Teeth's four lackeys were stunned. They were so frightened that they trembled from head to toe. They could only wail helplessly as their bosses were dragged away, and they had no opportunity to resist. Big Brother Fong. Oh, let's just let it go. Lu Xiaojia suddenly ran to Qin Feng's side and looked fearfully at him. Since Su Xiaobai was her classmate and she heard the big and strong Longhair state that they were going to break the two people's arms and legs, she felt that the punishment for them was too severe. Qin Feng waved his hand, and Longhair's men stopped immediately. His gaze swept over the room and finally fell on Su Xiaobai's four lackeys. He said indifferently, I'll spare you all for Xiaojia's sake this time. In the future, don't bother Xiaojia again, and in particular, don't have intentions of hitting on her. For some things, even if they aren't said aloud, they'll still be known. If you dare have any unacceptable thoughts toward Xiaojia again, I'll personally come looking for you. Lu Xiaojia still didn't realize Su Xiaobai's plans for tonight, but Qin Feng had known what they were right from the beginning. However, he didn't explain the situation to Lu Xiaojia because it was too dirty and Qin Feng didn't want Lu Xiaojia to be exposed to the wickedness of the world too early. He wanted to intimidate Su Xiaobai and his people. Based on the fear on the faces of Su Xiaobai's lackeys, they were already shaken by Qin Feng. Big brother. We won't do it again. The four people immediately swore to Qin Feng. You all can scram. Qin Feng waved his hand and suddenly added, Su Xiaobai reserved this room today. Longhair, go return the money. Tonight, I'll pay for the expenses of Lu Xiaojia's birthday party. Don't let these people taint her birthday. Boss Feng, I'll take care of it. Qin Feng had spoken, and Longhair immediately went to carry it out. He brought everyone out of Qin Feng's private room. The previously crowded room was now left with only Qin Feng and 5 little beauties. Lu Xiaojia and her 4 classmates still hadn't recovered from their shock. They looked starry-eyed at Qin Feng, making him feel a bit embarrassed. Ahem. Let's drink. Qin Feng coughed twice awkwardly and raised his glass with a smile. The 5 girls quickly regained their senses and immediately lifted their glasses. Each of them tilted their heads back and drank down their cups of draft beer. Big Brother Feng, I only called you an uncle earlier as a joke. Don't get mad. After drinking the beer, Chen Mei Han looked nervously at Qin Feng. After the 5 girls discovered Qin Feng's background, they were all afraid of him. Even Fei Tian Bar's boss was extremely deferential toward Qin Feng, so Qin Feng was probably a gang leader. I'm so young and handsome yet you actually dared to call me uncle, so tell me how I wouldn't be angry. Qin Feng glared at Chen Mei Han and joked with her. Chen Mei Han treated it as truth and was quite afraid. Flustered, she said, Big Brother Feng, I was wrong, and I won't do it next time. I'll let me off this once. When Qin Feng saw Chen Mei Han's nervous expression, He thought to himself that this little girl could really act. He said with a laugh, "I can let you off. You just have to sit here, let this big brother hug you, and give this big brother a kiss." Shen Mei Han instantly found herself in a bit of a difficult position. She lowered her head shyly and gave Lu Xiaojia a pleading glance. Lu Xiaojia then regained her senses. She harshly pinched him in the waist when she thought of how Qin Feng could say such vulgar things at first. "Big brother Feng, don't scare little Mei, she's my good friend." Lu Xiaojia pouted as she glared at Qin Feng with dissatisfaction. I was just joking with little Mei. Don't be nervous, I'm not as scary as you think I am. I'm actually a kind and simple big boy. Qin Feng smiled. I trust that you can all tell. After speaking, he saw 5 girls nodding in unison. Then, Qin Feng sang with the 5 girls in the private room. In the beginning, little Mei and the other 3 girls were a bit afraid of Qin Feng, but after playing with him, they found that Qin Feng really wasn't that frightening. The 5 girls all scrambled to sing, but Lu Xiaojia sang the most movingly. Every song made Qin Feng feel as though he was returning to the days of his youth. They all had lots of fun at this birthday party, and it didn't end until 11 o'clock at night. Qin Feng brought the 5 girls out of the Fei Tian bar. He even called on Longhair to bring the other 4 girls home safely. After exiting the bar, Qin Feng and Lu Xiaojia arrived beside the Batmobile. Once Qin Feng pressed on the Lamborghini's keys, little Mei and the other 3 girls shrieked so piercingly that it could pierce through eardrums. Just previously, they kept hearing Buckteeth boast that he had a Batmobile parked at the entrance to the bar. They only understood now that Qin Feng had driven this supercar over tonight. Chapter 232. Chapter 232, Don't Look for Me in the Future. Wow! This race car is too awesome. Awesome doesn't even begin to describe it, it's a universally unmade and amazing supercar. No, I want to lean on the car, take a couple of pictures, and send it to my friends. I also want to take pictures, I want to sit in the car and take pictures. After Lu Xiaojia's 4 classmates saw Qin Feng's Batmobile, they went completely insane. These little beauties were in 9th grade and were at the age where they were into trends. Even when they spoke, they did so with various exaggerations. Without waiting for Qin Feng to agree, they all rushed up to the Lamborghini, made various charming, sexy, pure, and cute poses, and began to take selfies like crazy. Qin Feng's lips quirked when he saw the scene. He thought to himself, were these girls really afraid of me earlier? The 5 girls took pictures for a good while before finally remembering Qin Feng, the car owner. Big brother Feng, come over and take a couple of pictures with us. Lu Xiaojia beckoned to Qin Feng and smilingly called him over. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly and walked up to the car. With the addition of Qin Feng, the 5 girls became even crazier. They stood in a row behind Qin Feng and made various strange poses. These girls were quite brave, they'd only known Qin Feng for a night, yet they had the guts to pose intimately with him. They hugged his neck, took his arm, and even leaned into his embrace while looking timid and cute. Qin Feng only had one feeling toward these girls' frivolous and irresponsible actions, he really liked them. Little Mei, you guys stand to the side, I want to take a picture with just me and Big Brother Feng. Lu Xiaojia suddenly took Qin Feng's arm and pushed the other 4 girls away. The 4 girls were extremely disgruntled and considered whether or not they wanted to cut ties with Lu Xiaojia tonight. Big Brother Feng, let's make a heart. Only Qin Feng and Lu Xiaojia remained in front of the Lamborghini. Lu Xiaojia lifted a soft arm and made half a heart shape by placing her hand on the top of her head. Qin Feng looked at Lu Xiaojia with unwillingness. After Lu Xiaojia acted cute 3 times, he raised his arm and formed the other half of the heart. The two of them had a bit of a height difference, so Qin Feng did a half squat and Lu Xiaojia stood on tiptoe. They stuck their faces close together. Lu Xiaojia held Qin Feng's arm, and Qin Feng casually hugged Lu Xiaojia's waist. With the scene of debauchery as their backdrop, it really was a beautiful image. Big Brother Feng, smile. Xiaojia is going to begin taking the picture. Lu Xiaojia's soft little hand raised her camera high and she smiled very sweetly. Qin Feng smiled handsomely with a stalwart expression. He was even more photogenic on camera. When Lu Xiaojia saw it, she was a bit infatuated. Xiaojia, we're going first. Now you won't have to share your big brother Feng, you must be happy. Lu Xiaojia was about to take the picture when Chen Meihan and the other 3 girls waved at her and got into Longhair's Buick minivan. Lu Xiaojia spontaneously turned her head and planted a kiss on Qin Feng's face. Then, she pressed the icon to take the picture. Ka-cha. With a flash, the warm, lovey-dovey scene was captured and saved forever on Lu Xiaojia's cell phone. It wasn't Lu Xiaojia's first time kissing Qin Feng. She already gave in and kissed Qin Feng on the way over, but now that this kiss scene was captured in a picture and saved, the feeling was completely different. Lu Xiaojia only regained her senses a while after the picture was taken. She immediately extracted herself from Qin Feng's embrace, and her face was completely red. She lowered her head and dove into the front passenger seat of the car. Qin Feng touched his wet cheek, smiled slightly, and got into the car as well. He looked at Lu Xiaojia and said, Xiaojia, that picture didn't come out well at first, you turned your head a bit in the end. Shouldn't I also turn my head? Why don't we take the picture over again? Lu Xiaojia had turned her head to kiss Qin Feng's face. If Qin Feng turned his head as well, then they'd kiss each other on the lips. Big Brother Feng, in your dreams. Lu Xiaojia's clear and beautiful eyes were filled with mirth as she looked at Qin Feng and shook her fist. Acropolis City's night view wasn't bad. The roads were lit by amber streetlights on both sides, there were very few cars on the road, and the willows on the roadsides danced in the wind. Qin Feng lowered the roof of the Lamborghini and drove at top speed. They left car after car in the dust, and all one could hear was the sound of the wind. With a satisfied expression, Lu Xiaojia basked in the speed and excitement. She couldn't help but think of what Buckteeth said earlier, and her face turned completely red. Do you know why rich people love driving convertible sports cars? Because you can scream and shake the car at the same time. Now that's great. Little sister Xiaojia, you're already home safely. Who knew how long later, the car stopped at the entrance of a villa. Lu Xiaojia opened her eyes to find that she was already home. Along the way, she'd closed her eyes and enjoyed the speed and excitement as she recounted every detail of her 16 years of life. Ever since she was young, she and her older sister depended on one another, and she had even forgotten what her parents looked like. Though her older sister always gave her the best life, Lu Xiaojia still felt really lonely inside. She didn't have very many memories of her youth, and she had even fewer good memories. Especially because she had too few good childhood memories. Every time she thought about the past, she worked harder to remember the few instances of happiness. Tonight, another happy memory was added to her lovely youth. This was an unforgettable birthday, an unforgettable night. Lu Xiaojia knew that she would remember tonight and remember Qin Feng for a lifetime. Big Brother Feng, thank you for spending my birthday with me tonight. Little sister Xiaojia is really happy. I'm going to go home first, and when there's time, little sister Xiaojia will look for you again. Lu Xiaojia flashed Qin Feng a sweet smile. She had just opened the car door and prepared to get out when she suddenly thought of something and sat back down. She hugged Qin Feng's neck and kissed his cheek. Bye, big brother Qin Feng. After kissing Qin Feng, Lu Xiaojia lowered her charming blushing face and was about to get out of the car like a frightened rabbit. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. He grabbed Lu Xiaojia's wrist. Big brother Feng, was there something else? Lu Xiaojia's frantic heart beat even more quickly after Qin Feng suddenly grabbed her arm. A good number of thoughts passed through her head at once, especially those that included Qin Feng suddenly pouncing on her and pressing her down. When these thoughts arose, Lu Xiaojia didn't hate them. She was merely nervous, afraid, and a bit expectant. However, when Lu Xiaojia lifted her head to peek at Qin Feng's cold and serious expression, she knew the possibility of that scenario was zero. Xiaojia, I'm usually really busy, so don't look for me in the future. Qin Feng suddenly spoke after holding Lu Xiaojia's hand quietly for a good while. Lu Xiaojia's wildly thrashing heart suddenly skipped a beat, then stopped, and a bad premonition stirred within her. Big brother Feng, little sister Xiaojia knows you're usually busy at work. I won't carelessly bother you, I'll wait until the weekends when we're both off to look for you. Lu Xiaojia did her best to control her emotions as she continued to smile sweetly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng sighed and said very seriously, Xiaojia, you're a smart girl and you know what I mean. In the future, study well and don't let down your older sister and waste the hard work she put into raising you. I also have my own life, so let's pretend we never met and will never meet again. What must come would inevitably come. As an adult, Qin Feng thought he ought to step up to say these hurtful words. It was true that he was a hedonistic young master, but Qin Feng had his limits. He never harmed underage girls. Every time he was dissolute and unruly, it was consensual. Beginning from tonight and his interactions with Lu Xiaojia, he could tell from the expression she revealed that she had feelings for him. These feelings were very complicated. They were a bit like the dependency on a big brother mixed with the inexperienced ambiguity between lovers. Qin Feng knew that girls Lu Xiaojia's age were very susceptible to falling in love because they didn't yet understand it. They were inexperienced and kind, they were budding. They might like a person because of a smile or praise from that person. Love at this age was the most sincere, guilt-free, and simple. Qin Feng felt that he didn't deserve to have this kind of love. He didn't want to sully this purity, and most importantly, he didn't want to pollute Lu Xiaojia's most precious memories of inexperience. Thus, once Qin Feng discovered Lu Xiaojia had developed some feelings for him, he moved decisively. He had to end this fruitless emotion and kill it in the cradle. Splatter! A sparkling tear dripped down Lu Xiaojia's charming face and fell on Qin Feng's shoulder. Lu Xiaojia's soft and small pink hand grasped Qin Feng's shoulder and refused to let go. Xiaojia, hurry and go upstairs, I have to go home as well. Lu Xiaojia's reed expression made Qin Feng's heart ache. However, he clenched his teeth and flung Lu Xiaojia's little hand away. Big brother Feng, can we not even be friends? What did little sister Xiaojia do wrong? Tell me and I'll fix it for sure. The corners of Lu Xiaojia's eyes brimmed with tears as she raised her head and looked sadly at Qin Feng. She still hadn't regained her senses. Wasn't everything fine just now? Why did Big Brother Feng suddenly become so heartless? Nowadays in this society, 3 years is a generation gap, and I'm 6 years older than you. There are 2 of these chasms between us. Our lives are too different, so we shouldn't be friends. Qin Feng turned and didn't dare look into Lu Xiaojia's clear eyes. He said heartlessly, hurry and get out of the car. I have to go now. The atmosphere instantly turned cold. The inside of the car seemed to turn into ice. One could only hear Lu Xiaojia's heavy breathing and quiet sobs. Big brother Feng. I still have a pretty older sister. Why don't I introduce her to you? Lu Xiaojia was quiet for a while, then suddenly lifted her head and looked up at the villa. She saw that the light was on and knew her older sister was home. My older sister is home. I can take you upstairs and we can still be good friends in the future, right? Lu Xiaojia extended her hand to grasp Qin Feng's arm again. She pouted and looked pitifully at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression changed. This was too enticing for Qin Feng because when he looked at Lu Xiaojia, he knew her sister had to be really beautiful. Qin Feng shoved Lu Xiaojia's little hand away once again, and spoke solemnly, Xiaojia, I have a girlfriend, and not just one. Go home. This time, Lu Xiaojia's heart fell completely into the depths of the valley. An empty wave of despair and disappointment arose within her. A while later, Lu Xiaojia suddenly spoke, Big brother Qin Feng, I'm leaving. She didn't look at Qin Feng again. She opened the car door and exited the vehicle. Qin Feng was in no hurry to go home. He sat in the car and weighed Lu Xiaojia's back. Her slender figure, white dress shirt, florid and checkered short skirt, and slender legs clad in rainbow cotton socks were filled with youthfulness and piqued Qin Feng's interest. The voice-controlled lights at the bottom of the villa elongated Lu Xiaojia's shadow and made it really long. Her lowered head and her shaking shoulders showed that she was clearly still crying. The tens of steps seemed to last a century. In the end, she disappeared into the building. It was over. This chance encounter arrived thrillingly, and left satisfactorily and happily. It would become a beautiful and unforgettable memory in Qin Feng's life that he would inadvertently think of occasionally in the future, and his lips would curve brilliantly. That was already really good. Bye, little sister Xiaojia. Bye, big brother Qin Feng. Lu Xiaojia suddenly hugged her older sister and spoke to her earnestly while looking at her. A surge of warmth arose in Lu Wenjing's heart. She caressed Lu Xiaojia's beautiful hair and smiled as she said, Okay, big sister promises not to say things like that again. However, big sister can't stay with you forever. When you grow up, you're sure to have someone you like. However, she found that after adding her sister as a friend for a couple of months, this girl hadn't even posted one status. In the end, Lu Wenjing realized that this girl must have blocked her. I don't know. Lu Xiaojia had indeed blocked Lu Wenjing mainly because she didn't want her older sister to see her how she was usually feeling. And now that her status had a picture of her with Big Brother Feng, she definitely couldn't let her older sister see it. Did you block me? Have you met some sort of stranger on WeChat, you little brat? Lu Wenjing asked worriedly. Don't worry about me, big sis. I'm 16 already and I've grown up. I know how to take care of myself, Lu Xiaojia complained. Lu Wenjing shook her head. Her sister had indeed grown up, and she should have her own privacy. Lu Wenjing didn't pursue the issue. She took the clothes her little sister removed and went to wash them by hand. She washed the clothes while furrowing her attractive eyebrows. The face of a man she hated suddenly floated into her mind. When she thought of Qin Feng, Lu Wenjing angrily gritted her teeth. This man was too brazen. He'd used her and now the one group was completely demolished and Lu Wenjing's plans were similarly thrown into a mess. These past couple of days, she'd been looking crazily for part-time employment because the villa's rent was due soon and she also had to get her younger sister's tuition for the next semester in order. These two were large expenses, and Lu Wenjing's brain was about to explode. Big sis, I'm done showering. Let's play a game together. Finished showering, Lu Xiaojia climbed into bed, wearing a white bathrobe. Lu Wenjing shook her head and shoved away all the worries that plagued her. When she saw her little sister's happy smile, the feeling in her heart was as sweet as could be. Even if she had to suffer more, she would agree to it. Come here, Xiao Jia. Dry your hair before playing. Lu Wenjing held the hairdryer and helped Lu Xiaojia dry her hair. Lu Xiaojia lay on her older sister's thighs. She played with her older sister's hair while looking at her and saying, "Big sis, you're so beautiful. Whoever marries you in the future must have luck cultivated by 8 generations." Lu Wenjing was very happy when she heard her younger sister's compliment. She smiled and said, "How is Big Sis beautiful? When you grow up, you're sure to be more beautiful than me." Lu Xiaojia smiled. Her gaze fell on Lu Wenjing's full chest. Then, she peeked at her own underdeveloped chest and sighed with disappointment. AI. Big sister's chest is really big, whoever sees it is sure to die from feeling inferior. Lu Wenjing poked her little sister's head and lectured while laughing, "You darn brat, how old are you? And you're thinking of these things? Study well right now. Big sis makes you papaya juice to drink every morning, so when you go to high school and begin maturing, yours are sure to be bigger than big sister's." Once Lu Xiaojia heard that hers could be bigger than her sister's, she suddenly extended her small, soft hand and touched her sister's chest. She discovered that her small hand couldn't even grasp half of her sister's chest. Lu Wenjing was caught off guard. She suddenly cried out when her chest was squeezed. Lu Xiaojia was slightly shocked and she smiled evilly. "Big sis, what's up with you? Don't tell me you're in heat." Lu Wenjing's charming face turned completely red from embarrassment. She unhappily smacked her little sister's perky behind. "You're in heat. Why are you touching just anything? If you want to touch your own. Mine are too small, I want to touch big sister's." As Lu Xiaojia spoke, she touched Lu Wenjing's chest again. A strange feeling arose in Lu Wenjing when her little sister squeezed her. If Qin Feng was with her sister, then she could see Qin Feng in the future. Big sis doesn't need a boyfriend right now. Wait until you're in college, Lu Wenjing answered firmly. It wasn't that she didn't want to date, she had no time to date, and no energy to date. She had to take good care of her younger sister first and get her through college before thinking about things like that for herself. Chapter 234. Chapter 234. Frightful people aren't actually that frightening. Royal Group, Sales Department Lobby. Qin Feng was in the middle of cleaning up his original desk. He carried a stack of files and walked toward Wang Chao's office. During the monthly performance meeting 2 days ago, Qin Feng had been appointed as the new leader of Group 2 in the sales department. Now, Wang Chao's office was his. And Wang Chao, who used to sit in the office, was relocated to the sales department lobby where he sat as equals with the normal sales representatives. "Qin Feng, I'll put these reports on your desk so when you need them, they'll be right at hand." Su Ruoro helped Qin Feng move his things. At this time, she placed a large stack of documents neatly on the desk. The two busied themselves for a while. When they were almost done moving everything, Su Ruoro was so tired she was panting and wiping her sweat with the back of her hand. Qin Feng could hardly care where the files were placed because he wasn't going to look through them. At this time, his gaze was pinned to Su Ruoro's body. When he saw Su Ruoro's full chest rising and falling with her breaths and seeming as though they would burst out of her white dress shirt at any time, Qin Feng instantly pounced on her and pulled her onto his lap. "Ah! Qin Feng, what are you doing? This is the office, hurry and let go of me." Su Ruoro jumped in shock at Qin Feng's actions and immediately attempted to struggle free. However, Qin Feng was too strong. After struggling for a while, she found herself still in his embrace. Ro, I'm the group leader of Group 2, so I'm your superior. Qin Feng pulled out a tissue and carefully wiped Su Ro's sweat while smiling. You know that workplaces all have unspoken rules, especially large companies on the stock market like Royal Group. The unspoken rules are common. If you want to do well in the company, you have to curry favor with your superiors. If I want to hug you right now, how can you resist? You should obediently lie in my embrace and act cute. After hearing Qin Feng's fallacious reasoning, Su Ro's face darkened. When Wang Chao was group leader, she experienced being oppressed, and there were a couple of times where Wang Chao almost violated her. Now that Qin Feng had beaten down Wang Chao and become the group leader, she thought her good days were coming. She suddenly realized that this was just the beginning of another nightmare. However, when Wang Chao wanted to take advantage of Su Ro, she was swept with disgust. When Qin Feng took advantage of her, she didn't feel that way. She was more worried that it would be bad if coworkers saw their behavior. Qin Feng, hurry and let go. If someone comes in later, it'll be trouble. Su Ro knew she couldn't break out of Qin Feng's hold, so she could only look at him angrily. Qin Feng touched Su Ro's head and released her with a smile. Then, he stood and pulled Su Ro to sit on his seat. This office is indeed better than outside. It's quiet, and I won't get disturbed when sleeping or playing games. However, my heart is a bit empty because I won't sit facing you during work. Qin Feng sat on the table and looked at Su Ro with a smile. Su Ro's charming face blushed slightly. In reality, she was a bit disappointed when she thought of how she wouldn't be able to see Qin Feng during work after he moved away. However, Su Ro was more proud and happy that Qin Feng was promoted to the group leader position. Qin Feng, your promotion is a good thing. Congratulations. It proves that Chairman Qin and Assistant Han think highly of you. Don't disappoint them. In the future, you can't sleep or play games at work. You have to do your work well. Su Ro began to lecture Qin Feng. Those two requests are a bit difficult. I'd need someone supervising me at all times. Su Ro stood with a smile, wanting to leave. Qin Feng embraced her and pressed her back into the chair. He said earnestly, Ro, I'm serious. Sit and work here from now on. Do whatever you want and don't work yourself too hard. I'm the group leader now and I have a lot of excellent clients and resources, so I can just give them all to you. Qin Feng was in earnest. He wanted to let Su Ro be more relaxed and let her be happy going to work every day. Su Ro got a bit choked up, and a warmth surged through her heart. She knew that although Qin Feng always seemed careless and hedonistic, he was someone that truly took the effort to care for and think of her. Qin. Group leader Qin. At this time, Wang Chao suddenly walked in. He'd now gone from being group leader to vice group leader and he wasn't quite used to it yet. He was about to call Qin Feng's name before cawing and correcting himself halfway. Once Su Ro saw Wang Chao enter, she jumped in shock and immediately stood up, getting off the seat she was sitting on. She was still a bit afraid of Wang Chao. After all, he was still a vice group leader. It would definitely be bad if word went around that she was sitting in Qin Feng's seat. Qin Feng saw Su Ro's alarmed expression and smilingly pressed her back down. He kept a hand on her shoulder and didn't move it away. Then, he looked indifferently at Wang Chao and said, Little Wang, why are you in such a hurry? And don't you know how to knock before coming in? You can't do this. Days before, Wang Chao had still been Qin Feng's superior, and could command Qin Feng and Su Ro as he wished. Today, he became Qin Feng's subordinate and when facing Qin Feng, he had to nod and bow. This feeling was like an instantaneous fall from heaven to hell. Wang Chao was extremely unhappy, but no matter how unhappy he was, he could only suppress his anger and keep it tightly sealed in his heart. Sorry, I was too rude and impetuous. Wang Chao forced a smile on his face as he spoke with Qin Feng. This scene put Su Ruoro in a bit of a daze. She knew Qin Feng was already the group leader, but she didn't feel the power and benefits of his being a group leader yet. Now, seeing the previously extremely arrogant group leader Wang Chao as a sycophant trying to curry favor, Su Ruoro could feel the power and prestige personally. Alright, today's my first day at work after getting promoted, so I won't hold it against you. Go out and knock on the door. Wait for me to call you before you enter. Qin Feng waved his hand and Wang Chao withdrew while gritting his teeth. After exiting, Wang Chao knocked on the door lightly, then smiled joyfully and said, Qin. Group leader Qin, can I come in? Come in, said Qin Feng as he cleared his throat. Wang Chao put on a convincing vice leader act. Su Ruoro couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Group leader Qin, these are the most recent assignments I've been working on, and I've brought them to hand over to you. If you don't understand anything, feel free to ask me. Wang Chao placed a stack of files on the table. He came to submit his work this time. Qin Feng casually shoved the files to the ground. He said, Little Wang, go pour me a cup of water. Qin Feng still remembered his first day working in the sales department when Wang Chao made things difficult for him and made him pour water. Now, after a month, it was finally his turn to command Wang Chao to pour him water. Coldness flashed across Wang Chao's face. He hesitated for a while, then quickly ran to pour a cup of water. He returned and said, Group leader Qin, your water. Qin Feng looked at the cup of water on the table and suddenly lifted his hand and slammed it on the table, causing the cup to overturn. The water inside splashed all over Wang Chao. Little Wang, you really have no sense. Don't you see that Ruoro is sitting here as well? By pouring 1 cup of water, do you mean for me or Ruoro to drink it? A cup of water splashed him, and it was freshly boiled hot water. The water burned Wang Chao and he hopped about in pain. Group leader Qin, my bad. I'll pour a cup of water for you both right this instant. Though he was brimming with anger, Wang Chao didn't dare express his emotions. He also couldn't worry about his wet dress shirt that stuck to his body. He immediately ran to pour 2 cups of water. He looked at Qin Feng and Su Ruoro and said, Group leader Qin, the water you requested. Beauty Ruoro, I'm really sorry I forgot about you at first. Please, don't take it to heart. At this time Su Ruoro thought she was dreaming. She never thought the day would come where Wang Chao would pour water for her with servility. Though Qin Feng was intentionally making things difficult for Wang Chao, Su Ruoro didn't empathize with him at all. Once Su Ruoro thought about the 2 times Wang Chao almost violated her, her stomach was filled with fire. Before meeting Qin Feng, her personality was extremely weak, and she wouldn't hold grudges. However, during this time she'd been undergoing Qin Feng's training and persistent instruction. Su Ruoro had actually changed a lot. She was no longer that weak of a young lady. She could now yell at that jerk Wang Chao to his face. The last time Wang Chao almost violated her, she learned to fight back. She finally began to agree with one of Qin Feng's viewpoints. When dealing with someone as terrible as Wang Chao, one had to control evil with evil. The more you feared him and the more you gave in, the more he bullied you. This type of person would only put away his crooked thoughts if you suppressed him and made him completely afraid of you. Okay, if there's nothing else, then leave, don't stand there as an eyesore. Qin Feng waved his arms and shooed Wang Chao away. The instant Wang Chao turned, his whole face darkened. He'd already decided that in the future, unless it was an absolute emergency, he would not go to Qin Feng's office so casually, because if he did, he'd just be looking to be oppressed. Ruoro, how does it feel? Once Wang Chao left, Qin Feng's expression became serious. He had no intention of intentionally making things difficult for someone like Wang Chao because that was a complete waste of his great youth. Qin Feng did this as an example for Su Ruoro. This was also considered a way to teach Su Ruoro. He wanted to let her know that the people you considered frightening and formidable wouldn't always stand on your head, pressing you down. Maybe a day would suddenly come when you discover that they weren't much and they had to treat you with extreme deference. I feel really great. I know why you did that, and it taught me a lot. Thank you, Qin Feng. Su Ruoro was intelligent and quick-witted. She instantly understood Qin Feng's intentions. Thank yous are obligatory, but just thanking through speech doesn't express enough sincerity, Qin Feng said as he looked at Su Ruoro with a smile. A shiver ran down Su Ruoro's spine, and she felt as though her body was going to be in danger again. Then what kind of reward do you want? Su Ruoro shrank back and looked at Qin Feng with alarm. The more she exhibited this weakness and pitifulness, the more she incited the wildness in Qin Feng's heart. What do you say? I want to eat you up in the office. Qin Feng laughed evilly and pounced on Su Ruoro. Su Ruoro didn't have enough time to dodge, and she was swept into Qin Feng's embrace.